Chapter 334. Slaughtering their way into the inner city once again. Currently, among the 8 ancient clans in the outer city, only the Fire Ancient clan remained. Furthermore, they were flourishing and had become the #1 ancient clan in the outer city. Everyone knew that the one who brought about all this was the prodigy of the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling. Rumors about Lin Ling had already spread throughout the outer city. He was a peerless talent and was like a dragon among men. At such a young age, he had already established himself in the inner city. Furthermore, his strength and influence were extremely tyrannical. He was the youngest #1 prodigy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Is that Lin Ling? He is so young. Many people had grave expressions as they looked carefully at the leader of the army. They were shocked. The youth in the lead was handsome and elegant. His expression was calm, and he carried a large black sword on his back, giving people a pressure that made them not dare to look at him directly. As for the young girls in the outer city, their beautiful eyes sparkled as they looked at the youth. No matter where they were, with strength and a handsome appearance, such a youth would always be the idol of young girls. At this moment, all the strange gazes were directed at him. Lin Ling's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. He didn't take it to heart. His thoughts had already landed on the inner city. He had to kill Dao Quang. Compared to his calmness, ancestor Tai Yan, the various elders, and Lin Alfing's younger generation were different. Right now they were filled with a strong sense of pride. Ever since the prodigy Lin Chun perished, the Fire Ancient clan had always been unknown. When had they ever been as glorious as today? I originally thought that I would never have the chance to enter the inner city in my lifetime. Kiki, I didn't expect to enter the inner city again today. Inner city? A place of royalty and nobility. I think it's just SOSO. The first time we entered the inner city, our Fire Ancient clan caused a huge commotion. This is the second time, but it's still the same. Lin Chongcheng and the others spoke proudly and laughed as they conversed. Of course, they would occasionally look at the youth in front of them. Everyone in the Flame Legion looked at the young man, and the pride in their hearts grew stronger. Their brother was dead, killed by a big shot in the inner city, but their general was not afraid of power and led them into the inner city again, all for the sake of justice. Bang bang! The army marched straight in. That vast killing intent caused the streets to become even quieter. It wasn't until the army was far away that everyone returned to their normal state. Their hearts were still shaken. Where are they going? Someone asked in a low voice. I heard that they were going to charge into the inner city again. An old man exclaimed in shock. Once this statement was out, the streets became even more silent. Lin Ling had led an army into the inner city not long ago and forced the third prince to apologize, which shocked the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Everyone thought that this was the only time in the history of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom that someone dared to lead an army into the inner city. However, he didn't expect that bringing the army into the Imperial City was just the beginning. Now, Lin Ling was once again brazenly forcing his way into the Imperial City. This Lin Ling is amazing. If only my family had a descendant like him. The seniors of many powers in the outer city sighed with emotion, and then all of them watched silently. They knew that a storm was brewing in Ocean of Cloud City today. At this moment, at the huge gate of the inner city, the Imperial Guards looked at the vast army in the distance and sucked in a breath of cold air. One of them trembled and asked, "Who is it?" Lin Ling. A calm voice echoed from afar, which caused the Imperial Guards to narrow their eyes. It was this youth again. Was he going to stir up a storm in the inner city again? Or was he going to force the third prince to ask for his men again? Make way for the city gate. A cold voice echoed, causing the Imperial Guards' hearts to tremble violently as they quickly made way for him. The current Lin Ling had risen to fame, and he was no longer the son of a village in the outer city who could be bullied as he wished. Right now no one dared to look down on him. The army entered the inner city in a grandiose manner, and not a single Imperial Guard dared to obstruct them, let alone Lin Ling. Just the Flame Legion's soul-shaking killing aura was enough to send chills down their spines. Lin Ling was probably the only one who could lead such a horrifying army. It's Lin Ling again. What is he trying to do? After the army entered the inner city, its shocking imposing aura naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the various powers. They were extremely shocked by Lin Ling's arrogance. He was leading an army into the inner city, and it was the second time. He was simply trampling the Cloud Sea Empire beneath his feet. Of course, the main reason was that they were curious. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Numerous gazes were paying attention to Lin Ling's movements, and it wasn't long before they saw the army walking towards a certain direction in the inner city. That direction seemed to be the residence of a general. It's Dao Quang. Someone suddenly reacted. After that, many people noticed that Lin Ling seemed to be going there for Dao Quang, a subordinate of King Wang Hai. King Wang Hai was a subordinate of the third prince, so Lin Ling was forcing the third prince to hand over Dao Quang, and causing the third prince to lose his dignity once more. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. Everyone, let's go. I'd like to see who gave Lin Ling the courage to do so. The third prince, Yun Yifan, naturally received the news as well. He was so angry that his noble status of the imperial bloodline was once again trampled on by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, he's just a lowly commoner. I don't understand where he gets his courage from. Tian Xuanzi also received the news. With a cold snort, he rushed over with the people from the imperial advisor's residence. Previously, Lin Ling had killed the bloodline of the imperial advisor's residence. Tian Xuanzi wanted to bring Lin Ling back to the imperial advisor's residence to take his life, but Lin Ling refused. At that time, Tian Xuanzi was furious and wanted to take his time to deal with Lin Ling. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to act so quickly and kill his way into the inner city in front of everyone. Right now, the imperial advisor's residence and the third prince were on the same side. If the third prince was humiliated, then the imperial advisor's residence wouldn't be any better. Second brother is getting more and more arrogant. His subordinate, Lin Ling, is so arrogant. After the crown prince heard the news, he sneered and quietly watched the situation change. Even now, he still didn't know that Lin Ling was the one who humiliated him in front of the 14th prince. The entire inner city was stirred up because of Lin Ling alone. However, Lin Ling was the hero of the Sky Fragrance ancient city last time, but he was slandered by the third prince. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to kill his way into the inner city. However, if there wasn't a good explanation this time, Lin Ling's arrogance would cause the big shots in the inner city to not agree. Dao Quang, get out here. At this moment, outside a luxurious mansion in the northwest, the members of the Flame Legion and the Fire Ancient clan were gathered. Their mighty aura shook the heavens, causing everyone in the mansion to tremble in fear. Dao Quang naturally sensed such a mighty aura. He frowned, obviously not expecting Lin Ling to kill his way into the inner city. Previously, he had arrogantly killed his way into the Fire Ancient clan, but unfortunately, he was blocked by the enemy's army. Initially, he wanted to slowly settle the score after the 100 Generals battle. However, today Lin Ling didn't need him to settle the score. Lin Ling was here to settle the score himself. You've got guts. You're just a young boy, yet you dare to kill your way into the inner city to take revenge. However, I'd like to see if you have the strength to do so. Chapter 335. The terrifying Flame Legion. Dao Quang wasn't afraid of Lin Ling at all. He was just a junior in the Earth Spirit realm. If it wasn't for the army, he could easily kill him. What was there to be afraid of? Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling was the one who forced him to back down during the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. How dare you bring an army into the city? Lin Ling, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will establish prestige for the Cloud Sea dynasty and kill you. Dao Quang walked out of the mansion with one hand behind his back. He looked at the dense crowd and shouted. His boldness boosted the morale of the people behind him and made them even more confident. Silence. The Flame Legion was completely silent. Many soldiers suddenly wanted to laugh at Dao Quang's ignorance. Even now, Dao Quang still didn't understand the situation. He thought that he could look down on everyone just because he had the support of the third prince. Lin Ling also laughed coldly, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. Explanation? I'm here to kill you today. Haha, can you kill me? I can kill all of you by myself. Dao Quang let out a disdainful laugh. A tyrannical aura burst out from his body. Endless blade chi swept out and slashed the ground around him. Dao Quang, the city lord of Gale City and 30,000 soldiers. His strength is indeed terrifying. It won't be easy for Lin Ling to kill him. Many people in Cloud Sea City were shocked when they saw this scene. Is that so? Then I'd like to see how great you are. Lin Ling smiled coldly and glanced at Tian Xiaoman. Tian Xiaoman nodded and waved her hand. The 50,000 soldiers of the Flame Legion behind her exploded with a powerful aura. It was endless killing intent and battle intent. One person's killing intent and battle intent might not be terrifying, but 50,000 people caused a powerful gale to sweep out. The space trembled and the clouds in the sky dispersed. Kill! The rolling aura surged towards Dao Kuang like a wave. Dao Kuang's pupils constricted and his great intent collapsed instantly. The blade on his back also shook. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Dao Kuang's face paled as his eyes widened. This is the battle god intent. He was only at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. How could he compare to the concentrated killing intent and battle intent of 50,000 people? What? Lin Ling's army has comprehended the concept of war god. In the distance, many people's complexions changed as they heard Crazy Blade's words. It had to be known that the concept of the war god was a powerful concept that could only be comprehended on the war god mountain. Ordinary people didn't even have the qualifications to touch upon it. But now, one of Lin Ling's subordinates had managed to comprehend the concept of the war god. Lin Ling's soldiers were terrifying. Now, do you still dare to say that you are not afraid of my Flame Legion? A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. It was extremely powerful and carried with it an invisible pressure. Dao Kuang's face turned even paler. He didn't dare to say anything because Lin Ling's army wasn't an ordinary army. Could easily crush him. At first, he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling's army, but now he was afraid. Last time you came to my Fire Ancient clan and acted tyrannically, killing a few of my brothers. At that time, my brothers said that it wouldn't be long before the debt of blood is paid in blood. I also said that I would take your life in a month. Today I have come as promised. Indifferent. Lin Ling's indifferent voice came out of his mouth again, causing Dao Kuang to be even more terrified. He wasn't afraid of Lin Ling, but he was afraid of Lin Ling's army. Retreat! Retreat! Dao Kuang shouted anxiously and wanted to hide in his residence. That sudden change in attitude surprised the spectators once again. It was obvious that Dao Kuang was afraid. Don't be afraid of him, I will help you. Boom! At this moment a loud shout rang out. A figure had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. This person was like a god descending from the heavens, looking down at everything with arrogance. Then he stepped on the clouds and walked down step by step. Lin Ling, you brought your army into the city to kill one person. What do you think the laws of the Cloud Sea Empire are? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Boom! After landing on the ground, the person coldly looked at Lin Ling with his hands behind his back. Wen Bingxian. Boom! Dao Kuang looked at the person with joy in his eyes. This person was one of the 108 stars standing above his head, and his strength had reached the terrifying early stage of the Sky Spirit realm. There was a huge gap between the Sky Spirit realm and the Earth Spirit realm. No matter how strong Lin Ling's army's fighting spirit was, it didn't have much of an impact on a Sky Spirit realm expert. Don't worry. I received orders from the Imperial Advisor's residence to help you. So with me here, no one can touch you. When Bingxian nodded faintly, extremely confident. It was as if his appearance could solve everything. Lin Ling and his 50,000 men couldn't stop him. Of course, with his strength and status, he had the right to be confident. Laws? Then when you came to my Fire Ancient clan and acted so arrogantly, do you have any rules in your heart? Lin Ling said coldly as he stared at the arrogant person. When Bingxian had also acted arrogantly when he came to the Fire Ancient clan to capture Lin Ling. It was just that when Bingxian didn't have the chance to kill him back then, so Lin Ling didn't plan on touching him for now. But now, when Bingxian had actually dared to come and throw away his life, did he think that the early stage of the Sky Spirit realm was so great? Unfortunately, with this kind of strength, not to mention Lin Ling's Flame Legion, even Lin Ling had the absolute strength to obliterate the other party. Haha, rules are built on strength. I have the strength, so I can humiliate your Fire Ancient clan. When Bingxian smiled faintly, his meaning was obvious. He had the absolute strength to be arrogant, so he could go to the Fire Ancient clan and sweep everything away. However, Lin Ling didn't. Are you sure you have the strength? Aren't you sure you'll die here today? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His attitude was extremely domineering. No matter who came today, he would kill Dao Quang. General Wen Bingxian to catch bandits, first catch the leader. Kill Lin Ling first. After he's dead, his subordinates are quite strong, so you can take them all under your wing. Dao Quang was no longer as flustered as before, and he spoke coldly. Wen Bingxian's arrival made him extremely confident. He wanted to see how Lin Ling died in front of him. Moreover, Lin Ling nurtured such a strong legion. It was like making a wedding dress for someone else. That's a good suggestion. Yes. Wen Bingxian looked at the army behind Lin Ling with interest and nodded slightly. Your army belongs to me, and you have no conditions to refuse. Xiao! Whoosh! His figure turned into an afterimage as endless frost spread out. The aura of a heavenly spirit origin pill spread out. The ground was frozen, and the nearby streets were all covered in frost. A heavenly spirit realm cultivator was extremely terrifying. In front of Lin Ling, a large hand formed from ice grabbed at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you humiliated me last time. This time I'll take your life. Pa! 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 The air was frozen like snow in June, but Lin Ling was indifferent and still stood there quietly. This caused many people in the distance to shake their heads. Lin Ling actually didn't have the strength to fight back in the face of a heavenly spirit realm cultivator. It looked like Lin Ling had failed to enter the inner city today, and had even lost his life. Army formation Vermilion Bird. Pa! A clear voice rang out at this moment. A thin girl dressed in white stood beside Lin Ling. She waved her delicate hand. Chapter 336. Arrogant and domineering kill. Kill. Orderly shouts rang out as a huge vermilion bird image appeared above the army of 50,000. The vermilion bird looked as if it wanted to burn everything. Its aura was so strong that it actually melted the previously frozen streets. Kill. Kill. The army of 50,000 lined up in a mysterious formation. Countless amounts of battle intent condensed, causing the vermilion bird to look as if it had come back to life from ancient times. It flew towards Wen Bingxian. Rumble. The vermilion bird was formed by battle intent. Wherever it flew, thunder rumbled. What? This army is formed by Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. Kill. Wen Bingxian's expression changed greatly. He only saw an ancient divine bird flying towards him, wanting to take his life. Ice sealing heaven and earth. Kill. He shouted loudly. However, this still couldn't stop the terrifying vermilion bird's battle intent. The sea of battle intent instantly drowned him, turning him into dust. Although he was a sky spirit realm cultivator, he only had a red level origin core. His innate spirit body was only at the 9th grade. How could he be a match for the vermilion bird's formation? One had to know that this formation was formed by a large number of Earth Spirit Realm cultivators, and their military advisor was the mysterious heavenly concubine. The sky quieted down. The crowd in the distance was completely silent. When Bingxian was dead, he couldn't even block one move from Lin Ling's army. That army was formed by Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. This was too terrifying. A Sky Spirit Realm cultivator died just like that. How is this possible? Kill. Dao Quang seemed to be unable to accept the reality in front of him as he kept shaking his head. He thought that Lin Ling would definitely die when Wen Bingxian arrived. He never thought that Lin Ling's flame army would be so terrifying. How did Lin Ling cultivate this army? He naturally didn't know that Lin Ling had used the war god's intent, the spirit ginseng fruit, and the heavenly concubine's mysterious formation to cultivate such a terrifying army. Is there anyone who can save you now? Kill. A disdainful voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, making it difficult for Dao Quang to breathe again. Lin Ling was crushing him. No matter what methods Dao Quang used, Lin Ling could easily defeat them. At the same time, Lin Ling also defeated Dao Quang's arrogant heart, letting Dao Quang know that no one in this world could save him today. At the same time, it was Lin Ling's way of displaying his strength to the city. He wanted all the restless powers to know that those who dared to touch the members of his Fire Ancient clan would be annihilated no matter how far away they were. What a powerful army! Lin Ling, you're even more powerful than this old man imagined. Right at this moment, a voice that carried surprise resounded, and then a large number of figures appeared around the estate. It caused the atmosphere in the city to become even more oppressive, and many gasped as they gazed at those mysterious figures who'd arrived. As for Dao Kuang, he was ecstatic. He knew that he was going to be saved today. State Preceptor Tian Xuanzi, His Majesty the Third Prince, and King Wang Hai, the three elite figures of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, are all here. Under this oppressive atmosphere, the expressions of many turned slightly solemn as they gazed at the mysterious figures who'd arrived. Today, Lin Ling had led his army into the inner city once more, but he'd been obstructed by three top-rate figures. Obviously, Lin Ling had become a thorn in their side. However, Lin Ling was really bold to be able to make three top-rate figures make an appearance at the same time. Of course, even though he was bold, Lin Ling's current situation was probably quite troublesome as well. You beat up the young and now the old are here. All of you really are shameless. However, while many wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with those three top-rate figures, Lin Ling's ridiculing words had resounded. Lin Ling, you're really bold. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The third prince gazed coldly at Lin Ling while a cold glow flickered in the depths of his eyes. He'd watched this young man grow up, and now he'd become a huge threat to him. Furthermore, he'd lost to Lin Ling time and time again, making him feel that it was getting harder to control Lin Ling. If you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why do you have to say such words that give you face? Don't you think it's too hypocritical? Lin Ling shook his head and let out a smile. That calmness made it seem like he wasn't afraid of the arrival of the three top-rate figures. That's right, third brother. You didn't ask about the process and didn't ask who was right or wrong before making an appearance. This is forcing us to make an appearance too. Right at this moment behind Lin Ling, a large number of elite experts had appeared. There was the second prince, Sovereign King Li, Duke Duan, and He Yenshan. All of them were influential figures that could shake the Heaven Mystics Kingdom with a single move. Previously, they had been biding their time as they wanted to see how the third prince was going to deal with this matter. If the third prince was going to make an appearance, then they would have to make an appearance as well. This is General Lin's private matter, and it isn't our place to interfere. If you want to interfere, then we'll accompany you. The second prince, Yunixuan, spoke indifferently, which caused the people from the kingdom marshal's residence to have an unpleasant expression. Lin Ling's rallying power was getting bigger and bigger. Right now, he was able to make all the experts focus on him and support him no matter what the consequences were. That's right, third brother. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Right now, it is Dao Kuang who was rude first, and Lin Ling is just seeking justice. Could it be that Dao Kuang's life is a life but Lin Ling's soldiers are not lives? It is better for us not to interfere in this matter. Right at this moment, another large number of figures arrived. The leader was actually the 14th prince, and behind him were all the princes from the Cloud Sea City. You guys? The third prince, Yun Yifan's eyes widened. Even the various princes had come out to support Lin Ling. This Lin Ling's reputation was even higher than his, Yun Yifan's, reputation. He thought that with the three top figures coming out, Lin Ling would definitely return in disgrace today, and might even die here. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would give them a heavy slap in the face? In terms of strength, they were still a bit lacking. This young man really can't be underestimated. Unknowingly, he actually has such rallying power. The kingdom marshal, Tian Xuanzi, also had an ugly expression. These princes were all his students in the past, but today they had all become Lin Ling's people, and all of them were supporting Lin Ling. To him, this was like a student slapping his teacher's face. It made his reputation as a person of virtue and prestige extremely ironic. I thought that those who can become everyone's teacher are virtuous and have a kind heart. But from the looks of it, that's all there is to it. Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony has already lost face, and today you are going to lose face again. You don't have to be the kingdom marshal anymore. Right at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. It was a disdain for the kingdom marshal's residence. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Tian Xuanzi's old face was flushed red with anger. Today's matter was a huge matter that everyone was paying attention to. If he was ridiculed by this young man, Lin Ling, how would he have any face left in the future? Dao Kuang must be killed today. If you all continue to be obstinate, then you should know the consequences. Lin Ling spoke coldly again. Presumptuous. He was disregarding the 3 top figures and directly killing them. From another perspective, the kingdom marshal's residence, the 3rd prince and one of the 4 kings, Wang Haiwang, were nothing in Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling didn't even need to give any face to them. Lin Ling, you are so tyrannical. When they heard Lin Ling's statement, all the people in the distance gasped. In the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only the crown prince would dare to say something like this. But now there was one more person, and it was Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan. Chapter 337. Madblade Lin Ling. Tian Xuanzi and Yun Yifan clenched their teeth. They wanted to punish Lin Ling severely, but it was impossible. Lin Ling's forces weren't any smaller than his. If they were to clash head-on, they might be the ones to suffer. They could only watch as Lin Ling obliterated Dao Kuang. Moreover, this also meant that Lin Ling had surpassed them, becoming an even stronger character above them. In the competition for Cloud Sea Monarch, they had already lost half a step to Lin Ling. Are you still not going to scram? Looking at the silent Yun Yifan and the others, Lin Ling coldly shouted again. Get lost? Asking the respected state preceptor and the 3rd prince to get lost? They had come with confidence, but now they had to leave in disgrace and watch Lin Ling kill his subordinates? This was a great humiliation. That's right, 3rd brother. Scram. His Majesty the 2nd prince also smiled faintly and issued an invitation. He and the 3rd prince were enemies, so at this moment, there was no need for him to hold back. If the 3rd prince had the advantage now, he believed that the 3rd prince would not hold back either. The struggle for royal power had always been like this. Human relations were secondary. No one can save me? Sensing that the imperial advisor and his Majesty were both speechless from the humiliation, Dao Kuang was suddenly at a loss. Back then, he had bullied Lin Ling because he was weak and didn't put him in his eyes. However, he had never thought that in such a short period of time, Lin Ling would surpass him. Now, even the master above him didn't dare to speak. Lin Ling, I will take responsibility for my own actions. If you want to kill me, fine. But do you dare to fight me to the death in front of everyone? Kuang Dao suddenly shouted. His words made the imperial advisor's eyes light up. Currently, Lin Ling's power had already surpassed the state preceptors, so they couldn't meet force with force. However, there was still a way to kill Lin Ling. That's right. Since you're here to seek justice, don't rely on your subordinates. Go on stage yourself. Otherwise, you won't be able to convince the crowd, Tian Xuanzi said. He was trying to goad Su Mo. The imperial advisor's residence is really shameless. With my current subordinates and forces, I can definitely kill Dao Kuang, but you're trying to provoke me into a life-and-death battle. Is this the so-called imperial advisor's residence? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His words made many people nod their heads. Lin Ling currently had the power to decide everything, but the imperial advisor's residence was making people fight to the death. It was somewhat shameless. Tian Xuanzi's face reddened, but he couldn't care less about his face right now. He sneered, you don't dare? You're a great general with countless experts under your command, and you've even asked the top experts to support you. Yet you're just a piece of trash. Nice to look at but useless. Such a great general, there's no point in following him. That's right. As one of the 100 generals, are you such a coward? Dao Kuang sneered as if he had caught on to something. The master is shameless, but the servant is also shameless. You want me to fight to the death? Don't you see the difference in age between us? Lin Ling laughed. His mocking laughter made Dao Kuang's face turn ugly. However, Lin Ling nodded his head quickly. I don't understand why you're trying to goad me into a fight. It's as if you're sure to win. Let's fight to the death then. My brother died in your hands, so I'll end your life with my own hands. After saying that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The imperial preceptor, Tian Xuanzi, and the others were stunned. They thought that Lin Ling had seen through the goading and wouldn't fight. However, Lin Ling's straightforwardness made them unable to react. Could it be that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of death? Lin Ling was at the late stage of the earthly spirit realm, while Dao Kuang was at the peak of the earthly spirit realm. Moreover, Dao Kuang was ranked in the top 100 of the 108 generals. How could Lin Ling be qualified to fight? The two of them walked out slowly. Countless eyes were watching this battle. At present, Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. However, not many people knew about his strength. Many people would never have guessed that Lin Ling was Lin Yiming of the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy. A rising general against a veteran general. Interesting. Right now, in a restaurant in the Cloud Sea City, several figures were gathered. These people were all very young and were around 20 years old. They were all dressed differently. There were both men and women. They were all watching the situation on Lin Ling's side. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. These people's auras were like the sea and extremely terrifying. Every one of them was actually a Heaven Spirit Realm expert. The Heaven Spirit Realm was the highest martial realm in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. These people were all very young and had limitless potential. They were none other than the top 30 geniuses of the 108-star generals. These prodigies didn't like to participate in the power struggles in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. They lived by martial arts and wandered the world. They only returned to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom when the 100 Generals battle was about to begin. They were especially disdainful of the generals who were still immersed in the power struggles. After all, they had left the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and knew that there was always someone better. Only strength represented everything. Power. What was the use? Right now, they had just returned and saw the old general and the new general having a life-and-death battle. They were instantly interested. Dao Kuang can't even block a single move from me. However, that rising general Lin Ling is probably weaker. He is too young and is only relying on his subordinates. What a joke. He is so short-sighted. Doesn't he know that after reaching the middle stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm, he already has the initial strength to change everything? He actually accepted the battle. After controlling the situation, he actually chose to accept the battle with the weakest advantage. It seems like he is also an idiot. All the prodigies spoke with disdain. It was obvious that none of the 108 generals thought highly of Lin Ling. In fact, there weren't many people who thought highly of Lin Ling. Many of them thought that Lin Ling was too foolish. He didn't use a powerful legion to eliminate Dao Kuang, and chose to have a life-and-death battle. Wasn't this courting death? Especially the marshal and the others. They were waiting to see the scene of Lin Ling regretting. Only the second prince's side was still calm. Did Lin Ling need to fear Dao Kuang? Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. Very well. Let's have a fight and all our grievances will be written off. Dao Kuang no longer panicked under the countless gazes. He was only afraid of the Flame Legion, not Lin Ling. Indeed, only one of us can live. I said that I would take your life in a month, so I will keep my promise. Lin Ling stared at Dao Kuang with a calm expression. You want my life in a month? Dao Kuang frowned slightly. He seemed to have heard these words somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. He shook his head and smiled. It's useless to say more. If you die, your subordinates will have to retreat, and they are not allowed to cause trouble for me. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Ling frowned. Dao Kuang was like an ant in his heart. He couldn't understand why Dao Kuang would say so much nonsense when he was about to die. I'll take it as you agreeing. However, I still admire your ignorance. You dare to challenge me to a life-and-death battle? I will kill you in 3 slashes. Dao Kuang waved his hand and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. A wave of sword energy exuded from it. Use your fire energy, or you won't have a chance. Chapter 338. Sound of Heaven Temple Rumble. Saber intent gushed out and the clouds in the sky were split apart. The crowd could only see a 50-meter-long saber slashing towards Lin Ling. What a terrifying saber intent! Many people were shocked. The strength of the 100 generals was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling can't hold on any longer. The third prince Yun Yifan sneered. He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling being killed. That way, his greatest enemy would be annihilated. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's face was cold. Dark golden light flickered from his left fist. He looked forward with his cold eyes. I wanted to kill you the last time, but you refused. I said I would kill you a month later. Today you're taking the initiative. Swoosh. He looked at the saber slashing down from the sky and pounced forward as if he wanted to take the saber head-on. Is he courting death? The imperial preceptor Tian Xuanzi frowned slightly. But for some reason, Lin Ling's aura felt familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He wanted to kill me the last time. Dao Kuang's eyes flickered continuously. Previously, Lin Ling had said that he would kill Dao Kuang a month later. This meant that Lin Ling had said these words to Dao Kuang a month ago, but Dao Kuang had not seen Lin Ling in the past month, and now Lin Ling said that he wanted to kill him the last time. The last time? Could it be? Dao Kuang suddenly had a terrifying thought. The only person who said the same thing to him the last time was the mysterious young man during the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. Could you be the young man who killed the General of Dragons and Tigers during the Battle of Dragons and Tigers? Dao Kuang shouted in horror. His words caused the imperial preceptor and Yun Yifun's eyes to narrow. It's too late to realize that now. A cold voice resounded. Lin Ling was like a god of war descending from the heavens. His dark golden fist was invincible. Crack! The saber in the sky turned golden under the force of the punch and exploded. The force of the punch caused the entire Cloud Sea City to gasp. The punch broke the saber, and it was the saber that broke. Whoosh! Lin Ling's figure went straight for Dao Kuang. His dark golden fist was filled with endless fighting spirit, as if it was the fist of the god of war. Chant! Many people heard the familiar voice, which reminded them of the mysterious youth who was like a dark horse a month ago. At this moment many answers appeared. Why did that young man oppose the imperial advisor's residence? Why did he dare to accept Dao Kuang's challenge? Because that mysterious young man was Lin Ling. Previously many people mocked Lin Ling for giving up the strongest army and choosing a life-and-death battle. It was a foolish move. But now Dao Kuang was the foolish one. He dared to challenge Lin Ling. He was courting death. Boom! A dull sound rang out as the dark golden fist landed on Dao Kuang's chest. Dao Kuang was unable to block it at all. Dao Kuang's eyes widened as a look of disbelief flashed across them. He had lost. But in reality he'd lost a long time ago. No matter how formidable the great figures he'd summoned were, no matter what schemes he'd used to deceive Lin Ling, the outcome had been decided, and it was death. It was even to the extent that the moment he dared to show off his strength at the Fire Ancient clan, his fate had been decided. His pupils dilated, and he seemed to still be unable to believe that a dignified general like him would actually die here. Bang! Dao Kuang's body exploded apart. There was no blood and flesh that rained down, and it transformed into boundless golden light instead. It was like he was a golden rock that had been blasted apart by Lin Ling's punch, and the rock transformed into golden powder. That was the might of the fist of the war god, and it obliterated everything. Lin Ling walked over amidst the boundless golden light. His calm appearance and slender figure caused the surroundings and even the entire city to become deathly silent. Dao Kuang had lost. Lin Ling didn't just possess a formidable force. His own strength was extremely terrifying as well. It's you, Dao Kuang. Tian Xuanzi's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Lin Ling. For some reason he suddenly felt regret. When Lin Ling killed Yang Fading and his brother, he didn't ask about the process or who was right and who was wrong. He domineeringly sent Lin Ling to his death. The price he paid for that was that Lin Ling had humiliated him over and over again. He'd lost face during the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger, and now he'd lost even more face. He's that young man from the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger. Lin Yiming from 14th Brother's side. Great, so Lin Yiming is Lin Ling. No wonder he's always going against me. The Crown Prince was observing the situation from afar as well, and his face instantly turned livid when he saw Lin Ling who'd risen up like a dazzling star. During the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger, the mysterious young man had taken out a large amount of spirit ginseng fruits, so it wasn't difficult to guess that the young man's spirit ginseng fruits were definitely from the late Emperor's treasure. Since the young man from the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger was Lin Ling, it meant that Lin Ling had obtained the late Emperor's treasure. Most importantly, Lin Ling wasn't just talented, he was also terrifyingly intelligent. He actually knew how to hide his identity and use other methods to suppress his opponent, humiliating his opponent to the point that he couldn't even show his face. You're here to avenge your father when I forced him to his death, right? Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong opponent. The Crown Prince's voice was low, But then he smiled, however, "You're much stronger than your father. In that case, you're barely qualified to be my opponent." Monstrous waves had arisen throughout the entire city because of Lin Ling, and it seemed deathly silent for a time. "The enemy has been dealt with, and I can answer to my brothers. Let's go." Ignoring the shocked gazes around him, Lin Ling walked back and spoke to the Flame Corps. "Yes, General." Yes. Everyone's blood boiled. This was their general. Even if he had to go against the entire world, he wouldn't be afraid and would still seek justice for his brothers. Such a general was worth following for a lifetime. At this moment, many people's loyalty to Lin Ling came from the bottom of their hearts. Many years later, they would follow the Fire Ancient clan. As for State Preceptor Tian Xuanzi and the others, they were filled with killing intent, but they could only watch as Lin Ling proudly left. After all, Lin Ling had come for revenge. If they wanted to seek justice, then they would have to face the crusade of all of Lin Ling's forces. That wasn't a situation they wanted to see. When two tigers fought, only the crown prince would benefit. Therefore, they could only remain silent. "My Buddha is merciful. Aren't you afraid that your martial heart will become unstable after going on a killing spree?" Calm. Right at this moment, a calm voice resounded. Under numerous gazes, a large number of figures walked over from afar. All of them wore golden robes, were bald, and had benevolent appearances. They weren't old, and the leader was a young man around 25 years old. Their pace wasn't fast, but it seemed to have a mysterious charm. Especially the young man in the lead. He was also bald, but his body emitted golden light from time to time, as if he was a Vajra Arhat. People from Sublime Cord Temple. Yes. State Preceptor Tian Xuanzi frowned. He knew where these people came from, and also knew that the forces behind them were extremely terrifying. "You have a problem." Chapter 339. Golden Buddha Bronze Sound Formation. Lin Ling also sensed that although the young man was at the same level as Wen Bingxian, his strength was obviously more than just a bit stronger than her. It looked like the Sky Spirit Realm was the same as the Earth Spirit Realm. There were differences in strength between those of the same level, and the level of the spirit body determined the difference. "You're too sharp. If this continues, you'll surely be possessed by evil spirits and ultimately suffer from cultivation deviation." The young man put his hands together and spoke with extreme calmness. "You don't need to worry about that. What do you want to do?" Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the person. At the same time, the second prince also walked over and spoke a few words into Lin Ling's ear with a serious expression. The Sublime Cord Temple, the only sect recognized by the Cloud Sea Empire. It was said that this sect was devoted to kindness and could communicate with the heavens and earth, seeing through the past and present of others. It was the highest sect of the Cloud Sea Empire. The Empress Dowager was one of its believers. It was obvious that this strength had something to do with the Empress Dowager. The depth of its foundation was naturally greater than that of the imperial tutor's residence and the various princes. The bald young man was called Yinzenzi, and was also a great general of the 108 stars, ranked number 28. It was obvious that Lin Ling's sharp edge today had displeased the Empress Dowager. "Buddha is merciful. Your killing intent is too strong, so this one wishes to expel it so that you can be a sensible person from now on and belong to the Sublime Cord Temple." Yinzenzi spoke faintly. "Haha." Lin Ling laughed heartily. He suddenly felt like he'd returned to the previous world. He hadn't thought that there would be Buddhas in this world. He had a heart of worship for Buddha. But there were true Buddhas and false Buddhas. For example, some people use Buddha's reputation to fish for compliments and steal from the world. These were not uncommon, and Lin Ling felt extreme disdain for such people. Buddha was sincere and worthy of reverence, but he wouldn't allow others to use Buddha to slander him. "What right do you have to decide my future? If you want me to belong to you, isn't that the same as imprisoning me? Do you think I'm stupid?" Looking at the calm Yinzenzi, Lin Ling indifferently smiled. Yinzenzi's face was still calm. "Your Excellency, the demonic nature is too strong. But I know that this is not your original intention. You are just blinded by the clouds of the world. Please return to Tian'an Temple. Don't speak as if you have seen through the prosperity of the world. If you really have Buddha in your heart, why are you one of the 108 general stars? Could it be that the Buddhists were still unable to let go of fame and fortune? Therefore, let me remind you that Buddha needs to be revered. People like you who use Buddha's name to steal from the world will face retribution sooner or later. Lin Ling's face suddenly turned cold, and the words of ridicule floated out from his mouth. The young man's pupils shrank. Clearly, he did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to humiliate him. The people around also sucked in a breath of cold air. Tianyin Temple is a supreme sect. It has always been centered on justice and benevolence. However, in Lin Ling's words, it was a group of people who stole from the world. Are you trying to say that the title of General Star was given by the Cloud Sea Empire? It's what everyone wants. It's not what you want. Please don't use this old excuse. If you are really righteous and benevolent, why didn't you come out when I killed Dao Kuang, but after Dao Kuang died you came out? Your goal is to capture me, isn't it? But Dao Kuang is still alive, and you don't have a convincing excuse to capture me, so you need to sacrifice Dao Kuang. I've seen Buddhas before, but not like you. Lin Ling's sneer became thicker, but every word was like a gem. Many people secretly nodded. If what Lin Ling said was true, then this Yin Zhenzi was too shameless and despicable. Using the name of Buddha, he pretended to be righteous and benevolent. In fact, he wanted to find an excuse to convict Lin Ling. A cold light flashed in the depths of Yin Zhenzi's eyes, and a wave of anger rippled in his heart. Obviously, he did have such thoughts, but Lin Ling said it out loud in front of everyone, which was undoubtedly equivalent to giving him a slap in the face. His hypocrisy, whether others believe it or not, was also exposed to the world. Sire, it seems that you have entered the devil's barrier. You must be cleansed by the Buddha's voice. Yin Zhenzi's voice also became colder, but he still pretended to be righteous and benevolent. It seemed that he represented justice, and whatever Lin Ling said was false. It was like he was a devil's barrier. 49 Buddhas come out. Golden Buddha bronze sound array. Yin Zhenzi said indifferently. Behind him, a large number of disciples in robes walked out. They sat cross-legged and slowly chanted Buddhist scriptures. Sire, you don't have to worry. I will remove the devil's barrier for you. You should try not to resist. Only in this way can your heart be clear. Yin Zhenzi's calm voice came out. He was extremely shameless. He was obviously going to attack Lin Ling. But he still said that he was thinking for the other party. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Towards this kind of sanctimonious guy, a murderous intent rose in his heart. But at this time, Endless Buddha's voice came, forming a huge transcendence golden body. Notes circled around Lin Ling. It seemed to represent the sound of justice. And this attack was a soul attack, only targeting Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling! Everyone anxiously shouted. They were also angry at Yin Zhenzi's shamelessness. It's okay. Everyone, don't come over. At this moment Lin Ling's voice came out, which shocked everyone. Lin Ling didn't seem to need their help. Could he really be affected by the Sublime Cord Temple's heavenly voice? At this moment, Yin Zhenzi's eyes turned cold. This was the Golden Buddha bronze sound array. It was set up by 49 children. These children had special innate spirit bodies, and were compatible with sound wave martial arts. As long as the person was surrounded by the sound array, if his soul spirit wasn't strong enough, he would be stunned by the sound of justice and be brought back by the Sublime Cord Temple. By then, the Sublime Cord Temple could say that this person had been possessed by the devil, and had to be brought back to the Sublime Cord Temple to cleanse the devil. In the history of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they had used this method to capture countless experts alive. When those experts were captured, the world didn't sympathize with them. Instead, they felt that those experts had the devil's nature in their hearts. Hence, they revered the Sublime Cord Temple even more. This child must die. Subsequently, Yin Zhenzi sat cross-legged and constantly chanted the Buddha's voice. As for Lin Ling, he was extremely delighted. He didn't expect that when these bald donkeys chanted the Buddha's voice together, it actually formed a force of heaven and earth. It was the force of heaven and earth's justice. This was a rare opportunity. He had to use this force of justice to open one of the 8 doors again. Lin Ling also sat cross-legged and used the tadpole-like sounds to constantly attack the 8 doors in his body. It seems like Lin Ling has been captured. When the marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi, saw Lin Ling sitting cross-legged, he thought that Lin Ling's soul spirit was attacked by the Buddha's voice. He instantly sneered. After all, the soul spirit attack of 49 children was extremely terrifying. The third prince was also rejoicing in Jiang Yi's misfortune. This enemy was finally eliminated. They sneered as they waited for Lin Ling to become a cripple. However, things weren't that simple. A moment later, a languid and indifferent voice echoed from the Buddha's voice. I say, did you guys not eat? This voice of justice is too weak. Sigh. Chapter 340. Breaking the array. This kid's demon heart is stronger than expected. Everyone, increase your strength. Veins popped out on Yin Zhenzi's forehead. Lin Ling's words seemed to be mocking them, causing his heart to turn cold. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A sound like a bronze bell reverberated in the air, and the entire city was filled with the sound of Buddha's voice. What a terrifying sound wave attack. Everyone was shocked. Even those standing far away were affected. It was difficult to imagine what sort of suffering Lin Ling would suffer at the center of it. However, at this moment, Lin Ling wasn't in as much pain as they'd imagined. His soul force was extremely powerful, and the 49 people's golden Buddha copper sound formation didn't affect him at all. Instead, he relied on the powerful sound of justice to attack the 8 gates. At present, he relied on the world's battle intent, killing intent, and poison to open the gate of opening, gate of healing, and gate of life. Now the 4th gate of pain was slowly opening. Once the 8 gates were opened, the demonic flames would enter his body. Not good. This sound of justice is still lacking in ferocity. Sensing the changes in his body, Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. The golden Buddha copper sound formation wasn't as strong as he'd imagined, causing the opening of the gates to be too slow. This slow speed caused Lin Ling's blood to surge, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He's bleeding. Suddenly, someone shouted in surprise, causing the Grand Preceptor and the others to sneer even more. Disciples of Buddha, heed my command. Increase the strength of the Buddha's voice. Yin Zhenzi was delighted, and an even louder sound of justice surged towards Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that the reason Lin Ling was bleeding was because the sound of justice was too weak, causing the opening of the gates to be obstructed. Now that Yin Zhenzi and the others had increased the strength of the Buddha's voice, this was what Lin Ling wanted to see. Because the golden Buddha copper sound formation was larger, Lin Ling wouldn't be injured, and the success rate of opening the gate of pain would be higher. Just like when a cultivator was at the critical point of breaking through, if there weren't enough external resources, then the cultivator would be in danger of being injured. However, if there were an endless supply of external resources, then the cultivator's breakthrough would be smoother. Right now, the voice of justice was the resource for a breakthrough. The stronger it was, the better. The 4th door is about to open. I have to get them to put in more effort. Lin Ling thought. He bit his tongue, and another drop of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He's injured again. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Yin Zhenzi's spirit was shaken once more as he frantically exerted his strength. Behind him, the foreheads of the Buddhist children were full of sweat, but success or failure depended on this one move. Therefore, they all gave it their all and worked hard. A moment later, with a poof, the 49 arhats' faces turned pale and they all spat out a mouthful of blood. Today, they had used up all their energy to set up the golden Buddha copper sound formation. Now all of them were injured. Even Yin Zhenzi's face was somewhat pale, as if he had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. His soul force had been severely depleted. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The arhats who set up the formation were all injured. Lin Ling's fate was foreseeable. When they looked at Lin Ling again, their eyes were wide open. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was in the center, floated up. His long hair fluttered and his face was calm. A mysterious aura was emitted from his body. Although his realm did not increase, everyone could sense that Lin Ling seemed to have opened something and broken through the limits of the human body. As for injuries, Lin Ling seemed to be stronger than before. What was going on? The Imperial Preceptor and the rest were all gaping in disbelief. Thanks to your care, the gate of pain of the 8 doors has finally opened. At this moment, an indifferent voice was heard. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of light flickered in his eyes. Opening the 8 doors? Linling was actually using the Golden Buddha copper sound formation to open the 8 doors, and it seemed to have succeeded. This meant that not only did the Golden Buddha copper sound formation not kill Linling, but it also increased Linling's strength. Poof! The faces of the Arhats were as ugly as death. They spat out another mouthful of blood, and some Arhats completely fainted. Poof! Yin Junzi was stunned for a moment, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. They had spent so much effort, but it was actually a wedding dress for the enemy. The voice of justice is just this. If the heart is not righteous, how can there be justice? Linling floated down, and his handsome face carried a touch of indifference and mockery. He walked step by step towards Yin Junzi. Your demonic nature is more terrifying than I imagined. Even the Golden Buddha copper sound formation could not subdue you. Yin Junzi gritted his teeth, and there was no trace of the calm and benevolent look he had at the beginning. Demonic nature? Linling snorted. This Yin Junzi attacked him in the name of justice. After he broke the formation, he still shamelessly accused him, as if to say that he, Yin Junzi, was the side of justice, representing the Sublime Sound Temple, and no matter what he did, it was evil. Good and evil are in the heart. You said that I am a demon, but why is your voice of justice not affecting me? Linling asked coldly. Yin Junzi's face changed a little. In fact, he was also wondering what the reason was. You can't say it, right? Then I will tell you. It is because your heart is not righteous. You are just wearing the cloak of justice and using the banner of justice. What a joke. If your heart is not righteous, what is the use of the cloak of justice? Linling spoke with an overbearing aura. You said you are righteous. May I ask if you helped with the war in the Sky Fragrance Ancient City? Let me ask you again. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is changing. Countless clans and factions have been submerged. The ones suffering are the commoners. Where is your benevolence? I am not a saint, but at least I am not fighting for my own selfish interests. I am fighting for the peace of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Can you compare? The so-called justice of the Sublime Sound Temple is actually built on tyrannical strength. If you are strong, you will tell others that you are righteous. If others oppose you, you will obliterate them. Your justice comes from this. A few sentences were like the brilliance of heaven's prowess. It was like the voice of justice that floated in the entire Cloud Sea City. At this moment, Yin Junzi had no words to refute. He took a step back with a stomp while his eyes congealed. With regards to Linling's words, many of them agreed in their hearts. Everything that Linling had done was obvious to all. At least as compared to the Heaven Cord Temple, Linling was much more open and upright, and he had contributed much more to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Was Yin Junzi qualified to talk about justice and benevolence in front of Linling? Linling. Yin Junzi's eyes were burning with flames. His cloak of justice had been torn apart by Linling. His ugly face was exposed to the world. The mysterious Sublime Sound Temple didn't seem to be as righteous and benevolent as imagined. My Buddha is merciful. No matter how eloquent your tongue is, it is all lies to mislead the masses. No matter what, I will bring you back to the Sublime Sound Temple today. Yin Junzi seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. Bring them up. With a wave of his hand, 2 boys walked out from the crowd and brought along 2 young ladies. The 2 young ladies were tied up, and their eyes were revealing anger. Yu Xiaolan. Looking at the 2 young ladies, Linling's expression instantly changed. There was a surge of anger in his heart. Chapter 341. You deserve to die. Yu was Linling's first relative in this world. Back then, in order to save Linling, Qin Xiaolan searched the prairie without fear of death. If it wasn't for Qin Xiaolan, Linling would have been dead. This kindness made Linling treat Qin Xiaolan as his relative. Sublime Cord Temple's actions are too shameful. Previously, Linling tore apart Sublime Cord Temple's mask of hypocrisy. So Sublime Cord Temple is cutting off all means of retreat. Are they shameless? Many people felt that Yin Junzi's actions were extremely shameful. It was common knowledge that family members shouldn't be implicated. However, it was the righteous and benevolent Sublime Cord Temple that did this. I only want to bring Linling back. Everything else isn't important. If I don't go to hell, who will? Yin Junzi seemed to have heard the disdainful voices. He spoke indifferently and still waved the banner of justice. It was as though everything he did was for the Heaven Mystic's kingdom to quieten down. Linling, come back with me. Otherwise they will die. Zhenzi looked at Linling and said. He was waiting for Linling's reply. He also believed that Linling had no choice. You deserve to die. Linling's voice was as cold as the netherworld. His long hair fluttered in the wind. A killing aura extended from his body, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Linling's killing aura was so strong. However, Linling didn't answer Zhenzi's question. Instead, he said that Zhenzi deserved to die. What did that mean? Could Linling be planning to give up on the two girls and use the Flame Legion to suppress Zhenzi? I know your army is very strong, and you have many experts supporting you. However, are you really going to give up on the lives of these two girls? Zhenzi's eyes flickered. He brought Yu and Qin Xiaolin up and floated in midair. Obviously, he intended to let Linling deliver himself to his doorstep. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee the lives of Yu and Qin Xiaolin. The sound of Heaven Temple is shameless enough. Do they think they can take people away just because they have the ability to fly? At this moment, Sovereign King Li's cold voice rang out. He took a huge step forward and soared into the skies. Clearly, he wanted to help Linling save Yu and Li Wuyo. Sublime Cord Temple is a supreme sect. Sovereign King Li, it's best if you don't interfere. Just then a figure blocked Sovereign King Li. It was Wang Haiwang. Obviously, the Imperial Preceptor's side would not let Linling do as he wished. They would stop Linling and let Zhenzi capture Yu. However, there weren't many people in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom who could fly. Zhenzi had obviously thought of this point, which was why he dared to bring Yu and the others away from the sky. As for the experts behind Linling, they would all be stopped by the Third Prince's men. As for the powerful Flame Legion, they didn't have any experts in the Sky Spirit realm, so there was nothing they could do. Zhenzi's plan was very good. He had completely grasped Linling. With Linling's character, he would definitely go to the Sublime Cord Temple personally to save the two girls. By then it would be a dead end. The crowd from afar sighed silently. They could see the situation. Linling would have no choice but to do nothing. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked towards Linling. However, at the next moment, everyone's eyes narrowed. The youth on the ground was emitting a cold murderous intent. Behind his slender body, a pair of wings formed by blue and white flames appeared. He then turned into a thunderbolt and flew towards Zhenzi in the sky. Linling was only at the Earth Spirit realm, but he could actually fly. At this moment, everyone present looked at the sky in a daze. The shock in their hearts couldn't be any greater. That was the first Earth Spirit realm martial artist in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom who could fly. What? Zhenzi's eyes narrowed. It was as though a meteor had shot out from the corner of his eyes. A black giant sword slashed over heavily with unparalleled astral winds. Not only could Linling fly, but his speed was also extremely fast. Bell chime shield. Boom! At the crucial moment, Zhenzi yelled out. His entire body flickered with golden light. A resplendent golden bell appeared and protected him firmly. Dong! The giant sword slashed under the golden bell. Golden stars shone brightly. Zhenzi's body was swept away by the tyrannical power. He might not be injured, but Yu and the girl in his hands had been saved by Linling. Bastard! Boom! Zhenzi yelled out. He was actually saved by Linling from his hands. One had to know that he was a prodigy ranked over 20 among the 108 general stars. He had been nurtured by the Sublime Cord Temple since young, and was the #1 prodigy of the Sublime Cord Temple. As for Linling, he was only in the Earth Spirit realm. If it wasn't for the large number of experts behind him, Zhenzi would be able to kill him with one hand. But now, such a junior had snatched people from his hands. It was like slapping him in the face. Bam! On the ground, Linling flew back and hugged Yu and Qin Xiaolin respectively. The two girls wanted to say something but were stopped by Linling. Linling looked coldly at the sky, killing intent spreading out at this moment. You're already dead. No! An unquestionable voice floated out of Linling's mouth, causing many people to inhale sharply. Dead. Linling actually said that Zhenzi was dead. Was he going to kill Zhenzi? But Linling's strength came from his faction. His own strength was at most invincible in the earth spirit realm. But Yin Junzi was the #1 prodigy of the Sublime Chord Temple, and a powerful sky spirit realm cultivator. You want to kill me? Yes. Yin Junzi's voice was extremely cold in the sky. So what? Lin Ling's wings spread out, allowing him to fly into the sky like a god of fire and observe Yin Junzi from afar. His actions at this moment represented everything. Lin Ling was indeed going to kill Yin Junzi. Such arrogance. Lin Ling is much younger than Yin Junzi. If given time, he might be able to surpass Yin Junzi, but it's impossible now. Bam! The surrounding crowd was shocked. Even the royal advisor's residents, the second prince, and the others were surprised. They didn't expect Lin Ling to dare challenge Yin Junzi. Lin Ling, don't be rash. Yin Junzi is the 28th prodigy among the 108 general stars. He has 2 9th-grade spirit physiques. You're not his match now. The second prince, Yunishuan, said anxiously. The top 30 prodigies of the 108 general stars were all hidden experts. They rarely appeared in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but all the major factions knew that there was a group of dragons hidden in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Their ambition was the Cloud region. You heard the second prince, right? Do you still have the confidence to kill me now? Kill. Yin Junzi looked at Lin Ling coldly, and wanted to see Lin Ling's expression of regret. After all, Lin Ling didn't know how powerful he was previously. Now that he knew, how could Lin Ling not be afraid? A pity that Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent as he spoke indifferently. I will still kill you. Kill. It was a simple statement, but it was filled with determination, which caused everyone's eyes to contract again. Even though he knew how powerful Yin Junzi was, Lin Ling still dared to challenge him. Was there nothing he didn't dare to do? A surge of battle intent extended out from the sky. Everyone in the Cloud Sea City was staring at the sky. The battle in the sky was a battle between the 108 general stars prodigies. Yin Junzi's strength isn't weak. In the previous 100 generals tournament I nearly lost to him. Does this youth think he can be arrogant just because he defeated Dao Kuang? Chapter 342. Breaking through defense were all 108 general stars, but there's a huge divide between the top 30 and the top 30. An Earth Spirit Realm cultivator dares to challenge a Sky Spirit Realm cultivator? He's courting death. Far away, the 108 peak heavenly general stars were indifferently conversing. Their circle only had geniuses and trash, and Yin Junzi was a genius. He had the qualifications to step into their circle, but Lin Ling was nevertheless trash. Presently, he had risen to fame only by relying on power, so they did not place him in their eyes. You still want to kill me? It looks like your recent rise to fame has made you unable to see yourself clearly. Although you've killed Dao Kuang, that doesn't mean everything. When I participated in the Battle of 100 Generals, you were still in the beginning stages of martial arts. In the sky, Yin Junzi looked at Lin Ling faintly. The golden light around his body became even more dazzling as a Buddha appeared behind him. This was his Buddha-sound innate spiritual body. It was of the 9th rank and was extremely powerful. I know you're a genius of the older generation, but that doesn't mean anything. You don't need to talk about your background and origins so high and mighty. That won't stop me from killing you. Lin Ling's aura was also displayed. Flames boiled, making him look like a flame god flying in the sky. You're still arrogant even now. Then I'll let you know who you are. Yin Junzi put his palms together as an ancient aura spread out. The Buddha sound reverberated in the ears and shook the clouds. The golden Buddha sound materialized and surged towards Lin Ling like layers of the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Facing the tyrannical Buddha sound attack, Lin Ling spread his wings and turned into a white light that pierced through the sky. His flying speed is so fast. He actually dodged all of the Buddha sound. Looking at the sky, the crowd below sucked in a breath of cold air. An Earth Spirit Realm cultivator with such flying ability was too heaven-defying. They also saw that Yin Junzi's endless Buddha sound attack couldn't touch Lin Ling at all. Yin Junzi's expression turned ugly. He was a genius of the Sky Spirit Realm, but he couldn't kill an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator in one move. This was a disgrace. He said coldly, "Do you only know how to run? Didn't you say you could represent everything? Why is it that you have no other choice but to goad me into action?" An illusory voice came from the sky. It was Lin Ling's mocking voice. Of course, Lin Ling could tell that Yin Jinzi was trying to goad him. Yin Jinzi wanted Lin Ling to stop retreating and choose to meet force with force. It was extremely ironic to hear such words from a sky spirit realm cultivator. However, so what if he tried to goad him? Lin Ling needed to escape? Fire dance, bright sun. The cold voice sounded again. Above the sky, a remnant sun streaked across the horizon, and a huge heavy sword slashed at Yin Jinzi. Lin Ling made his move. What's the use? It's just the bite of a mosquito. Yin Jinzi smiled faintly as an ancient golden bell appeared and firmly protected him. It was the bell chime cover. Dong! The tyrannical greatsword slashed the bell chime cover, and a deafening sound rang out. Many people watched intently. They saw Lin Ling slashing out with his sword in the sky, but the bell chime shield was firmly protecting Yin Jinzi, keeping him safe and sound. This defensive martial art is so strong. Many people sucked in a cold breath. With a powerful innate spirit body and terrifying intent, Yin Jinzi was already in an invincible position. No one below the sky spirit realm would be able to break through his defense. This is your trump card to kill me? Within the bell chime cover, Yin Jinzi raised his eyes and looked indifferently at Lin Ling. His words thick with disdain. What a strong defense. Lin Ling's gaze sharpened. Yin Jinzi's foundation level was higher than his. This was the truth, so his fire dance bright sun technique didn't seem to do much damage. However, that was all there was to it. Lin Ling had countless trump cards and the Heavenly King mirror image steps. He was already in an invincible position, so why would he fear Yin Jinzi? War God Fist chant. Reaching out his left hand, Lin Ling's dark golden fist blossomed with radiance as he blasted a fist at the bell chime cover. Dong! The deafening sound echoed again, but this time the bell chime cover had fine cracks. It was obvious that the war god martial art was able to shake the terrifying bell chime cover. What? Yin Jinzi's pupils changed. An Earth Spirit Realm Junior was actually able to shake the bell chime cover. Although it hadn't been broken, it was still extremely terrifying. This also meant that this youth's comprehension of the concept of war god had reached perfection. In Yin Jinzi's memories, this youth was the only one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who could reach the perfection stage of the War God Mountain's martial art. The Heaven Spirit Realm is only SOSO, right? Looking at the result, Lin Ling's expression turned indifferent. Don't be complacent. Previously, you only used your full strength, but it still didn't break the bell chime cover and only cracked it. Now it is my turn. Yin Jinzi's expression was extremely unpleasant. Is that so? Lin Ling obviously didn't intend for Yin Jinzi to make a move. He tightened his grip on the sword, and right at this moment endless flames gathered from heaven and earth, turning his cloud-patterned black sword into a flaming giant sword. At the same time, Lin Ling's body was incinerated by the flames. This abnormal situation caused Yin Jinzi's eyes to narrow. He didn't understand what kind of martial art Lin Ling was executing, but in the next moment, his heart suddenly panicked. The youth appeared again not far away, and this time he was formed by the flames. A destructive aura presence rippled out, and the youth seemed to be controlling the taboo flames. You were so confident that I couldn't break your defense. Now let's try again. A voice that sounded like it came from the underworld echoed. The scorching flaming giant sword was like a taboo sword that descended from the sky and slashed at the giant golden bell that was floating in the sky. First generation fire art. Heavenly Fire Prairie. Dong! This time, the momentum was even more majestic as the endless flames burned the golden bell. Pa! 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 The golden bell began to crack and actually melted like water. Inside the golden bell, Yin Jinzi's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated and avoided the taboo flames. The fusion of two fire attribute spirit bodies formed a first-generation fire art that was so terrifying. Boom! Just as he flew away, there was an explosion in the sky like a blazing sun exploding. That dazzling radiance spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea City. At the same time, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out. Your defense doesn't seem to be as strong as you said. In the distance, Yin Jinzi had an extremely ugly expression and was extremely gloomy. He was actually speechless for a moment. Everyone below was looking at the sky with shock. Lin Ling actually allowed Yin Jinzi's formidable defensive martial art to be broken. Lin Ling gave them such a shocking and intense feeling. That power of flames was definitely the number one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Furthermore, Lin Ling actually had the upper hand when fighting with a Heaven Spirit Realm prodigy with the strength of an Earth Spirit Realm. This was truly a challenge that transcended realms. Right now, don't you feel that what you said just now was a slap to your own face? Ignoring the astonished gazes below, Lin Ling spoke indifferently, causing Yinzhenzi's expression to turn even more unsightly. Previously, when Yinzhenzi spoke about his origin and strength, he was mocking Lin Ling's ignorance and didn't know the strength of a Heaven Spirit Realm expert. But right now, Lin Ling used his flames to heavily slap his face. So what if it was the bell chime cover? Chapter 343. Flame Annihilation. You're very strong. I've underestimated you. Sigh. Yinzhenzi finally spoke after standing quietly in the air for a moment. He knew that he'd indeed underestimated the youth. He'd thought that the youth was an ant that could be taken seriously only because of the support of various experts. But he'd been wrong. Lin Ling's strength didn't come from the support of various experts, but from his potential and potential. Lin Ling also possessed two types of innate spirit constitutions, but he could combine them to form an even stronger flame attack. That kind of power could shake the initial stage of the Sky Spirit Realm. Although Yinzhenzi's cultivation level was higher, he hadn't reached the point where he could combine innate spirit constitutions. Therefore, although Lin Ling wasn't in the Sky Spirit Realm, he was absolutely the strongest in the Earth Spirit Realm. You should be honored to force me to use another trump card. You're also the first Earth Spirit Realm cultivator to force me to use another powerful innate spirit constitution. Yinzhenzi's aura rippled as an ancient voice shook his body, ringing out like a great bell. His body suddenly grew in size, the color of bronze like an angry Vajra. Rumble. Thunder rippled as a vortex appeared in the clouds in the distance, seeming to confirm the arrival of a powerful cultivator. Vajra true body. Yinzhenzi was like a Vajra descending to the mortal world at this moment. His entire body displayed unparalleled strength, as if he wanted to vanquish demons and demons. He then waved his hand lightly, causing popping sounds to ring out as the air exploded. Just a light wave of his hand had brought about such power. This innate spirit constitution was extremely terrifying. As expected of the 25th ranked general, the crowd below sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated again, afraid of being affected by the battle in the sky. And far off in the distance, the young geniuses that were ranked even higher faintly smiled. They already knew that Lin Ling was only fighting back like a cornered beast, and that this was his final counterattack before death. But as long as Yinzhenzi revealed his terrifying talent spirit body, then Lin Ling's arrogance would be nothing but a joke. The top 30 of the 108 generals, that world isn't something you can understand. Yinzhenzi's voice was much lower. He didn't choose to passively defend this time, but rather to take the initiative to attack. He strode forward and instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. Rumble. The punch was like a thunderbolt descending. There was no fancy martial arts, no profound concept, just a fist that returned to its original state. However, this punch seemed to represent the Vajra fist. It was also his trump card, the innate spirit body. What a powerful force. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he lightly blocked with the greatsword in his hand. Then the heaven realm wings on his back flapped, allowing him to dodge Yinzhenzi's terrifying punch like an agile eagle. He sensed that Yinzhenzi's innate spirit body seemed to have borrowed some kind of mysterious power. If this is all you have, then you must die today. Yinzhenzi's expression was calm as he strode forward and caught up to Lin Ling once more. Another punch was thrown out. Vajra fist. In your dreams. There was no time to think. The sword in Lin Ling's hand burst into dazzling flames, and he slashed out at the fist. Rumble. The fist and sword collided, and an invisible shockwave rippled out. Lin Ling's body was instantly sent flying. Although he had blocked Yinzhenzi's attack, many people could still see that Lin Ling was doomed. You should be proud to be able to fight with me until now. Now you can die. Yinzhenzi's mouth revealed a cold smile, and the aura on his body became even more vigorous. His huge fist turned into a palm, and he suddenly slapped out. Vajra demon exterminating palm. A terrifying thing happened. Yinzhenzi's huge arm suddenly became as huge as a mountain. His palm turned into a small mountain and slapped towards Lin Ling. Rumble! The shockwave rippled out, and even the ground under the sky cracked. Lin Ling couldn't avoid it. The Vajra demon exterminating palm was too huge. Vajra true body. Borrowing the power of the ancient Vajra to enhance one's body, it reaches the realm of invincibility. In the distance, the top geniuses all sneered, as if they weren't surprised that Jinzi would use that move. Perhaps only they knew how terrifying that move was. It could absolutely obliterate any early-stage sky spirit realm cultivator. They'd even seen Jinzi's palm shatter a mountain peak. That kind of power was beyond the limits of the human body. Retreat, it's too terrifying. That palm can break a mountain. The Vajra palm seemed to come from the horizon, and countless people below looked terrified as they fled in all directions. As for the Fire Ancient Clan, the Flame Legion, and the others, their faces were solemn. Lin Ling was the strongest among his peers, but his opponent had cultivated for a longer time than Lin Ling, so he was much stronger than Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was their flag and their backbone, so if Lin Ling didn't retreat, they wouldn't take refuge. Right now, they could only pray that Lin Ling could avoid that powerful attack. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling stood quietly in the sky. His long hair fluttered in the strong winds, but his expression was still cold. At this moment, his entire body was emitting a boundless fighting spirit. His fighting spirit was boiling. The fighting spirit actually merged with the two great concepts of fire in his body, forming a mysterious power of three great concepts. A formless hot wind spread out from Lin Ling's left fist. Gradually, his entire arm turned into a flaming arm. He didn't retreat and seems to want to fight back. Heavens, where does his confidence come from? That's a terrifying palm strike from a top sky spirit realm general. It wasn't hard to guess Lin Ling's actions, but it shocked countless people to the core. At this moment, regardless of whether the youth won or lost, lived or died, he'd left a heavy shadow in everyone's hearts. Unparalleled fighting spirit and fearlessness in the face of a powerful enemy. This was Lin Ling of the Fire Ancient Clan. Breaking a mountain with one palm. Then I'll break a city with one fist. A cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing Jinzi's gaze to sharpen in the distance. Fiery annihilation. In the next moment, a fist filled with boundless fighting spirit and endless flames punched out, as if it wanted to break through the restraints of heaven and earth. This was the strongest technique of the three great concepts, and also Lin Ling's strongest trump card. Jinzi was very strong, but he relied on his cultivation realm to surpass Lin Ling. However, he could only use one innate spirit body, while Lin Ling could use three at the same time. Pop 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 pop. The enormous flaming fist seemed to break free of the restraints of space, and heavily collided with the giant golden palm under countless dumbfounded gazes. Rumble rumble rumble. The air exploded as the fist and palm collided in the sky. The flames and the giant golden palm collided. At first, the two powerful attacks were locked in a stalemate, but in the next moment countless rays of light shot out from where the giant flaming fist and the giant golden palm came into contact. They were like beams of light as thick as an arm, and those beams of light instantly pierced through the giant golden palm. Pop pop pop. Cracks appeared on the giant golden palm, and then it burned. Boom! The entire sky was set ablaze by heavenly fire. The giant golden palm was blasted apart. Everyone below was shocked. Chapter 344. Inner City of Flames. No. Jinzi's eyes opened wide. That was the fist of the ancient war god, and it seemed to want to smash his Vajra into pieces. At this moment, he was suddenly dazed, and an irresistible thought arose in his heart. He'd never imagined that a junior at the Earth Spirit realm would actually possess three great intents, and be able to combine them to form an extremely terrifying attack. The fist of the war god. It seemed to be the martial technique of the ancient war god. However, wasn't the war god's fist a martial art that only the previous emperor had learned? In a short instant, many thoughts flowed through Jinzi's mind, but he felt even more regret. He'd come on behalf of the Sublime Cord Temple, and thought that capturing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping his hand. But he'd never imagined that while Lin Ling wasn't a genius of the older generation, Lin Ling's brilliance had caught up to him a long time ago. Bang! The enormous flaming fist smashed into Jinzi, causing his enormous body to cave in as if he'd been flattened. At the same time, endless flames incinerated him and turned him into ash in the end. Junzi had lost. After that, the enormous flaming fist exploded in the sky, and endless flames rained down and incinerated the inner city. If Junzi's Vajra Annihilation Palm was said to possess the might to destroy a mountain, then Fiery Annihilation Palm possessed the strength to destroy a city with a single punch. Silence. The entire city was deathly silent. No one believed Lin Ling when he said he wanted to kill Junzi, but the facts before their eyes left them speechless. As for the geniuses in the distance, they'd stopped talking and frowned as they watched the scene in the distance. They were speechless as well. Lin Ling hadn't just defeated Junzi, he'd slapped their proud general in the face. So what if they were geniuses? Lin Ling was a newcomer, but he'd still crushed them. Lin Ling floated down from the sky with a calm expression on his face. But the hearts of the crowd in the distance only jerked when he landed. The magnificence of the battle from before was something they couldn't forget. This battle would definitely become a classic. Lin Ling became the 28th general out of the 108 general stars, making a name for himself in one battle. Junzi actually lost. It's over, how are we going to explain to Tianyin Temple? After a moment of silence, the frightened voices of the Buddha sons of the Heavenly Sound Temple sounded. Then one of them looked at Lin Ling angrily. Lin Ling, you are so bold. You dare to kill Junzi. The Heavenly Sound Temple will not let you go. You don't know how powerful the Heavenly Sound Temple is. Apparently, Junzi was dead. They were incomparably panicked, afraid that they wouldn't know how to report back. I don't know if the Tianyin Temple will let me off, but I know that I won't let you off. Lin Ling's face was a bit pale. His strongest attack just now had exhausted all of his spirit energy, and this was only because he'd reached the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm. If he was still at the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, he would have already fainted. Kill these hypocritical arhats, don't leave a single one alive. A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the pupils of the surrounding people to constrict again. The Tianyin Temple was the supreme sect of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Even the Empress Dowager was a believer of this ancient sect. Usually, this sect was hidden beyond the 9 heavens, and people could only look up to it and couldn't profane it. But today, Lin Ling wanted to kill all the arhats. Do you know what you are doing? Do you want to offend the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince? All the arhats were in disbelief. They didn't expect Lin Ling to kill them. But their words made many people shake their heads helplessly. At this juncture, these Tianyin Temple disciples were still so arrogant. Weren't they courting death? Is the Crown Prince so great? Kill! Kill! Lin Ling's voice was even colder. The Flame Legion moved out and suppressed those arhats. They had seen it earlier. The so-called Tianyin Temple was just a powerful sect. It had nothing to do with justice and benevolence, and it was extremely shameless and despicable. So in the face of such hypocritical arhats, only killing could purify everything. None of the 49 bodhisattvas managed to escape. The imperial advisor and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces, but they did not dare to interfere. They could only watch as Lin Ling killed the bodhisattvas. To them this was a great humiliation. In front of them, Lin Ling killed the arhats. Did they dare to object? Lin Ling, the Tianyin Temple is related to the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince. If you dare to kill his people, you are in big trouble. The third prince said coldly. It seemed like he didn't want to lose face. If you say one more word, I will kill you too. Kill. But Lin Ling's voice was even colder. It made the third prince's body tremble. Lin Ling actually said in front of everyone that if the third prince said one more word, he would kill the third prince. What did he think the third prince was? A subordinate? A subordinate? You. The third prince had never been humiliated like this. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ling. Just as he was about to say something, he met Lin Ling's cold eyes. For some reason he was afraid. He was afraid of Lin Ling. Perhaps Lin Ling was too dazzling today. He couldn't see through Lin Ling. Or perhaps Junzi attacked Lin Ling's relatives. It made Lin Ling's heart even colder, causing Lin Ling to kill his enemies without mercy. The third prince was silent. He didn't say a word. And that silent attitude made the people in the distance gasp. They could see that the third prince was afraid. One of the competitors of the king of Yunhai was scared by Lin Ling, who wasn't even of the royal bloodline. Lin Ling today completely shocked the city. Retreat! Retreat! Coldly looking at the third prince, Lin Ling finally said. He had wanted to kill the third prince before, because his relatives were his reverse scale. Today they had been captured to threaten him, so his killing intent was incomparably strong. But he was still extremely calm. He knew that if he fought force with force, he might be able to kill the third prince, but the price he would have to pay would be great. It was impossible for the Flame Legion to survive. This wasn't a situation he wanted to see. The day he killed the third prince would be the day he, Lin Ling, would rule the world. No one, no power could stop him. Lin Ling led his army and left in a grandiose manner. On the same spot, the third prince and the others were frowning. Lin Ling had led his army into the inner city for the second time. Compared to the first time, it was even more terrifying this time. The limelight had already overshadowed the third prince and the imperial tutor's residence. He had already become the #1 king under the crown prince. From now on, this place belongs to my Fire Ancient clan. At this time, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. He seemed to want the Fire Ancient clan to have their own territory in the inner city. Usually, people who dared to say such words would definitely be displeased by the various factions. But now, everyone was silent, as if tacitly agreeing with Lin Ling's decision. This place belongs to the Fire Ancient clan. This was a calm sentence, but it was like the king of Yunhai in the past, pointing at the mountains and looking down on the world. Looking at the army that had stirred up the inner city, the various factions in the inner city felt inexplicably complicated. Especially when they saw the inner city that had been destroyed, they had mixed feelings. Chapter 345. Becoming famous in a single battle 3 days later, the storm was still raging. Lin Ling's rise had overshadowed the third prince, and he was now in a fierce battle with the crown prince. More and more forces in Cloud Sea City had joined Lin Ling's side, and many people were starting to think highly of Lin Ling's future. After all, Lin Ling's rise was too fast, and no one doubted his future achievements through his terrifying deeds. It was very important to choose a side, so they gambled. Lin Ling, I've underestimated you. The crown prince's expression was slightly ugly. During the battle in the inner city 3 days ago, Lin Ling's strength had exceeded his imagination, and his ability to rally supporters had shocked him. He even dared to kill the people of the Sublime Cord Temple, and this had allowed Lin Ling to establish a strong reputation. Now Lin Ling's reputation was like the sky, and as the crown prince he couldn't attack Lin Ling in front of everyone. The battle of 100 generals is about to begin, and you'll definitely participate. If you lose, then you'll lose everyone's expectations, and you'll be beaten back to your original state. In fact, the battle of 100 generals will be the day you die. The crown prince said coldly. Currently, everything was pointing to the battle of 100 generals. In the inner city, Lin Ling had his own territory, and so did the Fire Ancient clan. Although that place had been burned beyond recognition by Lin Ling, the second prince's subordinates were powerful, and they had built a large number of buildings in just 3 days for the members of the Fire Ancient clan to live in. Nighttime, the Fire Ancient clan was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of their relocation, so it was naturally lively. The volcano in the outer city had become the ancestral home of the Fire Ancient clan, and the inner city had become their new residence. Lin Ling, you're amazing, and your fame has overshadowed mine. Many people think that you're the most likely person to become the next king of Cloud Sea. Amidst the hubbub, Second Prince Yunixuan looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He said these words without any hesitation. He was not afraid that Lin Ling's achievements would overshadow his master's. Heroes come from young perverted. Sovereign King Li and the others laughed as well. They didn't have any reservations because they knew that the young man didn't care about scholarly honors. His goal was to surpass the existence of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Hence, the day he became a sovereign king, the young man would also abdicate. I say, are you guys praising me or mocking me? Lin Ling laughed helplessly. He no longer felt any pressure talking to these experts. He treated them like friends. Moreover, they were already familiar with each other, so there was no need to be so polite. Haha. The great figures all burst into laughter. Lin Ling was currently in the limelight, but this young man wasn't arrogant and complacent. As long as they didn't overdo it, this young man was actually no different from an ordinary young man. Ling today is a joyous day for our Fire Ancient clan. First, during the battle in the inner city, you displayed the power of flames of the Fire Ancient clan to everyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This is the first time in the history of the Fire Ancient clan, and it is also the most glorious day for our Fire Ancient clan. Second, our Fire Ancient clan is finally qualified to enter the inner city. Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan, stand up and give a toast to Lin Ling. Patriarch Extreme Flame raised his wine cup, and his old eyes were a little hazy. Back then, when Lin Ling returned to the clan from the outside, he was just a weak outer clan descendant. No one would have thought that this young man would bring glory to the Fire Ancient clan. However, Patriarch Extreme Flame bet everything on this young man, allowing him to become a prodigy of this generation. However, this young man didn't disappoint him. In just 2 short years, this young man relied on his own efforts to gradually become stronger. Under the change of era, he protected the Fire Ancient clan and even led the Fire Ancient clan to glory. When he recalled these deeds, it was like a dream. As this young man's grandfather, Patriarch Extreme Flame was exceptionally proud. Especially when he recalled the battle 3 days ago where the flames incinerated the inner city. It made his blood boil. That was the name of the Fire Ancient clan that dominated the inner city. Swish! All the descendants of the Fire Ancient clan stood up, raised their wine cups, and looked at Lin Ling with pride. Lin Ling also had a bowl of wine placed in front of him. He smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to drink with his family, but the Fire Ancient clan had always used big bowls to drink. His alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, but compared to Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others it was much worse. What a big bowl of wine! Lin Ling shook his head helplessly, grabbed the bowl and stood up. No matter how I change, I will always be a descendant of the Fire Ancient clan, because this is my first home. Drink! A loud shout rang out in unison. Everyone's blood boiled, and they drank the wine in their hands in one gulp. Bang! 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 After the wine entered their stomachs, the hot liquid made everyone more heroic, and the wine bowls in their hands fell to the ground. This also represented the pride of the Fire Ancient clan. Cough cough! Lin Ling drank too quickly and choked his throat. Many people laughed, especially Patriarch Extreme Flame, who laughed until tears flowed. No matter how dazzling Lin Ling was in his heart, he would always be a cute little grandson. The second prince and the others also smiled, and then they all raised their wine cups to congratulate Lin Ling. Lin Ling felt even more helpless. These guys were all toasting him, and Patriarch Extreme Flame didn't allow him to use his spirit energy to dissipate the wine. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to leave until he was drunk. Oh, only when everything was quiet did all the big shots leave. Patriarch Extreme Flame smiled and walked towards Lin Ling, and then poured a cup of wine for Lin Ling, making Lin Ling drunk in a hazy state. He could only smile bitterly. The grandfather and grandson laughed and talked about everything under the sun. Patriarch Extreme Flame seemed to be a little drunk, and he talked about his younger days, his proud moments, his embarrassing moments, and so on, which made Lin Ling laugh. Ling have you seen him? After a long time, Patriarch Extreme Flame suddenly whispered. It was him. Lin Ling naturally knew who it was. It was the Crown Prince, the Fire Ancient clan's biggest enemy. We had a first confrontation and he didn't get the upper hand. However, at that time he saw me as an ant, so he didn't care. Lin Ling said lightly. He was talking about the first confrontation with the Crown Prince in the 14th Prince's manor. Good, as expected of the son of my Fire Ancient clan. He didn't lose the first time we met. Although we are indeed ants to him, we can still be proud. Patriarch Extreme Flame said with a gratified smile. At that time he saw me as an ant, but now he doesn't. I'm afraid he already sees me as a great enemy. Lin Ling said with a gentle smile. His laughter was filled with pride. When they first met, the Crown Prince saw Lin Ling as an ant, but now did he dare? Lin Ling was an existence that surpassed the third prince. If the Crown Prince continued to treat Lin Ling as an ant, then the Crown Prince would be the one to suffer. That's right, he definitely won't dare to look down on you now. Ling Grandpa is extremely surprised that you can reach your current height, but Grandpa is still happy for you. Grandpa hopes that one day, you can avenge your father and wash away that shame. Patriarch Extreme Flame was even more gratified. Right now, his hope was on Lin Ling. Looking at his grandfather's white hair and mottled wrinkles, Lin Ling nodded heavily. After so many years, his grandfather still hadn't forgotten. This meant that his father's death was a huge blow to his grandfather, and his father's death was very tragic. The Crown Prince Unitian. Lin Ling secretly clenched his right fist. Oh. Chapter 346. Peaceful Time. In the house, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. When he recalled the cheerful laughter of the Fire Ancient clan members, he smiled slightly. However, he still knew that everything he had now was exchanged with his strength. Therefore, strength was the most important thing. Moreover, the Battle of 100 Generals was about to begin. Many people were waiting to watch a good show. They were waiting for him to be beaten back to his original state. Therefore, he had to work harder. I currently have a lot of spirit ginseng fruits and spirit crystals. These were all obtained from the previous emperor's treasures. Hence, I have no lack of cultivation resources. Coupled with the battle with Injunzi, I can break through to the earth spirit realm at any time. However, the heaven spirit realm is also divided into strong and weak. It is said that this realm is where the spirit chi seed in the Dantian transforms into the heaven spirit essence elixir. The heaven spirit essence elixir is also divided into 7 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The higher the grade of the heaven spirit essence elixir, the further one can go in the future. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He knew that the heaven spirit essence elixir was determined by the innate spirit body and martial arts concept. Both were outstanding. The higher the grade of the heaven spirit essence elixir, the further one could go in the future. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there weren't many Heaven Spirit Realm experts. However, every one of them could cause a commotion in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. These experts had been stuck in the Heaven Spirit Realm for many years and couldn't break through. This proved the importance of the grade of the Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir. Hence, Lin Ling temporarily didn't break through to the next realm in order to have a more solid foundation. Unless he didn't enter the Heaven Spirit Realm, he must become the strongest martial artist in the realm. I must open the 8th door before breaking through. This way, the grade of my Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir will be even higher. Currently, Lin Ling had already opened the 4th door. He was looking forward to opening the 8th door and seeing how powerful the demonic fire would be. When that time came, he would have another innate spirit body. Time passed quietly. During this period of time, Lin Ling kept a low profile and constantly searched for ways to open the 8th door. He frequently went to the Danding Manor and Imperial Medical Hall to learn knowledge, which allowed his alchemy skills to improve rapidly. With the assistance of the Eye of Time, his knowledge of alchemy was almost on par with He Yenshan's. After all, what he saw were ancient pill recipes and refining methods. At the same time, his soul force was also slowly increasing. In the Imperial Medical Hall, he had read a lot of books, causing his medical knowledge to increase rapidly. Everything he did, other than perfecting his foundation in alchemy, was to find a new way to open the 8 gates. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly. The vast plaza was filled with a youthful atmosphere. All the younger generation members of the Fire Ancient clan were doing their best to practice martial arts, hoping that they could protect their family in the future. Big brother Lin Ling, what do you think of my martial arts? Why can't I break through? At the crucial moment, there's always a barrier blocking me. Brother Lin Ling, please teach us martial arts. Voices filled with anticipation rang out. All the youths looked at Yi Ming, who was wearing a long blue robe. The young man had a handsome face, and his smile had an indescribable flavor, giving people a feeling that he was extremely clean. The blue-robed young man patiently guided all the youths. The sun shone warmly, forming a beautiful picture. From afar, the heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes were focused on the plaza. She was subconsciously stunned. In the plaza, all the youths began to cultivate diligently under the guidance of the blue-robed young man. As for the blue-robed young man, he smiled and looked at the warm sun in the sky. He also sat cross-legged in the plaza. At the same time, Firefly-like rays of light flew around the young man, making him look even more spirited. This guy. The heavenly concubine shook her head and walked over. Linling, you said that you would leave with me. When are you done with the matters here? The blue-robed young man was Linling. At this moment he was enjoying the hard-won peace. When he heard the bell-like voice, he looked up with a smile. The heavenly concubine wasn't wearing a long white dress today. Instead she wore a long blue dress. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, her oval face, and her skin was as white as snow. Under her curved and thin eyebrows were a pair of clear black and white eyes. Her small mouth was like a red cherry. Her upper body was straight, and her breasts were slightly protruding. She gave people a pleasing feeling. Under her pair of white calves, she wore a pair of deerskin peep-toe boots. Those sparkling toes gave people a feeling of exquisiteness under the sun. The heavenly concubine wasn't a devastatingly beautiful woman. She couldn't even be compared to an Yuer or Yuman. However, she was very pleasing to the eye. The more one interacted with her, the more one would realize that this young lady was actually very spirited. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Sensing Linling's strange gaze, the heavenly concubine's face turned red, and she couldn't help but reprimand him. Many youths on the side were secretly laughing. In the Fire Ancient clan, Big Brother Linling was someone they admired. They were usually very respectful towards him. Among those of the same age, the only one who dared to ignore Big Brother Linling was Big Sister Heavenly Concubine. Even Yu and Big Sister Xiaolon worshipped Linling. If you don't look at me, how would you know that I'm looking at you? It's your own sense of superiority that's causing mischief. Linling smiled and then lazily said, "All right, why are you looking for me?" I said, "When will you leave with me?" The heavenly concubine clenched her teeth. She couldn't understand. Linling was very good to Yu and the others, but every time he spoke to her, she would be angered half to death. She wasn't that ugly. In the Stone Saint Nation, there were as many people who wanted to pursue her as there were hairs on a cow. Why did this brat say that it was his sense of superiority that was causing mischief? "Oh, then I'll leave with you after the 100 Generals battle is over." Linling pondered and said, "The 100 Generals battle is a battle between genius generals. Our Stone Saint Nation also has one. But with your strength, don't lose and embarrass yourself. You have to know that defeating Yinzhenzi doesn't mean anything." The heavenly concubine looked at Linling with some disdain. "You're looking down on me that much? Although I haven't reached the Sky Spirit Realm, I just want to open the 8 gates. Once I do, I'll make those who are looking forward to watching a good show shut their mouths in the 100 Generals battle." Linling didn't mind and smiled. He and the heavenly concubine were used to bickering, so he knew that although the heavenly concubine looked disdainful, she was actually worried about him. "Open the 8 gates? You have to borrow the power of heaven and earth." The heavenly concubine frowned slightly. Linling was a little surprised. He didn't expect the heavenly concubine to be so knowledgeable and know about the 8 gates. He couldn't help but ask curiously. After all, he hadn't found a new power of heaven and earth yet. The power of heaven and earth is extremely rare. "Oh right, you might be interested in the cloud auction." The heavenly concubine suddenly smiled. Then she saw that Linling was even more confused. She couldn't help but smile and explain. The cloud auction was an auction that was backed by the Cloud region. This kind of mysterious auction was only held in the Stone Saint Nation, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and the Snake Swamp Nation. It was held in rotation, and only the true experts knew about this auction. Naturally, the items that could appear in the auction were rare items in the Cloud region. Coincidentally, the Cloud auction this time is in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The heavenly concubine said again, which made Linling's eyes light up. He asked curiously, "You have a way?" "Oh, I wrote all night and drank 5 cups of coffee. I'm so sleepy that I can't open my eyes. I still have to go to work tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I'll explode with 10 chapters first. I'm begging for monthly votes, tips, and fans." Chapter 347. Auction of the Clouds. Don't you know who I am? The heavenly concubine proudly puffed up her chest. Her budding breasts made Linling take a few more glances, which instantly made the heavenly concubine grit her teeth. "Damn, Letcher, what are you looking at?" They aren't even as big as Yu and Xiaolan's breasts. What is there to be proud of? Lin Ling spread out his hands and stood up. Let's go. Bring me to the cloud auction. Remember, after the 100 Generals tournament, you must follow me to that place to take a look. The heavenly concubine nodded, and the two of them walked side by side. Under the illumination of the sun, the shadows of the young man and young lady were elongated endlessly. Their laughter had a youthful aura, which made all the youths in the plaza envious. The location of the cloud auction was always a secret. Only the powerful figures in the three kingdoms knew about it. However, the heavenly concubine knew that her status wasn't low. Guanyu Restaurant. This was the location of this auction. As they walked along the main street, the two of them quickly found the Guanyu Restaurant. This was a restaurant and it didn't look special on the surface. However, Lin Ling could still sense that the people who entered this restaurant were all people with status. For example, the subordinates of King Sima Zhanshan or the people from the kingdom marshal's residence. It is truly lively. Lin Ling let out a light laugh, but he could also sense that the auction was backed by the Cloud region. Even the influential figures of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom didn't dare to neglect it. The Cloud region included the Stone Saint Kingdom, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and the Snake Swamp Kingdom. It was indeed a massive faction. The two of them walked into the Guanyu Restaurant. Along the way, the heavenly concubine took out a crystal-like token. The guards at the entrance nodded and allowed the two of them to enter. It was obvious that without that token, even Lin Ling wouldn't be able to enter. This made Lin Ling even more curious about the heavenly concubine's identity. At the same time, he yearned for the experts outside of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Inside the Guanyu Restaurant it was rather quiet. All the influential figures were waiting quietly. Lin Ling and the heavenly concubine walked side by side and immediately attracted countless gazes. Among them, Imperial teacher Tian Xuanzi was also present. Outside of him, one of the four kings, Sima Zhanshan monarch, was also present. All of them were looking at the blue-robed youth Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Clearly, they did not expect that Lin Ling would also come. In addition, there were also many young faces. After these people learned that the blue-robed youth was Lin Ling through the mouths of others, their faces revealed hints of provocation and disdain. These people were the top 30 geniuses of the 108 general stars. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He didn't say anything and found a place to sit down. All of a sudden various forces gathered, causing the atmosphere in the building to become even more oppressive. Miss Heavenly Concubine, to actually meet you here, what fate? Right at this moment, a voice of laughter sounded out. Lin Ling swept his gaze over and saw a young man in his 20s. He was dressed in elegant white clothes, and there was a sparkling blue jade token hanging from his waist. With a single glance one could tell it was valuable. However, this person looked a little unfamiliar, and he was dressed strangely. He didn't seem to be from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The heavenly concubine frowned slightly and smiled. So it is young Master Su. Young Master Su actually rushed here from the Stone Saint Kingdom. Could it be that there is something in this auction that has attracted young Master Su's interest? The heavenly concubine had a mysterious identity, but she had an arrogant personality. While staying in the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling had never seen the heavenly concubine speaking so politely to anyone. It was obvious that this young man's background was rather extraordinary. The white-robed young man, young Master Su, smiled faintly and said, "This Su has indeed taken a fancy to something, and so I rushed here from the Stone Saint Kingdom. However, Miss Heavenly Concubine is also here. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to something rare?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling, who was beside the heavenly concubine, and couldn't help but frown. This blue-robed youth's clothes were rather ordinary. Furthermore, in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he more or less knew about the various general stars and influential figures. However, he had never seen this blue-robed youth before, and this made him despise him even more. Such trash actually dared to be together with the heavenly concubine? He pouted his eyes at Lin Ling, which meant to say, "Get lost. I want to sit beside the heavenly concubine." Seeing that expression, Lin Ling couldn't help but find it funny. He shook his head and pretended that he didn't see anything. That indifferent expression made young Master Su even angrier. This blue-robed youth wasn't tactful at all. Miss Heavenly Concubine, if there is anything that you fancy in this auction, feel free to mention it. I, Su Jiping, will buy it for you. Young Master Su withdrew his gaze and suddenly let out a prideful smile. Putting everything else aside, this Su's clan background isn't a problem to buy some auction items. This might be the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but this Su still knows some people. For example, the 108 general stars, the various princes, and even the third prince I have met once before. His words seemed to be directed at the Heavenly Concubine, but it was actually directed at Lin Ling. It seemed like he was trying to get Lin Ling to recognize himself. Don't think that just because this was the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he, Su Jiping, didn't have any authority to speak. Lin Ling naturally sensed this layer of meaning, but to be honest, he didn't have any interest in such a person. PFFF. The Heavenly Concubine couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was currently in existence that was comparable to the Crown Prince. This Su Jiping had just arrived at the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and didn't even know the situation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He actually dared to show off his clan background in front of Lin Ling. Young Master Su, many thanks for your good intentions, but you should leave. If there is something that I fancy, I believe someone will pay for it for me. The Heavenly Concubine smiled and rejected. Su Jiping's expression turned awful. The Heavenly Concubine's words seemed to be saying that if she fancied something, this blue-robed youth would pay for it. It was the same as indirectly rejecting him. I wonder how should I address this young master? What is his position in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Su Jiping looked at Lin Ling indifferently and asked. Lin Ling rolled his eyes at him and couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He is currently one of the 100 generals and is a great general. The Heavenly Concubine smiled and continued, which had a trace of craftiness. She seemed to dislike this young Master Su, but due to her status she had to be polite. General? Haha, there are countless great generals in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. I wonder what ranking this young master obtained in the previous 100 generals tournament. Young Master Su seemed to have caught onto something and couldn't help but ask. The Heavenly Concubine rubbed her chin and looked at Lin Ling with a questioning gaze. Lin Ling didn't participate in the previous 100 generals tournament. Hence, Lin Ling replied helplessly, I don't have a ranking. Haha, if you don't have a ranking, then you are just an ordinary great general. There are plenty of such great generals in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Sigh, young lady Heavenly Concubine, there are times when you can't judge a person based on his appearance. You cannot be tempted just because he is handsome. Some people just fish for fame and compliments. They don't have any accomplishments, but they like to flirt around. Young Master Su laughed heartily and puffed out his chest. At this moment he seemed to have found a sense of superiority. This young man, it isn't easy to be a great general. Do you want me to put in a few good words for you and allow you to be a great general in name? I might be a member of the Stone Saint Kingdom, but the Heaven Mystics Kingdom still has some reputation. I can still recommend you to the third prince to be a great general. This small matter is something that I can still do. Chapter 348. Human Head and Pig Brain. Young Master Su continued to ramble. He was overjoyed. He wanted to see how this calm blue-robed youth would speak. He wanted to humiliate this blue-robed youth who dared to ignore him. Why aren't you talking? Actually, there are nobles and lowly people, but you don't have to feel inferior. Just know yourself. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, young Master Su's lips curled up even more. Seeing young Master Su's self-satisfaction, Heavenly Concubine was completely speechless. Where did this young Master Su's sense of superiority come from? Even without using his pig brain, how could he be an ordinary general? I say, Heavenly Concubine, is this human head and pig brain really your friend? Lin Ling remained indifferent to young Master Su's growing complacency. He only frowned and said, Young Master Su, you've already made your decision. Heavenly Concubine chuckled. Human head and pig brain? Young Master Su's eyes narrowed. How dare you scold me? Do you believe that I will make sure you can't leave the auction? Human head and pig brain is one thing, but he is also a nagging fly. Did no one kick him out of the auction? Lin Ling muttered to himself. Although he didn't want to bother with this young Master Su, this young Master Su was too annoying. You! Young Master Su's face froze. Anger rose from his heart to his face. The young man's lazy words were like a silent slap to his face, causing him to feel a burning pain. He was so angry that he was speechless. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently and then said, "Didn't you say that you want to introduce me to the third prince? The third prince isn't here, but his imperial advisor is. He is just opposite. Introduce me." "Why? I don't dare anymore." "Then I will do it," Lin Ling shouted. "Imperial advisor Tian Xuanzi, someone wants to introduce me to you to be your subordinate. Do you dare to accept?" Silence filled the building. Up until now, all the important figures had gathered at the auction, and those without a certain level of strength and status didn't dare to make a ruckus. They could only keep a low profile. However, Lin Ling dared to taunt the imperial advisor. This caused everyone to look at the imperial advisor Tian Xuanzi. On the other hand, Tian Xuanzi snorted coldly and didn't even want to reply. Was it possible for him to accept subordinates that Lin Ling didn't have? Did he have the strength to do so? Lin Ling's current rallying power and influence were stronger than the state preceptor's. It was only possible for Lin Ling to recruit the state preceptor as his subordinate. "Sai, looks like the state preceptor, that trash, doesn't dare to accept me. I've disappointed young Master Su." Lin Ling sighed and shook his head. "Trash?" Young Master Su's face changed from anger to shock. This blue-robed youth actually dared to call the imperial preceptor trash in front of everyone. And the imperial preceptor didn't dare to speak. What was going on? One had to know that the state preceptor was a person of virtue and prestige. His family's patriarch had seen the state preceptor a few times before, allowing him to have the chance to meet him. At that time, the state preceptor gave him a solemn and dignified feeling. But now, where did that dignified feeling go? But forget it. The state preceptor doesn't dare to recruit me. You said that you would recommend me to Sovereign King Li. He seems to be here as well. Lin Ling spoke indifferently and looked at the VIP seats at the front of the building. Over there, a figure stood up and looked at Lin Ling with a smile before walking over. It was Sovereign King Li. Sovereign King Li. Young Master Su's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of the four kings of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and he had the chance to meet them before. He quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Sovereign King Li, I am Su Jiping from the Stone Saint Kingdom Su clan. Do you still remember me?" "Kiki, I didn't expect to see you here." Sovereign King Li smiled and spoke. His words caused young Master Su's eyes to light up. It seemed like the high and mighty Sovereign King Li still remembered him. "That's right. You took the time to rush over from the Stone Saint Kingdom. Kiki, Sovereign King Li is still as young as before." Young Master Su smiled delightedly and spoke even more respectfully. He glanced at Lin Ling from the corner of his eyes, and there was a trace of disdain. It was as though he was saying, "Kid, did you see that? I know one of the four kings, Sovereign King Li." Subsequently, he recalled what he said to Lin Ling before and immediately spoke respectfully again. "Sovereign King Li, I have a friend who admires you and wants to be under your wing. I wonder if you can agree?" Previously, Lin Ling had ignored him. Hence, he wanted Sovereign King Li to recruit Lin Ling as his wing. He wanted Lin Ling to be amazed at his prowess. "Kiki, Lin Ling, you are here at the cloud auction too." It was a pity that young Master Su had said so much, but Sovereign King Li had ignored him from start to end. Furthermore, Sovereign King Li's words were not directed at young Master Su but at Lin Ling. Arriving in front of Lin Ling, Sovereign King Li looked at young Master Su and smiled. "Lin Ling, is this your friend?" Shouting so loudly at the cloud auction. "Seems like he has some guts." Shock. Young Master Su stared at Sovereign King Li with wide eyes. Sovereign King Li did not recognize him. Instead, he was talking to the blue-robed young man and his attitude seemed to be very polite. "Him. He's not my friend, but I think he's Heavenly Concubine's friend. He looks a little silly and wants me to be under your wing." Lin Ling smiled. His words made Heavenly Concubine roll her eyes. Sovereign King Li stared and smiled bitterly. "Lin Ling, are you kidding? How would I dare to accept you as my wing?" He shook his head helplessly and said, "Since you are here, let's go to the VIP seats. When the auction starts, it will be more convenient. Furthermore, the auction is organized by Duke Duan. If he knows that you are here, he will be very happy." "Thank you. But the seats here are quite good." Besides, the VIP seats are closer to the auction. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Beside him, young Master Su was about to lose his soul. Sovereign King Li didn't even dare to accept this young man. What was his background? Furthermore, Sovereign King Li had invited this young man to the VIP seats. Not only was this young man not grateful, he even rejected it. The VIP seats were reserved for the top figures of the three kingdoms. Could this young man be a top figure of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and had a higher status than the prince? Kiki, you always like to keep a low profile. Only by sitting at the front can you represent your current status. Sovereign King Li shook his head helplessly and looked at the heavenly concubine. He had been visiting the Fire Ancient clan frequently during this period of time, and he naturally recognized the heavenly concubine. Heavenly concubine, help me persuade him. If the second prince knows that Lin Ling is here but didn't invite him to the VIP seats, he will probably say that I am incompetent. The heavenly concubine shrugged her shoulders and said, "You should know his character. Once he decides on something, no one can stop him." The two of them looked at Lin Ling helplessly, which made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. He had no choice but to go to the VIP seats. Young Master Su, who was beside him, had an extremely interesting expression. All sorts of emotions were circulating on his face. Shock, doubt, astonishment. In his eyes, Sovereign King Li actually begged this young man to go to the VIP seats. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would have thought that he was dreaming. Sovereign King Li called him Lin Ling. Could he be? Ha. All of a sudden, young Master Su's eyes narrowed. He might not be a member of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but he knew a thing or two about the major events that happened in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. During this period of time, a prodigy martial expert rose up in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He swept all the martial experts with a thunderous momentum and became an emperor that was comparable to the Crown Prince. Chapter 349. His Majesty the Crown Prince has arrived. Young Master Su's body trembled at the thought. How dare he make such a fuss in front of Lin Ling, saying that he would recommend Lin Ling to the Grand Tutor and Sovereign King Li. That was asking for death. What about you? Do you want to come along? All in all, you are a friend of the heavenly concubine from her hometown. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. This voice was like an invisible slap, hitting young Master Su until he was dizzy and disoriented. His face was burning with pain. However, when he met Lin Ling's calm gaze, he could not bring himself to reject him. He could only follow Lin Ling with heavy and humiliating steps. During this process, he was so ashamed that he could not show his face. It was as if he was walking step by step into hell. Lin Ling looked at young Master Su strangely, then ignored him. To him, a clown like young Master Su was not in the mood to entertain him. To him, the previous incident was just a small interlude. His Majesty the Crown Prince has arrived. At this moment, someone shouted, causing the entire floor to become even more silent. At the entrance, a young man wearing a long robe with 9 dragons on it and cloud boots on his feet slowly walked in. His gaze swept across the crowd as if he was looking at thousands of ants. Then he strode towards the VIP seats. Behind him were several strong cultivators. Their expressions were indifferent as they looked down on everything. He was the Crown Prince who was born with the domineering aura of an Emperor Unitian. Although His Majesty the Crown Prince did not speak, for some reason, an oppressive atmosphere quietly spread, causing the floor to fall silent. Many people even found it difficult to breathe. His Majesty the Crown Prince's aura was too strong, like the 9 Heavens Emperor. Just as he sat down, Unitian's gaze suddenly turned towards another direction. There, a young man in blue robes was looking at him indifferently. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. Interesting. Seeing the murderous intent in the young man's eyes, Unitian was not surprised. Instead, he smiled faintly as a servant. It is an honor for a servant to die for His Majesty. His words were extremely calm, but many people frowned. They did not understand what he meant. However, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He knew that His Majesty the Crown Prince was talking about his father. His father's death was an honor for a servant to die for His Majesty the Crown Prince. This His Majesty the Crown Prince was indeed domineering and extremely arrogant. My father's humiliation in the future. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone on the floor to be stunned. Then they all gasped. Lin Ling was talking to the Crown Prince, and he said that he would return the favor tenfold. He was challenging the Crown Prince. I, His Majesty the Crown Prince, you. The Crown Prince smiled as a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. You are very confident. I hope you will still dare to say such words in the future. In the future, I will make you regret it until you die. Lin Ling spoke each word with a pause. Intense confidence was emitted from his eyes. In the past, His Majesty the Crown Prince was an expert that he had to look up to. Even though he knew that His Majesty the Crown Prince was the murderer of his father, Lin Ling was helpless. Right now, after his continuous efforts, everything that he possessed was not any weaker than His Majesty the Crown Prince. Therefore, he was now able to go against His Majesty the Crown Prince. Silence. Everyone was in absolute silence. Everyone knew that the Crown Prince was extremely domineering. However, Lin Ling was not weak at all. He was also extremely arrogant and dared to say that he was going to kill His Majesty the Crown Prince in front of everyone. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling was the first person who dared to say such arrogant words. This Lin Ling is so bold and daring. Not long ago, he suppressed the third prince until he was speechless. Right now, he had confirmed his target and declared war on His Majesty the Crown Prince. His Majesty the Crown Prince's eyes congealed. He never expected that Lin Ling would dare to declare war in front of everyone and trample on his status as a sovereign. This Lin Ling was getting more and more arrogant. Right now he couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. It was a pity that Lin Ling's influence wasn't weak at all. During this sensitive period, His Majesty the Crown Prince couldn't make a move. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. After all, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This would instead benefit the third prince. His Majesty the Crown Prince wasn't a fool. Even if he wanted to make a move, he had to do it after the 100 Generals battle. For a moment, His Majesty the Crown Prince remained silent. It didn't matter if His Majesty the Crown Prince admitted it or not. In fact, Lin Ling had already made him apprehensive. This youth made it hard for him to make a move on him, and Lin Ling had already grown into a great calamity for him. Looking at the fierce battle between the two of them, many people in the surroundings sighed silently. When a monarch was born, there would be millions of corpses. When heaven and earth were in chaos, all the prodigies would appear and change the situation of heaven and earth. It was obvious that Lin Ling was the prodigy that changed the situation of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Such a person was as dazzling as a comet and was the hope of everyone. He had the aura of heaven's fate and could make countless experts follow him. Of course, the current situation wasn't confirmed yet. It could only be said that Lin Ling was a dazzling comet, but there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be a new comet. Perhaps, when His Majesty the Crown Prince unified the world with his sovereign aura, he would eventually eliminate all the rising comets. For a moment, everyone's blood boiled as they knew that it wouldn't be long before the new king of Cloud Sea was born. Lin Ling and His Majesty the Crown Prince were the two most dazzling individuals. The Cloud Region's auction shall begin now. This auction is held in the name of the Cloud Region. I hope that everyone will respect the rules. Right at this moment, a calm voice echoed and broke the astonishment in everyone's heart. An elder slowly walked out. He had white hair, a youthful face, and a benevolent face. He looked just like an ordinary elder, but no one dared to belittle him because his strength had already reached the state of returning to one's original state. It was just that the difference in strength was too great, and they couldn't detect it. Fortunately, such a mysterious expert wouldn't stay in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom for too long. Hence, everyone felt relieved. If such an expert stayed in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, then the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would have already changed. So powerful. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he silently released his soul spirit. He realized that the elder's strength was unfathomable. It was just like the starry sky at night, making people unable to see his true face. The experts from the Cloud Region were indeed formidable. The first item for auction is a set of spirit-planted ginseng fruits. This fruit came from the sacred ground of the rainforest and is the best natural treasure for Earth spirit realm martial artists to cultivate. At the center of the floor, a woman with a voluptuous figure walked out. She was carrying a sandalwood box and placed it on the table. She gently opened it and let out a fragrance. It was the spirit-planted ginseng fruits. This natural treasure was extremely important to Earth spirit realm martial artists, and it was extremely rare in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Apart from the Battle God Mountain, no other place could get it. Hence, once the spirit-planted ginseng fruits were out, the entire floor was in an uproar. If there was a large amount of spirit-planted ginseng fruits, it meant that many Earth spirit realm martial artists could be nurtured. The starting price is 5 million spirit crystals. Each auction price is 100,000 spirit crystals. That mysterious elder spoke indifferently. 6 million. Just as he finished speaking, an aged voice echoed. Many people quietly looked over and realized that it was the Marshal Tian Xuanzi. This set of spirit-planted ginseng fruits is for my marshal's residence. Chapter 350. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Fierce Battle 8 million spirit crystals. Right at this moment, a cold voice echoed. The Crown Prince was playing with his fingernails as he looked at the State Preceptor, Tian Xuanzi. Your Majesty, you? Tian Xuanzi's face changed. When the Crown Prince was still young, he was the Crown Prince's teacher. He didn't expect the Crown Prince to not even give him face today. I am going to use this spiritual ginseng fruit to nurture my subordinates. I will not give face to anyone who tries to snatch it from me. The Crown Prince didn't even look at Tian Xuanzi as he spoke in a domineering tone. I was your teacher in the past. Tian Xuanzi felt that he couldn't put his face down. If you continue to blabber, you will die. His Majesty the Crown Prince enunciated each word clearly. Boundless domineering aura mixed with murderous intent spread out. This was the wrath of an emperor. If he wanted something, no one was qualified to snatch it from him. So what if he was his teacher in the past? Tian Xuanzi's face turned even paler as he remained silent. He wasn't afraid of anyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but there were a few people that he was wary of. First, the Heaven Cord Temple. Second, the Empress Dowager. Third, the Crown Prince. He knew clearly that the Crown Prince's strength was unfathomable. He had already obtained the true teachings of the King of Yunhai. If he were to fight with all his strength, he wasn't sure if he could defeat the Crown Prince. I gave you a way out, but you didn't take it. Instead, you chose to side with my third brother. Now that you are in such dire straits, you deserve it. The Crown Prince spoke coldly as he was obviously dissatisfied with the State Preceptor joining the third prince's side. Tian Xuanzi didn't dare to speak anymore. 8 million spirit crystals. Does anyone want to bid? That mysterious elder was obviously not interested in the fight for the throne of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and only cared about the spirit crystals. The Crown Prince's royal aura was too strong and domineering. If even Tian Xuanzi didn't dare to speak, how would they dare to? Right at this moment, a calm voice rang out. 10 million spirit crystals. This bid undoubtedly broke the deadlock. It was just like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing the crowd's gazes to look over. They saw a blue-robed young man in the VIP seats with his hands crossed and his chin propped up. His ice-cold eyes looked to the front as he spoke in a faint voice. It was Lin Ling. Everyone was shocked. Perhaps only Lin Ling. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, compared to me, you are still far behind. 15 million spiritual crystals. The Crown Prince frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. His words were filled with disdain. Although Lin Ling had a terrifying army and the support of various experts, how could he compare to the Cloud Sea Empire in terms of spiritual crystals? Your Majesty the Crown Prince, if you have the ability to continue bidding with me, then don't speak in such a proud tone. 20 million. Lin Ling's voice was still calm, but no one doubted his domineering attitude. However, many people were curious. Lin Ling came from an ordinary background and could not be compared to the Crown Prince. Where did he get so many spirit crystals? 25 million. The Crown Prince spoke again. 30 million. But Lin Ling quickly followed up. This time the Crown Prince frowned. This price had exceeded the value of the spiritual ginseng fruit. One must know that when the Fire Ancient clan extorted 3,000 spiritual crystals from the Zhang clan, the Zhang clan was already heartbroken. This meant that 3,000 spiritual crystals was equivalent to a huge clan's annual income. But now Lin Ling was willing to spend 30 million spiritual crystals without a frown. That kind of boldness made the crown prince's heart tremble. You are deliberately raising the price, right? If I refuse to bid, can you take out the spiritual crystals? Be careful not to shoot yourself in the foot. The crown prince said coldly. You were so domineering before, but now you can't afford to play? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Lin Ling did not even look at the crown prince. He was bold and unrestrained in this competition. First, the crown prince was his biggest enemy, and he had to suppress him. Second, although it seemed like he was competing with the crown prince, he was actually showing off his wealth to the other forces. This was beneficial to his side. Therefore, he could not back down now. Lin Ling said indifferently again, you can think of me as deliberately raising the price, but if you can't afford to play, then get lost. This Lin Ling is interesting. Not far away, one of the four kings, Sima Zhenshan, smiled faintly. He also knew that Lin Ling's strong suppression was extremely dazzling. It was also showing off his wealth to the other forces in Cloud Sea City. For someone who wanted to become the king of Cloud Sea, talent was one, the forces under him were another, and the third was naturally wealth. Only when one had all three would others be willing to follow him. But the crown prince is from the Cloud Sea imperial dynasty and has a deep foundation. Does Lin Ling have the strength to compete with him? Sima Zhenshan was also curious. At this moment, the crown prince's eyes were constantly flickering. He could not guess whether Lin Ling was deliberately raising the price or if he really did have a large amount of spiritual crystals to buy the spiritual ginseng. If he was deliberately raising the price and the crown prince did not bid, then Lin Ling would have to pay a huge price. But if Lin Ling was really rich, then the crown prince would lose face. But in the end, the crown prince didn't believe that Lin Ling had more spiritual crystals than him. You have guts. I won't bid anymore. I don't believe that you have more spiritual crystals than the Cloud Sea imperial dynasty. The crown prince laughed coldly. The mysterious old man took a deep look at Lin Ling and said, 30 million spiritual crystals. This group of spiritual ginseng fruits belongs to this young man. In the end, the seller appeared, and everyone stared at Lin Ling. They wanted to see Lin Ling's expression when he failed to raise the price and caused himself to pay a huge price. The corners of the crown prince's mouth curled up as he watched silently. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm, while he was under everyone's gazes. He even took a spiritual ginseng fruit and took a bite in front of everyone. At the same time, he said indifferently, it's said that spiritual ginseng fruits taste sweeter than apples. But rumors are just rumors. It's far from real. Pa! As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the unfinished spiritual ginseng fruit to the ground. It didn't seem sweet enough, so he didn't want to eat it anymore. He actually didn't feel any heartache. Instead, he ate the spiritual ginseng fruit like an apple. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. They couldn't even close their mouths. Eating a spiritual ginseng fruit like an apple was already a huge blow. After all, only War God Mountain had such a heavenly treasure. However, because Lin Ling didn't find it sweet enough, he threw it away after eating half of it. This domineering attitude made everyone want to cry, but no tears came out. If there weren't so many people present, they would have taken the half-eaten spiritual ginseng fruit away. In order to show that you have more royal aura than me, you're deliberately mystifying things. The crown prince's face turned green. Lin Ling's action was a slap to his face. He, the crown prince, had the royal aura and was rich. Countless experts followed him, but Lin Ling was even more domineering. He ate the spiritual ginseng fruit like an apple. The crown prince couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things and pretending to be rich when he didn't have money. A pity that he forgot that Lin Ling had obtained the late emperor's inheritance. The treasures in the treasury were enough to make the entire Heaven Mystics kingdom jealous. As for the spiritual ginseng fruit, Lin Ling had more than Yun Ji, countless spirit crystals and a spiritual ginseng fruit divine tree. Did Lin Ling have to pretend to be rich when he didn't have money? Are you sure you are the crown prince? Chapter 351. Ruthlessly trampling reward? When everyone heard this, they all stared. It had always been the Crown Prince who rewarded others. This was the first time they heard that the Crown Prince was going to be rewarded. This meant that the Crown Prince was going to be a subordinate. Humph! The Crown Prince snorted, but he was looking forward to the next item. Now that Lin Ling had spent all his wealth to buy the spirit-type ginseng fruit, it was time for Lin Ling to shut up. The next items to be auctioned were mostly cultivation techniques and martial arts. These rare treasures didn't interest elite experts like the Crown Prince. Instead, the other martial artists on the floor were constantly bidding. This spear is the Purple Shadow Spear. It is a combat weapon used by a Heaven Spirit Realm martial artist from the Rainforest Sacred Land. It can increase the combat strength by 20% and is used by a Thunder Attribute astral body. Right at this moment, the mysterious elder spoke indifferently. Countless eyes gathered at the center of the floor where a purple spear was floating in midair. This spear was emitting an astounding aura presence. There were electric snakes swimming on the surface of the spear just like a thunderbolt. Combat weapon. Many people gasped. Up until now, the martial artists of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had been using weapons. At best, they were heavy and tough. But combat weapons were treasures that only the Cloud region had. Your Majesty, I want this combat weapon. Beside the Crown Prince, a white-robed youth spoke with flickering eyes. He was a general prodigy who used the spear. If he could obtain the Purple Shadow Spear, he would be able to amaze everyone in the 100 Generals tournament. Bai Yunfei wants the Purple Shadow Spear. Looking at the youth who spoke, everyone sighed. This youth was the 12th prodigy among the 108 General Stars. His strength was extremely terrifying and was almost on par with the 4 kings. Since you want it, this emperor shall reward it to you. The Crown Prince nodded indifferently as though he had already obtained the Purple Shadow Spear. The starting bid for this combat weapon is 40 million spirit crystals. The elder's voice echoed, but soon enough, the Crown Prince's domineering voice followed. 45 million. Everyone was silent. Who would dare to compete with the Crown Prince? Moreover, many people did not have so many spiritual crystals. However, all eyes were on Lin Ling currently. Lin Ling was the only one who was not afraid of the Crown Prince's domineering aura. However, Lin Ling did not have enough spirit crystals to buy the spirit ginseng fruit. The Crown Prince had guessed this as well. He looked at Lin Ling with a mocking expression. Ignoring his mocking smile, Lin Ling turned to Duke Duan and said, Duke Duan, you seem to be a gun user, right? I'll give you this gun. Duke Duan had helped Lin Ling many times, and now Lin Ling had returned the favor. When Duke Duan heard this, his body couldn't help but tremble, and then he nodded heavily. He had also taken a fancy to that gun, but it was too expensive. Even as a prince, he could not afford it. But now Lin Ling had actually bought it for him. Based on Lin Ling's words, it seems like he's determined to get it. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Previously, the Crown Prince had taken a fancy to the Purple Shadow Spear. Therefore, with just one sentence, the weapon seemed to belong to the Crown Prince. However, Lin Ling had done the same. He had calmly said, I'll give it to you. But it also showed his determination to get it. However, the Crown Prince did not care. He smiled faintly and said, From what I know, even my second brother, Yunixuan, would find it difficult to pay 45 million spiritual crystals. Do you still have money? He guessed that Lin Ling's spiritual crystals were all given to him by the second prince. Therefore, he did not believe that Lin Ling could afford it. 50 million spiritual crystals. However, just as the Crown Prince finished speaking, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out. Lin Ling had placed a bid, and a full 5 million more. He really dared to open his mouth. The Crown Prince's eyes narrowed. You dare to compete with me? I can do it once but not a second time. I will play with you until I go bankrupt. 55 million spiritual crystals. If 5 million spiritual crystals were given to a family, it would be enough to cultivate countless powerhouses. However, in the Crown Prince's mouth, it was as if it was nothing. He had easily raised the price by 5 million. However, in terms of spiritual crystals, did Lin Ling need to fear him? He had obtained King Yunhai's private treasury. I'll play with you. 70 million. Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly as he called out a price that caused everyone's hearts to tremble. A full 10 million spiritual crystals. In terms of boldness, Lin Ling had slapped the Crown Prince's face more than 10 times. You! The Crown Prince gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Lin Ling to raise the price by 10 million, not to mention not raising the price. He had only raised the price by 5 million spiritual crystals. It's your turn. Lin Ling smiled coldly. 70 million spiritual crystals for the purple shadow spear. Even the Crown Prince's heart ached. He still needed to save more spiritual crystals to buy the most important treasure. Therefore he fell silent. Didn't you say you would play with me until I go bankrupt? Why don't you dare to bid? Shame on you. Lin Ling said calmly, causing the Crown Prince's eyes to flash with killing intent. He had been stepped on by Lin Ling twice in a row today. Moreover, he could not understand where Lin Ling had gotten so many spiritual crystals. The last treasure is the Ocean Wave Crown. This crown was left behind by an emperor of the Cloud Domain. The wearer will be able to recover their strength and spiritual chi. Moreover, the Ocean Wave Stone at the top of the crown contains the power of the sea. It represents an endless king, and it can form a curtain of ocean waves to protect the wearer. This treasure is priceless. At this moment the mysterious elder spoke again. The starting price is 80 million spiritual crystals. This time the Crown Prince's breathing quickened. He had come today for the Ocean Wave Crown. With the Ocean Wave Crown, his position as the emperor would be even more stable. Just as he was about to bid, another voice spoke out faster than him. 90 million spiritual crystals. Lin Ling stared at the Ocean Wave Crown. It seemed that the heavenly concubine was right to bring him here. This treasure had the power of the sea, which was also a kind of power of the heavens and earth. It could allow him to open another door. He was determined to get this treasure. What? Lin Ling is bidding again. When the crowd saw how bold Lin Ling was, they sucked in a breath of cold air again. Previously, when Lin Ling was fighting with the Crown Prince, he was passively bidding. Now he was actively bidding. Don't go too far. The Crown Prince's veins bulged. He was about to bid again, but Lin Ling increased the price by 10 million spiritual crystals, directly sealing his mouth. The treasure auction is open to those who are capable. Lin Ling seemed to be talking to himself, but in the next moment, his eyes narrowed and a strong flame-like aura radiated from his eyes. At the same time, he said in a cold voice, 99,999,000 spirit crystals. He had raised the price to the maximum. He was determined to get the Ocean Wave Crown, so he was going to play big. Even if he had to use up all the spiritual crystals in the Emperor's treasure, he was going to get the Ocean Wave Crown. If the Crown Prince wanted to compete with him, then he would use his absolute advantage to crush him. The Crown Prince found it difficult to breathe. The crowd's hearts trembled. Lin Ling was too powerful. He had killed the Crown Prince's hope and made it impossible for the Crown Prince to bid. Chapter 352. Anger from Shame. How terrifying. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was too powerful. He killed the Crown Prince's hope with one move. The Crown Prince had no chance to bid at all. It was as if Lin Ling was standing on top of the clouds and had slapped the Crown Prince in the face. Your Majesty, it's useless to rely on your status. Come on, bid. Lin Ling's cold voice rang out at the same time. The Crown Prince was breathing heavily. Could he still compete? He couldn't win. He could only give up. Since you're silent, then the Ocean Wave Crown is mine. This crown is useless to me. I'm going to tear it apart and take the Ocean Wave Stone. Lin Ling said indifferently. Anger. The Crown Prince couldn't take it anymore. The Halon crown represented the throne. He had gotten it to solidify his image as the emperor. However, Lin Ling wanted to tear down the crown after getting it. To him this was worse than death. Boom! A powerful aura exploded, and several golden dragons appeared around the Crown Prince's body. The Crown Prince was not willing to accept this. Lin Ling had humiliated him in front of so many people. He had lost all his dignity. How could he accept this? You're angry because you lost? The Crown Prince is a disgrace to Cloud Sea City. Lin Ling smiled when he sensed the powerful aura. His casual words made the Crown Prince even angrier. You're too arrogant in the cloud auction. You're too arrogant. Calm down. At this moment, the mysterious old man's calm voice rang out. Like a sudden clap of thunder, a surging aura pressed down on the Crown Prince. Who do you think you are? The Crown Prince shouted. His body emitted a golden light. He looked at the mysterious old man and punched. His fist was like a dragon swimming in the ocean. Rumble. The air was torn apart. Many people heard the roar of a dragon. The Crown Prince's strength was terrifying. Lin Ling frowned. With just one punch, he realized the gap between him and His Majesty the Crown Prince. It seemed that he had to work harder. You have some strength, but do you think you can fight me with that? The corner of the mysterious old man's mouth moved slightly as a low and deep voice was emitted. He did not seem to have done anything, but the huge dragon-like fist shattered like glass. Who? The Crown Prince coughed out a mouthful of blood and looked at the old man in horror. Previously, he was so angry that he was unparalleled. But now that he had calmed down, he realized that the old man from the cloud domain was not someone he could deal with. Scram! The mysterious old man roared again. A powerful gale swept out like a giant hand, forcing the Crown Prince to continuously retreat. In the end, he coldly looked at Lin Ling and strode away. Those who block me die. Just as he was about to step out of the door, the Crown Prince emitted a terrifying aura of the heavenly spirit origin pill. Wherever it passed, a large number of martial artists died. Domineering and magnificent. Obviously, he had suffered a lot today, so he was venting his anger on the other cultivators, fully displaying the domineering aura of a king. The auction house was completely silent. It was only when the Crown Prince disappeared that everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. His Majesty the Crown Prince was terrifying. His Majesty the Crown Prince's domineering aura was released, and no one could stop him. Of course, the old man from the cloud domain was even more terrifying. He was too powerful. The 100 territories will not participate in the disputes between the empires. However, no one is allowed to cause trouble at the cloud auction. The mysterious old man spoke again. He then looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He knew what the mysterious old man meant, so he took out the rune bag. At the same time, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had been frivolous and arrogant. He was not afraid of the Crown Prince in front of everyone, but did he have so many spirit crystals? After the mysterious old man took the rune bag, he glanced at it and immediately nodded. Not a single spirit crystal is missing. What? Lin Ling actually has so many spirit crystals? Everyone's heart trembled violently. They wanted to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself, but they obviously failed. Right, not long ago, there was news that Lin Ling seemed to have obtained the late emperor's treasure. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Then, everyone suddenly understood why Lin Ling had so many spirit crystals. No wonder the Crown Prince lost so shamefully and lost so much face. This Lin Ling was so terrifying. With his own strength, he was so rich that he could rival an entire country. Today's matter seemed like a battle between Lin Ling and the Crown Prince, but in fact, Lin Ling also showed his potential. His courage and wealth are all above the Crown Prince. Following Lin Ling seems better than following the Crown Prince. Many people were shocked and began to have their own thoughts. Lin Ling was a dazzling comet. Today's actions made many people secretly admire him. They had the idea of joining Lin Ling's camp. After all, in this world, cultivators consumed a lot of resources. With a strong backer, they could go further. Currently, Lin Ling had the qualifications to become their backer. I really envy that old geezer Duke Duan. Sima Zhenshan King's eyes flickered. Earlier, Lin Ling bought a weapon for Duke Duan, which caused him to be extremely jealous. Old Sima, I'm stronger than you now. While Sima Zhenshan King's eyes were red, Duke Duan's faint laughter sounded at the same time. This made Sima Zhenshan King seethe with anger and jealousy in his heart. If he knew that Lin Ling was so powerful, he would have joined his camp. Little friend, I'm from the 100 territories. I'm representing the Cloud territory to open this auction. I've seen countless geniuses. Your strength is not bad. If you enter the 100 territories, you'll definitely be able to achieve something. Do you plan to leave with me? After the auction ended, the mysterious old man looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling wasn't old, but he had already reached the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. This kind of talent was extremely rare even in the 100 realms. But the most important thing was that he felt that Lin Ling's body had surpassed the limit and opened the fourth gate. This also meant that this youth would definitely surpass the sky spirit realm in the future. If a cultivator blindly pursued speed during cultivation, this would instead squeeze out their potential. Over the years, the mysterious old man had seen countless impatient geniuses who wanted immediate benefits and quickly broke through to the next realm. But in the end, they remained nameless for the rest of their lives. But this youth before him was able to distinguish the importance of this matter and stabilize his state of mind. This also meant that this youth's state of mind was incomparably stable. Junior's current strength isn't enough to enter the 100 realms, so I want to cultivate a bit more. Lin Ling immediately bowed respectfully. Good. You're more stable than I thought. But this is true. The weakest geniuses in the 100 realms are still in the sky spirit realm. It's still too early for you to enter the 100 realms. Since this is the case, you can stay in your hometown and continue to train. I'll leave you a mother-child insect. You can contact me in the future. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling politely bowed. On the side, Duke Duan and the others focused their gazes. Up until now, the person in charge of the cloud auction had rarely spoken to people from the three great nations. Usually, he would leave after the auction because he felt disdain. But now, the mysterious old man actually took the initiative to talk to Lin Ling. Chapter 353. Provocation during the auction. I noticed that you were observing me. Your soul force is extremely sharp. I have a set of pre-celestial separation method. The second half of this cultivation method has been erased, leaving only the cultivation method of soul force. Consider it a meeting gift for you. The mysterious elder didn't even look at Duan Wangye and the others. Instead, he smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body trembled. A soul force cultivation method. This was the cultivation method that he had been yearning for even in his dreams. It had to be known that his soul force was extremely vast, but he had never been able to find a corresponding cultivation method. Junior, thanks, senior. Lin Ling bowed again. Haha, there's no need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Your talent is outstanding, but you're neither haughty nor humble. You're neither arrogant nor rash. Very good. Remember, you can come find me at any time once you reach the heavenly spirit realm. The mysterious elder laughed in relief, then left. However, the entire floor was completely silent. Everyone seemed to have yet to react. Lin Ling, congratulations. Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan were happy for Lin Ling. For the mysterious old man to take the initiative to invite him, it meant that Lin Ling's potential was extremely terrifying. It's just luck. Lin Ling faintly smiled, but deep down he was very happy. Today's auction benefited him a lot. Most importantly, he acquired the force of the ocean. He also humiliated his enemy. Of course, this was only the beginning. Let's go. Lin Ling waved his hand, and the crowd left one after another. At the very back was Su Jiping, whose heart had almost stopped beating from fear. His face was incomparably pale. He had been watching the entire process of the auction. He saw that the blue-robed youth was not only not afraid of the crown prince, but also humiliated the crown prince until he was forced to leave. This made him feel that he had underestimated the terror of Lin Ling. The funny thing was that he had been so proud of himself in front of Lin Ling. Fortunately, he is open-minded and doesn't care at all. Otherwise, if it was His Majesty the Crown Prince, I would have died long ago. Su Jiping sat on the ground with a thump. Lin Ling naturally didn't care about what he thought. He followed the crowd and left Guanyu Pavilion. King Duan and Sovereign King Li left first while Lin Ling and Heavenly Concubine returned to the Fire Ancient clan. Stop! However, just as they walked past a street, an ice-cold voice sounded. A white-clothed young man stood in front of the two of them, and a powerful aura shook the street. It's Bai Yunfei. The people on the street who hadn't yet left narrowed their eyes. They could see that Lin Ling had stolen Bai Yunfei's purple shadow spear from the Crown Prince's hands, which was why Bai Yunfei was so displeased. And who are you? Lin Ling looked at the white-clothed young man. His soul force could tell that this young man was extremely strong. He was even stronger than Yin Zhenzi. Bai Yunfei, a heavenly spirit realm cultivator, 12th of the 108 general stars. I just came back from the Snake Swamp Kingdom not long ago. But today, I am very unhappy that an ant stole my treasure. Bai Yunfei stared at Lin Ling with a cold light in his eyes. Don't think that just because you have a bit of fame that you can look down on everyone. It's best to keep a low profile. You have only one choice right now. 1. Fight me. If you lose, return the purple shadow spear to me. 2. Leave on your knees and return the purple shadow spear to me. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed coldly. I agree with what you said. It's better to keep a low profile. However, although you say that you want to keep a low profile, your actions don't seem to be. As for the purple shadow spear, I was the one who bought it, but you said that it's yours? This young man was too arrogant because he was one of the 108 general stars. I am a prodigy ranked 12th and have the qualifications to be proud. Everything I do is already very low profile. As for the purple shadow spear, it was originally mine. Hearing Lin Ling's sarcastic words, Bai Yunfei became even colder. How about it? Do you dare to accept my challenge? You are older than me and have been cultivating for longer than me. Don't you think it's very shameless to challenge me right after returning to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom? Lin Ling's mocking smile grew even wider. Cultivating for a long time is also a part of one's strength. Just like luck, it is also an essential factor to become a prodigy. Yet you are using it as an excuse not to challenge me. You Lin Ling are just so. Humph! Bai Yunfei snorted in disdain. His statement was met with disdain by the crowd. Cultivating for a long time was also a part of one's strength? Wasn't this statement too far-fetched? If Lin Ling had cultivated for a long time, would Bai Yunfei dare to say such a thing? Since you are so proud, then this king will fight with you. But at this moment, a cold voice rang out from behind Lin Ling. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man strode over. His aura was enormous like a moving mountain. King Sima Zhenshan. Bai Yunfei's proud smile disappeared and was replaced by a frown. I am older than you and have been cultivating for longer than you. But from what you said earlier, it seemed to be a part of one's strength. Now then, do you dare to accept my challenge? King Sima Zhenshan stopped and looked coldly at Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei's expression was extremely ugly. He might be a general, but how could he be a match for the 4 kings? This Bai Yunfei doesn't dare to say anything. Everyone on the street laughed. Previously, Bai Yunfei said that cultivating for a long time was also a part of one's strength. But after King Sima Zhenshan appeared, Bai Yunfei didn't dare to say anything. This caused his previous words to be like slapping his own face. Will you fight or not? King Sima Zhenshan asked again. Bai Yunfei clenched his teeth and suddenly looked at Lin Ling. Can you only rely on others? If you dare to oppose His Majesty the Crown Prince, why don't you dare to accept the challenge? Who do you think you are? If you want to fight, I'll fight? At that moment, 2 more figures came walking over. It was Duke Duan and King Li. Right now, Lin Ling was the most important person they had to protect, so they couldn't allow anything to happen to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still too young, and it would take a while for him to become strong. You say Lin Ling can only rely on others? What a joke. If others can fight for Lin Ling, then that is also a part of Lin Ling's strength. Just like you said, cultivating for a long time is also a part of one's strength. Duan Wangye said calmly. That's right. If you Bai Yunfei can have someone fight for you, then we'll fight at any time. Sovereign King Li added. For a moment, 3 kings came out to support Lin Ling. This caused the people on the street to gasp. Lin Ling's appeal was becoming more and more frightening. Of course, they didn't know that King Sima Zhenshan only decided to join Lin Ling after the cloud auction. After all, he saw Lin Ling's potential at the cloud auction with his own eyes. Clearly, Lin Ling's bold actions at the cloud auction had brought about an effect. The 3 kings all looked at Bai Yunfei. Their aura was so intimidating that Bai Yunfei's face paled. What could he say? Before, he had twisted right and wrong and said that cultivating for a long time was a part of one's strength. But now, Lin Ling was saying that his appeal was a part of one's strength. And his appeal was even more convincing. Chapter 354. The Saber of Nirvana, the Genius of 108 Generals. I see that you are also a shameless person. You put on a high and mighty face and want to challenge me. Why don't you take a look at your own status? Seeing that Bai Yunfei was silent, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. But since you want to challenge me, fine. The Battle of 100 Generals is about to begin. I will be waiting for you. Now scram. You. Bai Yunfei gritted his teeth. Lin Ling actually asked him to scram. He was a reclusive genius among the generals. Normally, he would disdain to stay in Cloud Sea City and travel the world. Who knew that a junior would step on his face and ask him to scram? Fine, I will be waiting for you in the Battle of 100 Generals. Let me give you a piece of advice. Cultivation isn't something that can be improved in a day or two. Perhaps when the Battle of 100 Generals begins, you will still be an Earth Spirit Realm martial artist. Bai Yunfei didn't want to throw away his face and shouted again. Unfortunately, this kind of stubbornness was exchanged with a cold snort from the three kings. Still not scramming? Do you want to lose all your face before scramming? Once these words were spoken, Bai Yunfei's face turned even uglier. With humiliation, he disappeared from the street under the mocking smiles of everyone. The crowd was shaking their heads and laughing. Bai Yunfei thought that he was a genius general and wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. But in the end, he was the one who left with shame. Lin Ling, from today onwards I will join your camp. I wonder if I am welcome. After Bai Yunfei left, Sima Zhanshan looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling smiled politely. Of course I am welcome. Sima Zhanshan King's name has long been like thunder to my ears. Haha, it is my honor to hear your words. Sima Zhanshan King laughed. He had been watching the changes in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom until Lin Ling rose like a comet. He finally decided to take a side. And Lin Ling had been famous for a long time. After meeting him today, he was even more satisfied. This youth was easy to get along with and wasn't as hard to get along with as he imagined. Old Sima, you're really an old fox. After hesitating for so long, you finally decided to pick a side. But it's good that you're joining us. If you join the other factions, we'll be rivals in the future. Old Sima must be jealous of my purple shadow spear. That's why he joined Lin Ling. Duke Duan and Sovereign King Li laughed out loud. They were both famous experts, but because of the restriction of their factions, they rarely interacted with each other. But today they didn't have to worry so much because they were in the same faction as Lin Ling. As he watched the three kings laugh, Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He still remembered that when the 8 ancient clans were hunting in the Imperial City, these experts were people that he had to look up to. At that time, he was just a nameless youth from the Fire Ancient clan. But now, these experts had actually become his subordinates. It had to be said that this was like a dream. Within the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling separated from the others and began cultivating again. Now, he had to strive to open all 8 gates before the 100 Generals battle. Opening all 8 gates was extremely difficult. But Lin Ling firmly believed that once he succeeded, his strength would definitely surpass all the Heavenly Spirit Realm experts of the same level. Tsunami Stone. Lin Ling opened the Tsunami Crown and held a blue gem in his hand. The gem emitted the aura of the sea. This was a treasure from the Cloud region. Borrowing the power of the sea, I'll open another gate. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, a ray of light flowed out from his body and wrapped around the Tsunami Stone like countless fireflies. Rumble. At the same time, a vast ocean appeared in Lin Ling's body and continuously attacked the 5th gate. If anyone was here at this moment, they would be so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. 4 vortexes appeared in Lin Ling's 4 limbs and the 5th vortex appeared in his dantian and was slowly opening. As long as all 8 gates were opened, the demonic fire could enter his body. Time passed quietly. 3 days later, Lin Ling underwent another transformation. The 5th gate in his body was like a constantly sculpted container, ready for the demonic fire to enter his body at any time. His cultivation was becoming more and more solid, and he could break through at any time. Innate separation method. Lin Ling took out a jade slip. The second half of this cultivation method had been erased, leaving only the first half of the cultivation method. Then he started cultivating, but after a while he frowned. The cultivation method's effect wasn't great. It made his soul power increase very slowly, and it couldn't even compare to the effect of the Eye of Time. It's a pity that the second half was erased. Lin Ling sighed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he opened the second half of the jade slip. It was blank, But Lin Ling's Eye of Time had quietly appeared. Since it was erased, it meant that there was a record in the jade slip. As long as he returned time to the time before it was erased, he would be able to see it. Not long after, words began to appear on the jade slip, which made Lin Ling happy. Blade of Nirvana. Using the soul power as a blade to kill from 1,000 miles away. It was invisible and colorless, and it could kill the soul. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He was overjoyed. His current soul power was very powerful, but he hadn't found a way to attack it. Now he finally found one. Then he started cultivating. Days passed quietly. Several days later, the Fire Ancient Clan's ancestor Tine was drinking with the three kings. They were all old drunkards, and they liked to drink together. At this moment, Sima Zhanshan King's eyes narrowed. He felt a terrifying pressure coming at him. That pressure intimidated his soul, as if it was going to erase his soul at any time. Sima Zhanshan King's face turned pale. But what surprised him was that he couldn't see the attack, and he couldn't sense any spiritual energy. He could only feel that it was a small blade. Old Sima, what's wrong? Li Junwang and the other king asked worriedly, but they couldn't sense the terrifying soul power. Save me! Sima Zhanshan King shouted in fear. He knew that he would be erased by that invisible attack at any time. Plop! He knelt down in fear. In the past, he had fought all over the world and defeated countless experts. But this was the first time he felt such a terrifying killing intent. It was invisible and colorless, and it wanted to shatter his soul. But in the next moment, that terrifying pressure disappeared. Sima Zhanshan King's face turned blank again. Are you drunk? There are only a few of us here. If someone really wanted to kill you, how could we not sense it? Who in the world has such strength? Li Junwang laughed. He thought that Sima Zhanshan King was drunk. Sima Zhanshan King was speechless for a long time. At this moment, in another room, Lin Ling's long hair and clothes were fluttering. A terrifying soul power rippled from his body. He stretched out his right hand, and in his palm, there was a soul blade as thin as a silkworm's wing. The Blade of Nirvana. A small blade condensed from soul power. It had the power to shatter the enemy's soul. Previously, Sima Zhanshan King was scared by Lin Ling's Blade of Nirvana. Moreover, Lin Ling was only testing its power. Otherwise, Sima Zhanshan King's soul would have been scattered. Even the four kings are afraid of my Blade of Nirvana. This can be considered my trump card. Lin Ling smiled happily. This was Lin Ling's strongest assassination trump card. Chapter 355. Inside the imperial palace early in the morning, the sun shone brightly. In the courtyard, Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others with a smile. They were planting flowers, and the heavenly concubine interjected from time to time. Her words were all about where the flowers should be planted so that they would look better. Lin Ling was speechless. Why did it feel like the heavenly concubine planting flowers was also a ploy? What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty planting flowers before? As if sensing Lin Ling's gaze, the heavenly concubine pursed her lips, causing Yu and Qinlan to laugh like silver bells. Lin Ling shook his head in exasperation. I say, you always think too highly of yourself. I'm looking at Yu and Xiaolan. As for you, there's a well beside the flower pond. Go look at yourself. You. The heavenly concubine stomped her foot on the ground. Lin Ling was mocking her. She should look at herself in the mirror and stop thinking too highly of herself. Is Lin Ling here? Right at this moment, a voice sounded, and a beautiful figure in snow-white clothes appeared at the door. It was Yue. This brat is quite lucky. He's clearly not handsome, but those beauties are always looking for him. The heavens are really blind. The heavenly concubine pursed her lips when she saw Yue, who was like a fairy. Big sister heavenly concubine. You also seem to be looking for big brother Ling. Yu smiled, causing the heavenly concubine to be taken aback. She quickly explained, I'm waiting for him to return with me. If not, I wouldn't come even if you begged me. Unfortunately, her words only caused Yu and Qin Xiaolan to laugh strangely. Senior sister, and what's the matter? Master is calling you over. He seems to have found the power of ice of heaven and earth. At the door, Lin Ling was talking with Yue. From Anywhere, Lin Ling learned that the force of heaven and earth that He Yinshan had found had appeared on the body of a woman. That woman's status was somewhat delicate. She was the sixth princess of the Cloud Sea Empire. When the sixth princess was young, she traveled with King Yunhai and passed by a secret realm of heaven and earth. She accidentally had the power of heaven and earth enter her body. In the following days, King Yunhai used his powerful strength to suppress it. But ever since King Cloud Sea disappeared, the sixth princess heaven and earth ice force erupted once again. Presently, all the imperial physicians and experts within the imperial city were rushing over with the intention of rescuing the sixth princess. And He Yinshan knew that Lin Ling was looking for the power of heaven and earth, so he reminded Lin Ling. The sixth princess, the Empress Dowager's daughter. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. If it weren't for the force of heaven and earth, he really didn't want to interfere in this matter. After that, the two of them walked as they talked. Soon they arrived at the imperial palace. The imperial palace was like a huge dragon lying on the ground. It was majestic and mysterious. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the second time he had entered the imperial palace. Stop! Weapons are not allowed in the imperial palace. Moreover, you must hand over your rune pouch. Just as they approached the imperial palace's door, a loud shout rang out and stopped Lin Ling and He Yinshan. There were people entering the imperial palace, but Lin Ling saw that they didn't have to hand over their weapons. Why don't those people hand over their weapons? Lin Ling frowned. They are the imperial preceptor's men, and some of them are geniuses. Naturally, they don't have to hand over their weapons. But you must. The guard at the door said indifferently. Then do you know who I am? Lin Ling's frown deepened. I know. You are Lin Ling. Surprisingly, the guard actually knew Lin Ling. It was obvious that if they dared to stop Lin Ling, they were either the crown prince's men or the third prince's men. Since you know that I am Lin Ling, you still dare to stop me? Lin Ling's voice turned cold. He then said indifferently, all right. Since you want my sword, let's see if you can take it. He took out the cloud pattern black sword from his back and threw that guard down. I will take your sword and hand it over to the crown prince. That guard sneered. Indeed, he was the crown prince's man. Right now he was rather delighted. Lin Ling was famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The crown prince didn't make a move on Lin Ling because he was concerned about the overall situation. However, as the crown prince's man, if he could seize Lin Ling's sword, he would be able to gain the crown prince's favor. Furthermore, it would be an honor. Unfortunately, they didn't know that if they wanted to use unorthodox means to step on Lin Ling and become famous, they would need to have the corresponding strength. Was the cloud pattern black sword something they could hold? The sword flew over. That guard wanted to pick it up, but when his hand touched the sword, his expression changed instantly. Not good. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Bang! The cloud pattern black sword smashed him into minced meat. It was at least 100,000 kilograms. If that guard wanted to take the sword, he was simply courting death. My sword is not that easy to take. Lin Ling spoke coldly. With a wave of his right hand, the cloud pattern black sword flew back. All the other guards didn't dare to speak. So impressive. You are so arrogant on your first visit to the royal palace. Do you really think you are the king of Yunhai? Right at this moment, a voice echoed from nearby. Several figures walked over slowly. The one who spoke was a black-robed youth. Beside that youth was an elder. It was the marshal of the kingdom Tian Xuanzi. It seemed like the sixth princess was sick. Even the highly respected marshal of the kingdom was here. But this was normal. Perhaps all the important figures in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were here. Who are you? What does this have to do with you? Lin Ling looked at that black-robed youth indifferently and squinted his eyes. You don't have the qualifications to know who I am. You just need to know that if you are too arrogant, you will have to pay a terrible price. The black-robed youth sneered. He then looked at those guards and said, the sixth princess is sick. Chase away all unimportant people. This is what I said. Whoever dares to obstruct you will be going against my will. After finishing his statement, he walked into the royal palace with the marshal of the kingdom and the others. This black-robed youth seemed to have a high status as he could actually order the guards of the royal palace. From a distance, many people were secretly surprised. Soon enough, someone said, "That is Hung Tianqing from the Heaven Cord Monastery. Why is he back? Isn't he in the Stone Saint Kingdom?" No wonder the marshal of the kingdom had to walk behind him. It is said that Hung Tianqing was an expert who challenged Senior He Yenshan back then. He was an elixir refiner who used the Buddha power to refine elixirs. He was even ranked 5th among the 108 general stars, a genius general star. Many people were discussing. They were all officials of the royal palace and had heard of Hung Tianqing's name. As long as he was related to the Heaven Cord Monastery, his background must be extraordinary. Did you hear what I said earlier? Lord Hung said to chase away all unimportant people. I don't need to say more about this, right? The remaining guard sneered at Lin Ling. What if I insist on going in? Lin Ling's expression didn't change as he spoke with a cold voice. Then die. You dare to offend Lord Hung? No one will be able to save you. All the guards' eyes were filled with coldness. Sigh, how sad. Even a dog doesn't have a pair of good dog eyes. You don't know that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Lin Ling sighed and shook his head. The flames on his body started to boil. He didn't move and just walked forward with Inuer. Wherever they passed, all the guards were burned to ashes. The guards in the distance were stunned. Lin Ling forced his way into the royal palace. Oh. Chapter 356. Old trash, let His Majesty the Crown Prince stop me, but I don't think he would dare. At the same time, a cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the guards in the distance to tremble, but they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling and Inuer were He Yenshan's disciples, so they had the right to enter the inner city. Taking a step back, Lin Ling was an existence comparable to His Majesty the Crown Prince. He only lacked prestige in the palace, but he was not someone these bully guards could provoke. They wanted to humiliate Lin Ling in exchange for the Crown Prince's favor, but without the corresponding strength, the price of humiliation was death. The moment Lin Ling and Inuer entered the imperial palace, Hung Tianqing and the others had already noticed them. Hung Tianqing's face turned cold. He had just said that Lin Ling was not allowed to enter the imperial palace, but Lin Ling had followed closely behind and forced his way in. This Lin Ling really doesn't take me seriously. It seems like I have to teach him a lesson. Sir, you're here. At this moment, a beautiful figure ran over. It was Yuman Yun. When she saw Lin Ling, she immediately pulled Lin Ling into the depths of the palace. Hung Tianqing wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Yuman Yun is a princess, but she actually knows Lin Ling. This lowly commoner Lin Ling is really lucky. If not for this, I would have left him here. Hung Tianqing was a little jealous. Don't worry. It seems that Lin Ling is also going for the 6th princess. However, Feng Moshui, the president of the Imperial Physician Hall, will stop him. In the Imperial Palace, no one is more powerful than Feng Moshui when it comes to medicine. Tian Xuanzi said with a smile. I'll wait for him to be chased out of the palace. Hung Tianqing also smiled. But this Lin Ling is really arrogant. He's only at the peak of the earthly spirit realm. With the support of the 2nd prince and Duke Duan, he doesn't put us in his eyes at all. His reputation is almost on par with His Majesty the Crown Prince. If this continues, I'm afraid that this traitor will go against the emperor. Tian Xuanzi said. Yunitian and I have a good relationship. If it's inconvenient for him to do it, I'll do it for him. Lin Ling has no right to be arrogant. Hung Tianqing's eyes. Tian Xuanzi sneered inwardly. It was not convenient for him to attack Lin Ling, but Hung Tianqing was different. He had the supreme sex sound of Heaven Temple behind him. He had the right to act first and report later. Save the 6th princess Qian. In the garden, Yuman Yun looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. To her, the young man in front of her was perfect and omnipotent. If the others couldn't do anything, the young man would definitely have a way to solve it. Lin Ling nodded. I'll try my best. But my master and the others can't do anything? When the Fire Ancient clan was almost destroyed by the 3rd prince, it was Yuman Yun who saved the Fire Ancient clan. Therefore, even if it wasn't for himself, Lin Ling would do his best to help for Yuman Yun. Master Feng Moshui can only suppress the illness. Senior He Yenshan has a way, but it's hard to find the herbs for the elixir he needs. Yu Munyun's eyes were filled with tears. This girl was so kind that Lin Ling couldn't bear to reject her. I promise you I'll definitely cure her. In the spacious hall, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted in the air. A large number of people had gathered there. They looked at the girl lying on the flame jade bed with a solemn expression. Master Feng, is there no way? A noble yet dignified voice echoed, causing everyone in the hall to freeze. They all looked at a woman who was wearing a purple palace robe with plum blossom patterns. She had a golden silk cloak and a phoenix crown on her head. She was emitting an irresistible prowess. Empress Dowager, the most mysterious person in the Cloud Sea Empire. She had accompanied the Cloud Sea King for many years. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, no one dared to belittle her. Replying to Empress Dowager, Princess Qianyu's illness isn't poisoned. It's due to the Heaven and Earth Ice Force. I can only suppress it but not cure it for now. Below, Feng Mohui bowed. Where's Master He? The Empress Dowager's calm voice echoed again. No one could tell if she was happy or angry. If I have the He Tu Luo flower, the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Grass, the 10,000-year Red Crane Crown Elixir, and some other spiritual herbs, I have a 60% chance of refining the 9 Revolution Flame Emperor Elixir. It might be able to save the 6th princess's life. He Yenshan spoke slowly. His knowledge of alchemy was at the point of perfection. Unfortunately, alchemists needed herbs, which the Heaven Mystics Kingdom didn't have. It made him feel like a clever housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. It's useless. The Empress Dowager snorted coldly. Her cold voice suppressed the atmosphere in the Grand Hall. There were many people with high status in the Grand Hall. The second prince, the third prince, the 3 pillars He Yenshan, Elder He Tianchu, and many others. However, no one dared to speak. The Empress Dowager was the mother of the empire. Her imperial prestige was too strong. Even in the palace they had to endure. He Yenshan, you are old. What master elixir tripod? You are just fishing for fame. Right at this moment, a light voice echoed through the door. Everyone's eyes narrowed. There weren't many people in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who dared to suppress He Yenshan like this. Everyone looked at the door and saw a black-robed youth walking in with his hands behind his back. It's Hung Tianxing. He actually came back. Many people were secretly surprised. When they looked at the State Marshal Tian Xuanzi behind the black-robed youth, their hearts trembled. Even Tian Xuanzi seemed to be trying to befriend the black-robed youth. Hung Tianxing was an expert from the Heaven Cord Temple. He was ranked 5th among the 108 stars. However, he was backed by the Heaven Cord Temple. Hence, Tian Xuanzi had to lower his head. Tianxing, you are here. Go and take a look at Qianyu. When the Empress Dowager saw the youth, she smiled. Her attitude was completely different from her previous arrogance. It was obvious that the Heaven Cord Temple had a close relationship with her. He Yenshan, do you still have any face? If a mere force of heaven and earth can't cure her, what use do you have? After Hung Tianxing walked in, he only nodded slightly at the Empress Dowager. He didn't care about anyone else. Instead, he sneered at He Yenshan. Back then, he was the only alchemist in the Heaven Cord Temple. He was a prodigy who cultivated with his hair. Later on, he competed with He Yenshan for the #1 alchemist in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, he lost to He Yenshan. After that, he left the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and traveled between the 3 kingdoms. He obtained many ancient elixir recipes. His alchemy skills and strength improved greatly. Now that he was back, other than to participate in the 100 Generals' War, he wanted to return all the humiliation he suffered back then. Hung Tianxing, you lost to me back then. Are you still holding a grudge? The path of alchemy is broad and profound. What we pursue is alchemy and not fame. Looking at the arrogant Hung Tianxing, He Yenshan frowned and said, since ancient times, there is always a winner and a loser. You no longer have the drive that an alchemist should have. Are you admitting defeat and begging for mercy by saying such words? Hung Tianxing snorted coldly. I am not going to argue with you. He Yenshan frowned and said, trash will always be trash. Hung Tianxing laughed in disdain. Chapter 357. Teacher. Hung Tianxing has the backing of the Sublime Cord Temple. With the support of the Empress Dowager, he is truly arrogant. Everyone in the Grand Hall thought to themselves that Heng Tianqing was too arrogant. Scolding He Yinshan in public was equivalent to scolding all the alchemists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Alright Tianqing, don't waste your time talking to those old trash. Quickly go and take a look at my beautiful jade. Right at this moment, the Empress Dowager's voice echoed. She actually scolded He Yinshan as an old trash. It is just the power of heaven and earth. Must elixirs be used to neutralize it? As a qualified alchemist, apart from helping martial artists, I must also help people without any martial strength. Heng Tianqing nodded to the Empress Dowager and strode towards the blazing jade bed. At the same time, he said indifferently, "Old trash, I shall let you broaden your horizons today." Right now on the blazing jade bed, a white-robed young lady was lying quietly. Her looks weren't considered pretty and could only be considered ordinary. However, because she was the sixth princess, there was a trace of nobility and willfulness between her brows. Right now, her long hair and brows were filled with frost. The frost was getting thicker and thicker, and she seemed to be showing signs of freezing. If she wasn't lying on the blazing jade bed which had fire attribute spirit aura, she would have already been frozen. This was the power of heaven and earth ice. The power of heaven and earth ice cannot be neutralized unless it is poison. It can only be neutralized with blazing heat. My Buddha essence spirit body has the blazing heat of the golden Buddha. As long as I continue to nourish it for 3 years, the sixth princess's illness will be neutralized. Under everyone's gaze, Heng Tianqing's body emitted golden light. The golden light wrapped around the sixth princess with blazing heat. This was the cooling and purification of the Buddha essence. The frost on the surface of the sixth princess's body gradually disappeared. It seems like the power of heaven and earth ice has disappeared. Everyone took in a cold breath. Heng Tianqing might be arrogant and domineering, but he did have the right to be arrogant. He Yinshan's expression dimmed. He was the top master of alchemy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but he was only familiar with elixirs. If he didn't have enough spirit herbs to refine elixirs, he wouldn't be able to cook without rice. Heng Tianqing had an innate advantage. It was his powerful Buddha essence spirit body that allowed him to easily suppress the sixth princess's illness. Oh trash, do you see this? Do you still have the face to stay in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Heng Tianqing raised his head and looked at He Yinshan coldly. His words made He Yinshan's expression turn ugly. It took 3 years to cure the heaven and earth ice force, and you're still so proud of it. Your sound of heaven temple group of bald donkeys. Other than pretending, what else can you do? Right at this moment, a voice of ridicule sounded out from the entrance, causing everyone's eyes to focus. The person who came seemed to be mocking the sound of heaven temple, as if disdaining Heng Tianqing. Everyone's eyes flickered, and when they saw the people walking through the door, their faces grew serious. When they saw the blue-robed young man, many people's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling was here. You dare to question me? Who do you think you are? Is this a place you can come to? Heng Tianqing frowned as he looked at Lin Ling, who was slowly walking into the hall. His face turned cold. Yuman Yun, who allowed you to bring in a lowly commoner? The Empress Dowager looked at Yuman Yun and yelled out. She seemed to dislike Yuman Yun. Yuman Yun's charming face revealed a smear of worry, and didn't dare to look at the Empress Dowager. Unknowingly, she hid behind Lin Ling. Perhaps in her subconscious mind, only this young man could give her a sense of security. Is this place very noble? If you can come, why can't I? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. He then looked at the Empress Dowager. This was his first time meeting the Empress of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That woman was around 50 years old, but she was well taken care of. She looked like she was around 30 years old. It seems like the sixth princess illness isn't important to some people. However, when facing the Empress Dowager, Lin Ling didn't bow or address her. Instead, he spoke calmly. He came from the previous world and didn't have the temperament of a servant. Furthermore, with his current strength, the Empress Dowager was only slightly stronger than him. That indifference caused the Empress Dowager to frown slightly. It was obvious that she didn't expect Lin Ling to be so audacious. Grandmaster Fong, you are the imperial physician of the Imperial Palace, right? A nameless junior wants to treat his illness. Shouldn't you do something? Hung Tianqing didn't seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he looked at Feng Moshui and smiled. Previously, he heard from the state preceptor Tian Xuanzi that Lin Ling seemed to be He Yenshan's disciple. He Yenshan had always been at odds with Feng Moshui. Now that Feng Moshui was here, he could embarrass Lin Ling and convince everyone. As soon as he finished his statement, the state preceptor and the others sneered. Feng Moshui was the imperial physician of the king of Cloud Sea. As long as it was related to the medical Tao, he had great authority. Sometimes even they had to give Feng Moshui some face. So now they wanted to see how Feng Moshui was going to make things difficult for Lin Ling. Under the numerous gazes, Lin Ling's expression remained calm. He quietly looked at the person in the distance as an indifferent voice sounded at the same time. Feng Moshui, I am here. Shouldn't you prepare some tea? Tea? Lin Ling actually asked Feng Moshui to prepare tea? What was going on? Everyone's gaze froze and their expressions froze. Feng Moshui looked at Lin Ling and immediately strode forward with a cup of tea in his hand. At the same time, his respectful voice was heard, Teacher, I've been waiting for you for so long. Silence. Silence. The entire hall was dead silent. Feng Moshui actually called Lin Ling teacher? It was known that Feng Moshui was arrogant and was one of the founding fathers of the country. He didn't even take He Yenshan seriously. Moreover, in front of the princes, as long as it was related to the illness, he, as the head of the imperial physicians, had the right to speak. But such a person called a young man teacher? In the silence, Lin Ling looked at everyone indifferently. His calm voice was heard again, now do I have the right? Yes. Everyone still couldn't believe their eyes. They felt like they were being played by Lin Ling. They all looked at Feng Moshui. I am the imperial physician. As long as it is helpful to the patient's illness, I will let him stay. Feng Moshui said indifferently. His words left no room for doubt. Was it strange to call Lin Ling teacher? He knew that this mysterious young man had cured his poison of heaven and earth not long ago. Moreover, the young man had read all the medical books in the Imperial Physician Hall. His knowledge was already above Feng Moshui's. He also knew that this young man had received He Yenshan's essence. Although he was still young and lacked experience in alchemy, his knowledge was so broad that even He Yenshan couldn't stop praising him. All in all, this young man was very mysterious and seemed to know a lot of ancient knowledge. Feng Moshui, aren't you being too presumptuous? In the silence, Hung Tianqing said coldly. He felt like he was being played. Lin Ling didn't lose face and was being called teacher by Feng Moshui. Was he playing with him? Chapter 358. A bet? Ignorant and inexperienced. Even I don't know about it. I'm the only pill refiner of the Sky Court Temple. Do you think I have the qualifications? Hung Tianqing snorted coldly with arrogance before looking down at Lin Ling. He seemed to be representing Sublime Cord Temple of Supreme High Sect. He was incomparably proud. Oh, so it's the bunch of bald donkeys from Sublime Cord Temple. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lin Ling smiled faintly, as if he had just realized something. His words made Hung Tianqing's pupils constrict. Lin Ling actually scolded Sublime Cord Temple as a bunch of bald donkeys, and even though he was cultivating with his hair, he was still scolded by Lin Ling as a bald donkey. Ignoring Hung Tianqing's angry gaze, Lin Ling continued, Today's priority is to save people, so I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. Hung Tianqing, you're very arrogant, you actually dared to look down on my master. Then let me ask you, what is the Heaven-Earth-Ice Force? Hung Tianqing frowned slightly. The Heaven-Earth Force, as long as one was a martial artist they all knew about it, but what was the Heaven-Earth Force at this moment he really couldn't explain it. Just like swords and sabers, everyone knew that they were sabers and swords, but as to why they were called sabers and swords, and how they were created, not many people knew. You don't know anything, yet you have the qualifications to laugh at other people's trash. Seeing Hung Tianqing's silence, Lin Ling mocked. In fact, even He Yenshan and Feng Moshui didn't know what the Heaven-Earth Force was, and Lin Ling only saw it in an ancient book. A few days ago, he had been searching for the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, he had memorized all kinds of medical books and elixir recipes. Through the eye of time, he had even found many lost books and elixir recipes in the Imperial Medical Hall and Danding Prefecture. So in terms of knowledge, He Yenshan and Feng Mo Shui couldn't compare to Lin Ling. The momentum of heaven and earth is something that is produced by extreme spirit bodies. They are not controlled by martial artists, nor are they produced by martial artists. They can gradually turn from spiritless to spiritless, and finally become heaven and earth spirit beasts. Their creation is formless, which means that anything can form the momentum of heaven and earth. What I said is too complicated with your pig brain IQ. I'm afraid you won't understand, so I'll say it simply. Now, genius alchemist from Tianyin Temple, do you understand? Lin Ling spoke word by word. His words caused Hung Tianqing to be stunned on the spot, and his face flushed red. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people here, he would have killed this young man with a single slap. However, he couldn't understand why this young man knew so much at such a young age. He was even more knowledgeable than He Yenshan. Trash. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He slowly walked towards the flaming jade bed and examined it. At the same time, his eyes lit up. It really was the power of heaven and earth ice. By borrowing the power of heaven and earth, he could open another door. You said so much because you want to tell everyone that you know more? But now it's not about the imperial examination, nor is it about knowledge. It's about curing Qian Yu's illness. At this moment, the Empress Dowager's majestic voice sounded. In my eyes, Hung Tianqing might not understand the power of heaven and earth's ice, but at least he can cure his illness. His innate spiritual body is the Buddha energy, which has the power of scorching heat and nourishing. As for you, you have a glib tongue, but it is completely useless. The Empress Dowager squinted her eyes and spoke again. This made many people nod their heads. That's right, now it's about curing the illness, not about who knows more. After all, if you know more but can't cure the illness, it's just empty talk. Come, beat Lin Ling 5,000 times as punishment, and his master He Yenshan must also be punished. These two master and disciple are fishing for fame. Hung Tianqing suddenly shouted coldly. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Ling in the presence of the Empress Dowager. However, just when he finished speaking, when he looked at Lin Ling, his pupils constricted. At the same time, those who were gloating in the main hall opened their mouths and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing quietly beside the sixth princess. Two kinds of blue and white flames were dancing slowly in his palms. Wherever the flames passed, the frost on the sixth princess's body quietly melted. The power of heaven and earth ice was the spiritual qi of water. Hung Tianqing could use the domineering Buddha vitality to cool down the sixth princess and cure the illness. But it didn't mean that the Buddha vitality was the only one. The fire elemental spiritual body could also achieve the same effect, or even better. Now can you shut your mouths? Lin Ling's sarcastic voice floated out from his mouth. The Empress Dowager and Hung Tianqing opened their mouths and were furious. At first, they doubted Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling only knew how to talk and not do. But now, Lin Ling used his flames to slap them in the face, which made it difficult for them to step down. At least in terms of the qualifications to cure the sixth princess, Lin Ling also has the qualifications. Hung Tianqing, you said that you can cure the sixth princess in 3 years. 3 years is too long. Is that all the bald donkeys from Sublime Sound Temple have? Putting away the flames in his hands, Lin Ling looked at Hung Tianqing. Don't be too proud. I know that you have the fire elemental spiritual body, and have the natural advantage of suppressing the power of heaven and earth ice. But that doesn't mean that you can cure the sixth princess. Hung Tianqing said with a gloomy face. What if I don't need 3 years and can cure her now? Lin Ling suddenly said. Hung Tianqing's expression froze. He was speechless. Everyone in the grand hall stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling actually said that he could cure the sixth princess now. He must be bragging. One must know that He Yenshan and Feng Mo Shui were helpless against the power of heaven and earth ice. What qualifications does Lin Ling have to say this? If you can cure her, I will reward you handsomely. The Empress Dowager's voice sounded. What can you reward me with? Spirit crystals? Spirit ginseng fruit? Or 4 kings? I'm sorry, I seem to have the same things that you have. Lin Ling looked at the Empress Dowager with disdain. This woman was too harsh and overbearing. She suppressed him from the beginning and even mocked his master. This kind of woman made him extremely unhappy. This time the Empress Dowager's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's words carried a sense of arrogance. He didn't even put her in his eyes. If you don't have the ability, then it's better to shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think that you're a mute. Lin Ling said again. Arrogant. In front of everyone, Lin Ling not only looked down on Hung Tianqing, but also slapped the Empress Dowager's face. Everyone's heart trembled violently. I don't want any reward. If I cure the sixth princess, Hung Tianqing will kneel in front of my master and apologize. He will slap himself 3 times. Some humiliating words if you say it, then you will have to pay the corresponding price. Lin Ling said indifferently, ignoring the Empress Dowager's cold face. You! Hung Tianqing's eyes were burning with anger. To make him a general kneel down and slap himself 3 times, this was worse than killing him. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why don't you dare to agree? Is the Sublime Sound Temple full of cowardly trash like you? Lin Ling said coldly again. Tianqing agree with him. But if you fail, then Lin Ling you will have to leave your life behind. The Empress Dowager's voice sounded. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. This Empress Dowager's heart was so vicious. She wanted to use this opportunity to force him to his death. Alright, then let's see if the Sublime Sound Temple will slap themselves 3 times or I will die. Lin Ling did not hesitate and nodded directly. His boldness made everyone's face change slightly. Chapter 359. 7 Illusory Thunder Sealing Finger. They suddenly felt like they were dreaming. Lin Ling could become the most dazzling comet today, and many people thought it was because of luck, but they were obviously wrong. This young man also had the aura of cutting off all his means of retreat. Facing death and fighting to survive, this was one of the necessary attitudes for a powerful cultivator. However, many people did not, especially geniuses who lived like princes. They valued their own lives more, but Lin Ling did. In a situation where he had no chance of winning, he still agreed. Lin Ling He Yenshan was a little worried. If it was a month, he believed that Lin Ling could do it, but it would be a little difficult to cure the 6th princess now. It's okay, master. I will help you regain your lost dignity. Lin Ling said word by word, which made He Yenshan's heart ripple. He felt that the proudest thing in his life was taking in Lin Ling as his disciple. Lin Ling looked at Feng Moshui and asked, Old Feng, the former emperor suppressed the 6th princess's force of ice of heaven and earth back then, right? Feng Moshui was stunned. He did not understand why Lin Ling asked this, but he still nodded. Back then, when the 6th princess fell ill, the former emperor suppressed the force of ice of heaven and earth here. I thought it was cured, but who knew that after so many years it would break out again? Here. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and a wave of confidence rippled in his heart. In fact, he could cure the 6th princess's force of heaven and earth, but in a short period of time, he was only 60% confident. But now he was 90% confident. His current problem was how to gather the 6th princess's force of ice of heaven and earth together. But the former emperor had treated it here, so as long as he could find that scene, everything would be solved. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling's eyes focused, and the eye of space and time rotated. In the main hall, time passed like a white horse. After a moment, Lin Ling's eyes shone, and then he smiled slightly. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, seeing that Lin Ling was in a daze. Many people gloated, but He Yenshan and the others were even more worried. Are you in a daze? You were so arrogant before, but now you can't back down. Hung Tianqing smiled sinisterly. If Lin Ling had used 3 years to cure the 6th princess, he might have believed it a little. However, it was impossible for him to cure the 6th princess now. Empress Dowager, Lin Ling's words must be kept. Otherwise, he would be deceiving the monarch. Hung Tianqing hurriedly said. Clearly, if Lin Ling failed, he wanted Lin Ling to die. That's right. Since he dares to boast in front of the whole world, then if he loses, he must fulfill his promise. The imperial preceptor and the others also spoke. Everyone took this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Aijia has her own points. The Empress Dowager nodded, but in fact, she acquiesced to Hung Tianqing's words. She didn't like Lin Ling, but because he had the support of many experts, she couldn't do anything to Lin Ling without a good excuse. But now Lin Ling had made a promise. He was courting death. She couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die here. When a doctor is treating unrelated people and dogs should keep their mouth shut, right? At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. Hung Tianqing and the other's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was calling them dogs, and it seemed that he was also calling the Empress Dowager a dog. This Lin Ling is so arrogant. The Empress Dowager's face also turned ugly, but she endured it. Lin Ling's arrogance will soon come to an end. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's face was extremely calm. He also knew that many people wanted to see a good show and couldn't wait for him to die. However, these people were going to be disappointed. A powerful soul force covered the sixth princess's body. He was also more familiar with the Heaven-Earth-Ice force on the sixth princess. What a terrifying Heaven-Earth-Ice force. It actually froze the sixth princess. However, the stronger the Heaven-Earth-Ice force is, the higher the chance of me opening the 8 gates. Lin Ling was secretly happy. Then, he stretched out his right hand and a flame appeared on his finger. He recalled in his mind and a set of complicated finger techniques appeared in his heart. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His hand suddenly moved like a dancing butterfly. With a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, he pointed at the sixth princess's body. Every time he pointed, the sixth princess's body trembled. However, the Heaven-Earth-Ice force on her body became even more terrifying. At this moment, the sixth princess seemed to be sealed in ice. What? Everyone's eyes narrowed. The sixth princess's condition seemed to be worse than they imagined. Haha, pretending to know when you don't know. This is the result of deliberately mystifying things. Lin Ling, you're finished. Looking at this scene, Hung Tianqing laughed excitedly. When he took action, although he couldn't cure the sixth princess in a short time, at least the sixth princess's condition was alleviated. There was no frost. Now, after Lin Ling took action, not only was the sixth princess's condition not cured, but it had worsened. If this wasn't a failure, then what was? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to Hung Tianqing's arrogance. He was getting more and more excited. He had finally stimulated the Heaven-Earth-Ice force to become even crazier. What he needed to do now was to extract the Heaven-Earth-Ice force from the sixth princess's body. Therefore, his finger techniques were getting faster and faster. What a fast speed! Lin Ling's treatment method seems to be completely different. Everyone was also attracted by Lin Ling's dazzling finger techniques. He's putting on a monkey show. No matter how fast his finger techniques are, it's useless. If he can't use the scorching temperature to lower the temperature and purify the Heaven-Earth-Ice force, then everything is just empty talk. Hung Tianqing was also shocked by Lin Ling's finger techniques, but he said disdainfully, "Wait, could it be that set of finger techniques? How is that possible?" Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Many people looked over and found that the person who spoke was the imperial physician, Feng Moshui. However, what did Feng Moshui mean? Feng Moshui seemed to be very surprised by Lin Ling's finger techniques. Many people were curious. As if he knew that everyone was surprised, Feng Moshui's face was extremely serious. When the sixth princess fell ill, the former emperor used his overbearing strength to suppress the Heaven-Earth-Ice force. At that time, the finger techniques that he used were the ones that you see now. This is the 7 illusory thunder sealing finger. His voice was even more serious towards the end. The former emperor's finger techniques? Everyone's heart trembled violently. Lin Ling actually knew the former emperor's finger techniques? One had to know that when the former emperor treated the sixth princess, Feng Moshui was also beside him. However, Feng Moshui didn't learn it. After that, this mysterious finger technique disappeared with the former emperor and was completely lost. Now Lin Ling had brought this finger technique back to the world. The 7 illusory thunder sealing finger can seal the Heaven-Earth-Ice force. How could he have learned it? Hung Tianqing's eyes kept flickering. Suddenly he felt a little uneasy. However, soon he sneered. Although the 7 illusory thunder sealing finger is magical, it can only seal the Heaven-Earth-Ice force. However, the key now is that Lin Ling wants to cure the sixth princess's illness. The seal can't be considered a cure. Lin Ling still has to die. Hearing Hung Tianqing's words, many people nodded. Indeed, although this finger technique was mysterious, it was only a seal. It couldn't be considered a cure. Otherwise, the former emperor would have cured the sixth princess with this finger technique. Chapter 360. A monarch does not joke, ignorant and inexperienced. Must the heaven and earth ice force be sealed or nourished with Buddha origin energy? At this time Lin Ling's mocking voice was heard, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. When Lin Ling was using the mysterious finger technique, he could still speak. This kind of perfect control was extremely frightening. Humph, do you have any other way? If there is, how could the dignified sound of Heaven Temple not know? I, Hung Tianqing, roamed the three kingdoms. How could I not know? Hung Tianqing coldly sneered. Is that so? Then look at what I am doing now. Lin Ling shook his head. His right hand finally stopped. His face was indifferent. He shouted, seal. The heaven and earth ice force around the sixth princess receded like a tide. It was actually compressed in her dantian, and Lin Ling used the former emperor's 7 illusion thunder sealing finger. It was for this moment. Come out for me. The low shout sounded again, in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Lin Ling actually extracted the sixth princess heaven and earth ice force. Lin Ling did not use the fire attribute spirit body to restrain the heaven and earth ice force. Nor was it nourishing and purifying. Instead, it was transferring the heaven and earth ice force. If this is the case, then curing the sixth princess in one day is not impossible. Perceiving Lin Ling's intention, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. Where did this Lin Ling learn such a terrifying treatment method? Good. He Yenshan's face was excited. He said good 3 times. Lin Ling's idea was also beyond his expectation, and Feng Mosui was also excited. This mysterious little teacher of his was indeed terrifying. Using the method of transferring the disease, this was unprecedented. Even the former emperor did not expect it. You actually extracted the heaven and earth ice force. Hung Tianqing's eyes widened. There was a trace of panic in his heart. The heaven and earth ice force is not a small matter. You extracted it. How do you plan to deal with it? If it is not handled well, then many people will die. The heaven and earth ice force is like the heaven and earth poison force. If released in the outside world, it will definitely cause great suffering, erasing countless lives. Deal with it. How about I give it to you? At this moment, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. A piece of green-white mysterious ice floated in his palm. The moment this mysterious ice appeared, the entire hall was frozen. It was extremely terrifying. This was the power of heaven and earth ice that Lin Ling had drawn out. Give it to me, you. Hung Tianqing's expression became even more terrified. If the force of heaven and earth entered his body, he could not guarantee what would happen. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling looking at him with a cold smile, he immediately took a step back. He was extremely afraid of the greenish-white mysterious ice. Trash, is this the alchemist of the dignified sound of Heaven Temple? Lin Ling's lips curled into a mocking smile, causing Hung Tianqing's face to turn even uglier. He wanted to say something, but he was still afraid of the heaven and earth ice force in Lin Ling's hands. The 5th-rank genius of the 108-star generals is actually such a coward. What's laughable is that such a person actually has the qualifications to mock my master. Today, I'll let you broaden your horizons. Lin Ling sneered coldly again. Then, his right hand gently slapped the greenish-white mysterious ice into his body. Boom! The moment the mysterious ice entered his body, a terrifying frost energy exploded, freezing Lin Ling into an ice sculpture. Everyone in the main hall sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ling is crazy. He actually put the force of heaven and earth ice into his own body. For a moment, the entire main hall was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Ling's crazy actions. His actions shocked their hearts. Hung Tianqing's pupils constricted, but then he laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with endless mockery. Haha, you overestimate yourself. In order to cure the 6th princess illness, you've put in a lot of effort. Unfortunately, you're paying with your life. Previously, he was completely shocked by Lin Ling. Lin Ling's actions were beyond his imagination. Lin Ling's madness was beyond his understanding. But now that he had calmed down, he realized that Lin Ling's actions were simply courting death. Crack, crack, crack. Just then, cracks appeared on the large ice sculpture and a mysterious aura rippled out, causing everyone in the main hall to focus their gazes. At the same time, an icy voice sounded, "My apologies, I won't die before I see your 3 slaps." This voice was like a great bell, ringing in everyone's hearts. Lin Ling has absorbed the force of heaven and earth ice and is still alive? Are you surprised that I'm not dead? Then let me tell you, not only am I not dead, I've borrowed the force of heaven and earth ice to surpass the limits of the human body once again. Lin Ling's icy voice rang out once again as his indifferent eyes stared at Hung Tianqing. Hung Tianqing's expression turned extremely ugly. Not only was this young man not dead, he had borrowed the force of heaven and earth ice to increase his powers. This difference between heaven and earth made him feel as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Imperial Mother. Just then a clear voice rang out. The sixth princess sat up on the flaming jade bed and spoke in a daze. However, her beautiful eyes continued to stare at Lin Ling, sparkling continuously. The sixth princess is awake. Yes. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Moreover, when they looked at the sixth princess, there was no longer any frost on her face. It was obvious that the sixth princess's illness had been cured. Qinyu, you're awake. The Empress Dowager also shouted in joy. He is. Yes. The sixth princess was still looking at Lin Ling. Then, she found out from the Empress Dowager that this handsome young man was the one who had cured her. This made her beautiful eyes sparkle even more. She did not know why, but the indifferent young man standing not far away from her had left all kinds of shadows in her heart. Lin Ling, you're amazing. Yes. You're indeed my little teacher. Yes. He Yenshan and Feng Moshui looked at Lin Ling with great admiration. They did not expect this young man to succeed. Lin Ling smiled slightly. He was extremely happy at this moment. After all, he had borrowed the force of heaven and earth ice to open another door. However, his gaze then turned to Hung Tianqing. I remember someone said that if I cured the sixth princess, someone should kneel down and slap himself 3 times to apologize to my teacher. I think someone should have nothing to say now. Cold. Everyone in the hall woke up from their stupor and looked at Hung Tianqing. You want me to kneel? Do you know who I am? Today's matter, let's forget about it. Hung Tianqing said with a gloomy face. He represented the Supreme Sect and was the 5th genius among the 108 stars. How could he kneel down? If he really kneeled down, the dignity of the Sublime Sound Temple would be lost by him. Empress Dowager, a monarch does not joke. Yes. Lin Ling looked at the Empress Dowager and said. His cold eyes made it difficult for the Empress Dowager to breathe. The Sublime Sound Temple had a good relationship with her and was her backer. How could she let the Sublime Sound Temple lose face? How could she let Hung Tianqing kneel down in front of everyone? However, the promise was made first, and in front of everyone, how could she be biased? The most important thing was that Lin Ling was too strong and did not seem to want to give up. Today my Qinyu woke up, that is a day of great joy. If you want to kneel, leave it for next time. The Empress Dowager said lightly. She was evading. If she waited until next time, who would remember the promise today? A monarch does not joke. Yes. Chapter 361. Asking for humiliation. Lin Ling knew that the Sublime Cord Temple and the Empress Dowager had a close relationship. However, he had lost the bet with Hung Tianqing and was about to lose his life. Now that he had said save it for next time, did he think that nothing had happened? Moreover, he had used his own life as the bet to cure the sixth princess. Therefore, even if the Empress Dowager rejected him today, he would still make Hung Tianqing kneel before his master. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Hung Tianqing shouted angrily. Kneel or not? Kneel. Lin Ling was indifferent and his face turned even colder. The Empress Dowager looked coldly at Lin Ling. She knew that this young man was not a pushover. If you bullied him, he would return the favor tenfold. If she did not make Hung Tianqing kneel, Lin Ling would not let it go. Tianqing, why don't you apologize? Apologize. Finally, the Empress Dowager said indifferently. What? Kneel. Hung Tianqing frowned. He was really going to kneel and slap himself 3 times. No matter what noble status you have, a mistake is a mistake. If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as his subjects. Lin Ling looked at him coldly. His indifferent words made Hung Tianqing's heart tremble. Hung Tianqing looked around but no one spoke up for him. After all, he had lost. Clenching his teeth, Heaven Traverser walked towards He Yenshan and finally knelt down with a thud. During this process, his heart was deeply humiliated. Not long ago, he came here arrogantly, stepping on He Yenshan and calling him trash. But now he knelt down before He Yenshan. Doesn't that mean that he is worse than trash? Looking at this scene, many people sighed secretly. Hung Tianqing was so embarrassed. Today, the prestige of the mysterious Sublime Cord Temple was also thrown away by him. Slap yourself 3 times. Apologize. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded again. You. Apologize. Hung Tianqing's eyes narrowed. Kneeling before He Yenshan was already very embarrassing for him. But Lin Ling wanted him to slap himself 3 times. Do you need my help? Apologize. Ignoring Hung Tianqing's furious gaze, Lin Ling spoke again. I, Hung Tianqing, will remember today's humiliation. Hung Tianqing said coldly. Then a loud and clear slap sounded. Everyone's heart trembled violently. The slap landed on Hung Tianqing's face, but at the same time, it also landed on their hearts, especially the third prince and imperial advisor Tian Xuanzi. They knew that Lin Ling was reminding them that if they were shameless, then they would end up like Hung Tianqing. The third prince and imperial advisor Tian Xuanzi's eyes flickered. They couldn't afford to bully Lin Ling anymore. If you want to make a name for yourself by stepping on a senior of virtue and prestige, you must at least have the corresponding strength. Therefore, you are the one who has lost this face. You are just asking for humiliation. Lin Ling looked at traversing heaven's path calmly, then smiled at He Yenshan. Lin Ling. He Yenshan was shocked, but he nodded heavily. Not long ago, Hung Tianqing bullied him because he didn't have the ingredients to refine the pill and couldn't cure the 6th princess. Then he called him an old trash. At that time, He Yenshan's heart was bleeding as he was heavily humiliated. But now his disciple helped him regain his dignity. In front of the whole world, he made those who bullied him suffer the consequences that they deserved. This disciple of his was very good. He Yenshan's old eyes became hazy. At this moment Hung Tianqing stood up. His face was incomparably cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Today, I kneeled because of my promise. But let me remind you, the 100 Generals battle is about to begin. If you continue to be so arrogant, you will lose your life. He was threatening Lin Ling. After all, to him, Lin Ling was just an Earth Spirit realm trash. He was only forced to kneel because of the situation. But if they really fought, Lin Ling wasn't his opponent at all. Unfortunately, his threat was met with a faint smile from Lin Ling. It's funny. It seems that everyone who loses face will settle accounts later. It seems that only by settling accounts can they regain the face they lost not too long ago. But settling accounts later means that they really didn't kneel not too long ago. Were those 3 slaps fake? Lin Ling said. Haha. Hearing this, Feng Moshui couldn't help but laugh. His little teacher had such a poisonous mouth. This was like rubbing salt on Hung Tianqing's wound. Many people in the hall couldn't help but laugh. No matter how much Hung Tianqing wanted to regain his face, the humiliation of kneeling and slapping himself 3 times not long ago couldn't be erased. You're very bold. Is this the pride before your death? Being laughed at by everyone. A terrifying aura exploded from Hung Tianqing's body. It was like a Buddha or a demon, like Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva had descended, causing the entire hall to shake. And that huge aura was pressing down on Lin Ling. He seemed to want to use that huge aura to let Lin Ling know that he, Hung Tianqing, was much stronger than Lin Ling. Pride before your death? If you want to fight, come now. An endless aura pressed down. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and a tyrannical fighting intent erupted from him. His soul force was like the waves of an ocean, and a small knife invisible to the naked eye passed through the hall, shooting straight towards traversing heaven. I want to see what you have to be proud of. Nirvana blade. Rumble. Hung Tianqing's eyes instantly focused. He didn't know why, but his soul was actually trembling at this moment. It was as if he would turn into ashes in the next moment. And his soul felt that the whole world had disappeared. And a small knife as thin as a silkworm's wing cut through the space and shot towards him. Not good. Hung Tianqing's face changed drastically, and he took a few steps back. That small knife was too terrifying. However, after he took a few steps back, that terrifying illusion instantly disappeared. and the entire hall returned to normal. Only the young man in the distance was looking at him mockingly. Apart from him, everyone else in the hall was also looking at him in shock. In their eyes, Hung Tianqing was looking at Lin Ling before, but for some reason he was suddenly scared, and then he took a few steps back, his face full of fear. The Nirvana blade was invisible and colorless, and it was a soul power attack. Lin Ling had only targeted Hung Tianqing before, so the others naturally couldn't sense it. In terms of the power of the Nirvana blade, it was a pure soul power attack, and even the four kings were afraid of it, so how could Hung Tianqing not be afraid? Hung Tianqing, the battle of 100 generals hasn't even started, and you're already scared. Your martial heart is disappointing. As Hung Tianqing's pupils constricted, Lin Ling's mocking laughter rang out at the same time. He could have killed Hung Tianqing before, but there were too many people here, and he didn't want to expose his trump card for a trash like Hung Tianqing, so he only intimidated him a little. It's just a battle of 100 generals, wash your neck clean and fight to the death. Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold, and his deep voice rang out again. Hung Tianqing was an arrogant person, and since he had lost face today, he would definitely want his life, and Lin Ling would not show mercy to those who wanted his life. Let's go. Go. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling left with He Yenshan and the others. The hall was still silent, and everyone was looking at Hung Tianqing with complicated expressions. They couldn't understand why Hung Tianqing would be afraid of Lin Ling with his strength, and even retreat before. Could it be that it was really as Lin Ling had said, that Hung Tianqing's martial heart was not stable? Tianqing, you? Go. Chapter 362. Marriage Alliance. Why would I be afraid of him? What happened just now? Hung Tianqing's mood was worse than anyone else. He couldn't understand why he was afraid, and it must be an illusion. After all, if Lin Ling was really that powerful, why couldn't anyone else in the Grand Hall sense it? Furthermore, he didn't sense any spirit energy fluctuation from Lin Ling either. Hence it must be an illusion. 100 Generals battle. I will be waiting for you, Lin Ling. After comforting himself, Hung Tianqing looked at the direction of the door with cold eyes. He is so formidable and looks so confident just now. Is he Lin Ling? Sixth Princess Qinyu was still sitting on the jade bed, but her mind was already occupied by that handsome figure. When she thought of that youth's name, her eyes lit up. Lin Ling, the current most outstanding prodigy. Furthermore, he had outstanding looks, fame, fortune, strength, and looks. He was the target of all the young ladies in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Qinyu smiled and looked at the Empress Dowager. She decided to tell the Empress Dowager about her idea and ask her to bestow a marriage. Perhaps in her heart, she was a prodigy, and in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only Lin Ling was worthy of her. Hence she wanted to obtain Lin Ling. Of course, this desire was partly because she liked him, but it was mostly due to her vanity. After everyone left, Qinyu told the Empress Dowager about her idea. This suggestion caused the Empress Dowager's eyes to flicker slightly. After pondering for a moment, she felt that it was a rather good suggestion. Lin Ling was currently the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He was only 18 years old, had an arrogant aura, and was in his prime. Such a prodigy was indeed worthy of her daughter. Most importantly, if the marriage was successful, Lin Ling would be hers. Hence, this marriage was beneficial to her. All right, I will announce it to the world 3 days later. The Empress Dowager smiled and nodded. Empress Dowager dotes on Qinyu the most. I am the 6th princess's son-in-law, and I must be the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. No one else is worthy of me. Qinyu let out a delighted smile, which was filled with pride and willfulness. It was a pity that both of them had their own wishful thinking. They didn't expect that Lin Ling wouldn't even agree. If other youths could marry a princess, it would be an honor and pride, but to Lin Ling, be it the Empress Dowager or the princess, they were nothing. Lin Ling, He Yenshan, and the other 3 stopped not far from the palace gates. They were all in a good mood. He Yenshan looked at Lin Ling and said gratefully, Lin Ling, thank you for earlier. Hearing those words, He Yenshan smiled awkwardly. Old He, you're so annoying. The little teacher helped you because he's your disciple. You keep thanking him all day long. Even I'm sick of it. Am I right, little teacher? Feng Moshui looked at He Yanshan with dissatisfaction, then looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile. He was actually very uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he had competed with He Yanshan for many years. Who knew that when he was old, He Yanshan only accepted one disciple, but he lost so badly that he couldn't show his face. None of his useless disciples in the Imperial Medical Hall could be compared to Lin Ling. Master Feng called Lin Ling little teacher? Yuman Yun and In Yuer couldn't help but laugh. Their relationship was too messy. Yun looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile, Lin Ling, although you may find it annoying, I still have to say it. Thank you for saving my sister, the sixth princess. Lin Ling patted his forehead. He received a lot of thanks today. He couldn't help but laugh. You helped me a lot back then. Today I am just returning some favors. Moreover, I didn't lose out. After all, I went for the worldly ice force. The worldly ice force. No wonder you could devour it earlier. Oh right, little teacher, are you still looking for the worldly ice force? Feng Moshui was stunned for a moment. Then he asked curiously. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Feng Moshui pondered. Although he didn't know why Lin Ling was looking for the worldly ice force, he had the impression that the old man also had the worldly ice force. Then he said what he was thinking. Ghost Marshal? Hearing Feng Moshui's words, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That's right. How could I forget about that terrifying old man? He Yanshan suddenly realized and explained. There were 3 pillars in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. First He Yanshan. Second He Lao. Third Ghost Marshal. This Ghost Marshal was also one of the founding elders of the kingdom. He was an expert that wasn't inferior to the 4 kings. In terms of influence, this Ghost Marshal was even more terrifying because he was the marshal of the million-strong army in the North Ice Sea. However, this hidden expert had a strange personality and didn't like crowds. Therefore, after King Yunhai disappeared, he had been living in seclusion. He had a treasure on him, the 10,000 Ghost flag. This treasure had the worldly ice force. He Yanshan said slowly. If Feng Moshui didn't suddenly mention it, he would have almost forgotten about this terrifying old man. Ghost Marshal? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Right now, his top priority was to open the 8 gates. He was only 2 gates away from the 8 gates. As long as he could open them successfully, he would be able to step into the heaven spirit realm and possess the demonic fire. Furthermore, the 100 Generals battle was getting closer. With his current strength, it was obvious that he couldn't sweep everything. Then where is the Ghost Marshal? Lin Ling asked expectantly. The North Ice region of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Demon Ghost City. He Yanshan and Feng Moshui looked at each other and said at the same time. That place had quite a reputation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a real ghost city. There was no one within 1,000 miles and it was extremely eerie. If you want to go, I have a token here. Maybe he'll meet you, but it's hard to say if he'll lend you the 10,000 Ghosts flag. That old bastard's temperament is the most eccentric. He Yanshan said again and gave the token to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. After a short conversation, he decided to set off immediately. Lin Ling, the 100 Generals battle is about to begin. If you lose, they will use it as a pretext to make a fuss. You must be careful. He Yanshan said worriedly. Lin Ling looked at the sky indifferently. There were rolling dark clouds, and it seemed like a clear sky was about to appear. Don't worry. I will never lose the 100 Generals battle. Yes. At the same time, after Lin Ling left the Cloud Sea City, many people from the major factions noticed. For a moment, their eyes revealed a cold glint. In the Cloud Sea City, Lin Ling had the 3 kings, He Yanshan, the second prince, and other experts. Therefore, no one dared to touch Lin Ling rashly. They were afraid that a slight move would affect the whole situation. However, once Lin Ling left the Cloud Sea City, then Lin Ling's advantage would no longer exist. Subsequently, 3 days after Lin Ling left, a sensational news was spread. Lin Ling and the 6th princess were getting married. This news was announced by the Empress Dowager, and it shocked the entire Cloud Sea City. Chapter 363. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios searching for the Ghost Marshal at this moment. Lin Ling didn't know about all this and was heading towards Demon Ghost City. Swish! Heaven Realm wings. The blue and white wings allowed Lin Ling to fly across the sky like a fiery god. With such a flying martial art, the time Lin Ling took to travel from Cloud Sea City to Demon Ghost City was shortened by half. Sunset Village was the only town on the way to the North Ice. It was also the only inhabited place near Demon Ghost City. In a restaurant, guests came like clouds and it was packed to the brim. Have you heard? The new generation's prodigy, Lin Ling. Not long ago, he suppressed the crown prince until he couldn't speak. This Lin Ling is so terrifying. I heard that he is only 18 years old, but he is the only one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who dares to go against the crown prince. 18 years old. TSK. I really don't know how he cultivates. The inn was bustling with noise and discussion. However, everyone's eyes were subconsciously looking at the mysterious man who just walked in. That man was wearing a large cloak that covered his face. He walked into the inn and glanced around indifferently. He then chose a quiet table by the window and walked over. That man gave off a very mysterious feeling. Of course, the martial artists in the inn just took a few more glances and didn't take it to heart. There were many martial artists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. There were all kinds of martial artists. Hence it wasn't strange at all. Wait, my leg is a little inconvenient. Let me take this table. Just as the cloaked man was about to sit down, a middle-aged man looked at him and smiled. He seemed to think that this table was by the window and had a better view. Hence he wanted to occupy this table. His words were obviously rude. After all, the cloaked man was the first to sit at this table. The cloaked man frowned slightly. However, when he saw that the middle-aged man's leg was indeed injured, he couldn't be bothered with his rudeness. He stood up and walked over to the corner. This man is so easy to bully. However, the sword on his back is so huge. Even the cloak can't hide it. The middle-aged man smiled delightedly and sat down. He called for some food and wine and started eating contentedly. The cloaked man sat in front of a table in the corner. Under the cloak, the pupils on his delicate face kept flashing. He was Lin Ling. He was travel-worn and was about to reach Demon Ghost City. However, before that, he wanted to find out some information in this inn. After all, how was he supposed to find the ghost marshal? This gave him a headache. His soul force quietly spread out and he could clearly sense the people in the restaurant. Suddenly Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In another corner, a mysterious old man was drinking tea. Lin Ling's soul force was extremely powerful, and he could vaguely feel that the old man was emitting a mysterious aura. This aura was similar to the aura of the Middle-Ean ancient clan of the 8 great ancient clans. Lin Ling for his god. Atlas Studios Atlas. Lin 1000 Atlas Studios Atlas. 1000 Atlases Lin Atlas Studios Atlas. Atlas Studios Atlas Studios Atlas Atlas. Everyone here must be interrogated. The orders from above are to search for wanted criminals. If anyone breaks the law, kill them without mercy. Suddenly, a large number of figures walked into the inn and surrounded all the cultivators here. An old man in armor gazed coldly at them while he withdrew a painting. He's a wanted criminal. Capture him alive and report him to the authorities will be rewarded. Everyone gazed at the painting, and their eyes instantly narrowed. It was a handsome young man in the painting. He was tall and slender, had handsome features, and the most striking feature was the huge sword on his back. He seems to be Lin Ling. Some of the cultivators in the inn were from Ocean of Cloud City, so they had some impression of him. His words caused all the cultivators in the inn to gasp. The wanted criminal is actually Lin Ling? The old man's face instantly turned cold. Yes, Lin Ling has committed the crime of deceiving the emperor and looking down on the imperial authority. Ocean of Cloud City has issued a warrant for his arrest. We've come in the name of Ocean King Wang to surround and kill him. That doesn't seem to be the case. All of them were slightly shocked. Lin Ling is a wanted criminal? Perhaps that wasn't the case at all, and it was just an excuse that Wang Haiwang had used Lin Ling's departure from the city to annihilate Lin Ling. There's no need for all of you to worry about such matters. All you have to know is that you'll be rewarded. Everyone stand up. The old man shouted once more. However, their thoughts weren't wrong. Ocean King Wang had used Lin Ling's departure to kill Lin Ling, and that was why he'd sent experts to surround and capture Lin Ling. As for what he said to the outside world, he naturally slandered Lin Ling as a wanted criminal. Wait, he's carrying a huge sword. I've seen him. Right at this moment, an anxious voice resounded, and then a limping middle-aged man walked over with joy. You've seen him? Where? The old man's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Over there. He gave his seat to me just now, and I saw an enormous black sword beneath his cloak. The limping middle-aged man spoke with extreme excitement, and he seemed as if he'd obtained a reward. Yifeng is really shameless. That cloaked figure took pity on him and gave his seat to him, but in the blink of an eye, he betrayed the cloaked figure. But the cloaked figure is Lin Ling. I heard Lin Ling is a true genius. I actually have the fortune to meet him today. Everyone in the restaurant was slightly excited, and they gazed at the cloaked figure at the corner. On the other hand, the cloaked figure was still drinking and disregarding the gazes from the surroundings. Lin Ling, Ocean King Wang knows that you've left the city. Haha. Without the protection of the third kings, you'll definitely die today. The old man roared with excitement and walked over with large strides. You don't have to hide. I know you're very formidable. Unfortunately, you're only at the peak of the earthly spirit realm in the end, whereas I'm the #1 general under Ocean King Wang, and my strength has already attained the heavenly spirit realm. As soon as these words were spoken, a surging aura accompanied them, and the entire restaurant shook, causing everyone to gasp. A general in the heavenly spirit realm had come as well. Lin Ling was most likely doomed. With this thought in mind, numerous gazes were still looking at the corner where the cloaked figure was still drinking quietly. However, a moment later, a slightly pale hand stretched out from the wide cloak, and a wisp of blue and white flames danced on the palm. It looks like Ocean King Wang is the first to make a move against me. It looks like it's time for him to give up his position as one of the 4 kings. Ice cold. Under everyone's gazes, the cloaked figure gently lifted the cloak to reveal the delicate face of a youth. Lin Ling. The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. It was the first time they'd seen a legendary figure, and this legendary figure was even younger than they'd imagined. Moreover, he'd said that the position of one of the 4 kings was to be given up. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to change the situation of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom again and decide Ocean King Wang's fate? Haha, if you were an Ocean of Cloud City, then I, Lone Eagle, would believe your words. You also possess such enormous strength and influence, but you seem to have no right to speak outside of the city. The armored old man shook his head in disdain, as if he'd already obliterated Lin Ling and obtained endless glory. Capture him. Capture. Then the armored elder let out a roar. Kill! Kill! A large number of experts walked out from behind him. Upon closer inspection, they were actually all at the peak of the earthly spirit realm. Chapter 364. The might of the saber of Nirvana, my lord. Hurry and capture him. I'll be rewarded after we capture him. The crippled middle-aged man also smiled excitedly, but his words were met with even more disdain. Lin Ling, a prodigy of a generation, had never used his power to bully others. He'd given up his position when he saw that the crippled middle-aged man's leg was inconvenient. However, the crippled middle-aged man was not only ungrateful, but had betrayed Lin Ling and urged other experts to kill Lin Ling for the sake of the reward. This temperament was too despicable. Didn't Wang Haiwang tell you that I've killed Yin Jinzi of the Sky Spirit Realm? At this moment, a calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. A wisp of blue and white flames leapt out from his palm and blossomed like fireworks, turning into countless small flames that landed on those who were pouncing over. Ah! Ah! Painful cries rang out as the experts who'd attempted to kill Lin Ling were all burned to death. One move. Dozens of experts at the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm had been reduced to ashes. Everyone else in the restaurant was unscathed, which spoke volumes of Lin Ling's terrifying ability to control fire. So powerful. Ah! The crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they'd seen the #1 genius of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom in action. No one in the Earth Spirit Realm can stop you. You have some ability. It looks like I need to make a move. Ah! The armored elder wasn't afraid at all and laughed coldly. I know you've killed Injunzi, but it's a pity that Injunzi's death was due to carelessness. Injunzi isn't the only peak expert in the initial stage of the Sky Spirit realm. If it wasn't for me being too old and unable to participate in the 100 Generals battle, I would have already stepped into the Circle of Geniuses. Ah! Rumble! Circles of yellow ripples exploded from his body, as the aura of his Heaven Spirit Essence pill erupted. It was actually yellow. One had to know that the Heaven Spirit Essence pill was divided into 7 grades. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue and purple. It was related to one's spirit body and comprehension of great concepts. If both were high, then the Heaven Spirit Essence pill's grade would be higher. Yellow was the 3rd grade, which meant that the Armored Elder's foundation of the Sky Spirit realm was extremely solid. Perhaps, his spirit body wasn't as good as Injunzi, but his cultivation time. After all, the heat could also affect one's strength. Puff! In the inn, everyone vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and trembled. Heaven Spirit Realm experts were the pinnacle combat strength in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Even if they released their aura presence, they would still find it hard to resist. At such an age, instead of retiring to your hometown, you want to step into the Circle of Geniuses? You really don't know your limits. However, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. If this was not long ago, he would have had to use the Fist of the Ares Fiery Destruction to defeat his opponent. But now he had a new trump card. Blade of Nirvana. Formless soul fluctuations radiated outwards, continuously swallowing and condensing. A small knife as thin as a silkworm's wing appeared in front of Lin Ling. It continuously revolved, emitting terrifying soul fluctuations. Unfortunately, this was a soul undulation. Others could not detect it at all. If I kill you, I can step into the Circle of Geniuses. The armored old man sneered. He still couldn't sense the soul-shocking blade. Then go to hell and be a genius. Lin Ling's cold voice echoed. With a thought, the blade of Nirvana cut through the air and shot towards the armored old man. At this moment, the armored old man was still sneering. He was still thinking about how to kill Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a horrific soul spirit pressure assaulted him. In his eyes, the blade of Nirvana that came from hell appeared. It was constantly expanding and intimidating his soul spirit. What is this? The armored old man's eyes narrowed as his soul spirit trembled. If it was a spirit chi attack, he wouldn't be afraid with his strength at the initial stage of the Heaven Spirit realm. However, this was a soul spirit attack. It was formless and colorless. He couldn't block it at all. Furthermore, a soul spirit attack could shake a Heaven Spirit realm expert. This meant that Lin Ling's soul spirit was extremely terrifying. He was probably the number 1 in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Retreat! Retreat! The armored old man's mind changed and wanted to leave. Too slow. A cold voice echoed in his ears. Immediately after, he felt as though his soul spirit was struck by lightning. His 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were shattered. Plop! The armored old man fell on his back. There weren't any wounds on his body. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. However, his soul spirit had collapsed and was already dead. Dead! The crowd stared at this scene and froze. They originally thought that there would be an exciting battle. Who knew that Lin Ling didn't even make a move and was still sitting there quietly? That armored old man had a terrified expression and yelled for retreat. Then he died as soon as he took a step. A Heaven Spirit Realm expert had died in front of their eyes. They felt as though they were dreaming. A Heaven Spirit Realm expert was the pinnacle of combat strength in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with disbelief. This young man's reputation as a genius was well deserved. At the corner, an old man who was drinking tea had a flash in his eyes. It's your turn. Cold. At this moment, a cold voice echoed. Lin Ling looked at the crippled middle-aged man silently with emotionless eyes. My lord, spare my life. I was threatened by them. I didn't want to betray you at all. The crippled middle-aged man's face instantly changed. He thought that he would be rewarded. Who knew that everyone would be killed by Lin Ling? Now he was afraid. Don't you think these words are fake? Lin Ling said indifferently. Threatened? From beginning to end, everyone saw the crippled middle-aged man being greedy and volunteering to betray Lin Ling. They didn't see the armored old man threatening him at all. Everyone knew this and looked at him with disdain. I was wrong. The crippled middle-aged man knelt down and kept kowtowing. I have an 80-year-old mother at home, but my legs are crippled. I can't afford to raise her. Thus I was blinded by greed. I hope that my Lord will spare my life on account of my mother. But as he kowtowed, his eyes kept flickering. This Linling was still young. Such an excuse should be able to arouse his sympathy. I hate using my mother the most. People like you who don't care about family ties don't have the right to have a mother. Unfortunately, Linling's voice was still cold. A blue flame flicked out and landed on the crippled middle-aged man's body, burning him and making him roll on the ground in pain. You want to raise your mother, but now you're eating and drinking in a restaurant. Do you think I'll believe such words? And even if you do have a mother, you're not a filial son. As the crippled middle-aged man's breath gradually weakened, Linling's cold voice sounded. Then, the crippled middle-aged man was burned to ashes. He Feng does have an 80-year-old mother. Unfortunately, his mother is still farming. His mother raised He Feng alone, but He Feng lied to his mother, saying that he was diligently practicing martial arts. In reality, He Feng was indulging in wine and women every day. Some people knew the crippled middle-aged man and disdained to speak. Lord Linling gave him the position, but He Feng didn't show any gratitude. Instead, he betrayed Lord Linling. This action shows that He Feng is a despicable person. Yes, they all thought that He Feng deserved to die. Ignoring the voices around him, Linling picked up the wine jug and walked towards an old man in the corner. He then sat down at the table. Senior, drinking tea in a restaurant. Isn't this a bit too unconventional? Chapter 365. Imperial hegemony. While chatting, the elder in front of him had a skinny body and an ashen face. He was drinking tea by himself, but Linling could sense that this elder's strength wasn't weak and had a mysterious aura presence. If it was anyone else, just based on this statement, I would have asked him to scram. But you, Linling, I will still give you this face. That old man indifferently said a sentence. It was obvious that he knew about the situation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, he added, don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you are the #1 prodigy. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is filled with experts, and there are many who are stronger than you. Yes. Linling nodded and poured himself a cup of wine. He then said indifferently, the Ghost Marshal is one of them, right? Yes. Once he said this, that elder's eyes narrowed. It was obvious that Linling's words had moved him. He didn't know how this youth saw through his identity. In the nearby region there are plenty of hidden experts, but the strongest is the Ghost Marshal. The Ghost Marshal's aura presence might be concealed very well, but if one's soul spirit force is strong enough, one would still be able to detect a trace of Yin aura. Linling seemed to know that the elder was astonished and spoke slowly. You are very formidable, even stronger than the rumors. But is there a problem? The Ghost Marshal frowned and looked indifferently at Linling. Lend me your 10,000 ghosts flag. Linling spoke bluntly. If you are here to drink tea, I can invite you on account of Linling. But if you are here for other purposes, you can leave. Yes. The Ghost Marshal continued to drink his tea. He seemed to like drinking tea and even poured a cup for Linling. Linling frowned slightly. He wasn't surprised by this outcome. The Ghost Marshal was obviously not someone who was easy to get along with. He then looked at the tea on the table and smiled. He picked it up and drank a mouthful. In the next moment, pff. Linling spat out the tea and spoke with disdain. Such inferior tea. Is this also tea? Yes. His words caused the Ghost Marshal's gaze to harden, and a cold voice came out. Linling, if we're talking about other things, I don't dare to guarantee anything, but if we're talking about the way of tea, you have no right to speak in front of me. Is that so? Linling laughed carelessly. Then let me ask you, what is the best way to brew tea? The Ghost Marshal frowned slightly. The water of the North Ice is better than the water of the Cloud Sea, and among the North Ice, the water of the Water Dragon close to the Stone Saint country is better. You are too narrow-minded. Linling interrupted him. The water used to make tea is above the mountains and rivers. In the water of the river, and under the water of the well. Lin Ling's words made Ghost Commander's eyes twinkle. He suddenly felt that this youth was very interesting. Tea was his hobby. He simply asked, "Then what is the leader of the tea?" "The first is the origin of tea, the second is the tea utensils, the third is the tea creation, the fourth is the tea utensils, the fifth is the tea boiling, and the sixth is the tea drinking. Only then can one be considered a true tea drinker." Lin Ling smiled slightly. The origin of the old Mister's tea is provided by the restaurant. As for the tea utensils, the old Mister probably doesn't know much about them. As for the tea creation, the old Mister also doesn't know how to make tea. I don't need to say anything else. At best, you just like to drink tea and can't be considered a tea drinker. You dare to talk about the tea ceremony? The soft laughter with a touch of disdain made Ghost Commander's face stiffen. Although he was the person who drank the most tea in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he didn't expect Lin Ling to know more than him. Awesome, it seems like this old man has to work harder. You are so young, but your knowledge of the tea ceremony is not weaker than this old man. This old man admits defeat. Ghost Commander sighed, which made Lin Ling smile helplessly in his heart. In fact, he didn't know much about tea. What he said before was from the book Tea Sutra from the previous world. Right now, to put it bluntly, he was just bluffing the Ghost Commander. Fortunately, this world's tea ceremony attainment was indeed not deep. Lin Ling was able to bluff the Ghost Commander a little. Furthermore, when I saw the old Mister drinking tea, it didn't seem like you were drinking it for the sake of your body's illness, right? Lin Ling added another sentence. When he was checking on this Ghost Commander, he noticed that the Ghost Commander's body was filled with an aura, and also had a demonic flame. Once Lin Ling finished his statement, the Ghost Commander's hand that was holding onto the teacup trembled imperceptibly. This Lin Ling was so terrifying, and it seemed like he knew everything about him. You don't have to look so surprised. Because I am also He Yenshan's disciple, I am able to detect such symptoms. Lin Ling let out a faint smile. The Ghost Commander's expression constantly changed. He seemed to be unable to see through this youth in front of him. This youth was too mysterious. Lin Ling, your reputation has soared, and you are the leader of the new generation of geniuses. Originally, I was somewhat disdainful of you, thinking that you were just fishing for fame and were just a boorish fellow. But now this old man has misjudged you. Aside from martial arts, you are also extremely strong in other areas. The Ghost Commander looked at Lin Ling with praise. He had seen countless geniuses, but this was the first time he had seen a youth like Lin Ling who was neither arrogant nor humble, but had seen so much. For some reason, he felt a little more confident that Lin Ling would become the king of the Cloud Sea. It is true that I have been poisoned, but that is not important. I just want to ask you, is the king of the Cloud Sea very important to you? The Ghost Commander suddenly asked. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the Ghost Commander's seclusion and eccentricity naturally had his own reasons. Previously, Lin Ling had used the tea ceremony to get the Ghost Commander to put down his airs and chat with him. Therefore, the Ghost Commander's question was definitely very important. Lin Ling had to answer well. If he failed, he would lose the 10,000 Ghosts flag. It is not important. Lin Ling smiled and said. The Ghost Commander's eyes focused. Why? Because my goal is not the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and the competition for the King of the Cloud Sea is just a challenge in my life. The challenge might be difficult, but I am not afraid. This is my own selfishness. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. As for Zigong, when the era changed, countless people died because of it. Even my clan, the Fire Ancient Clan, was nearly submerged. Therefore, I hope to protect my clan and even calm down this turmoil. For this goal, I have been working hard. It is not important to me if I succeed, but I will become the king. At the end of his statement, Lin Ling's body emitted a determined aura. The Ghost Commander's body trembled. Through the conversation, he knew this youth's goal, knew this youth's martial Dao heart, and knew that this youth had an indomitable perseverance. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was just a challenge for this youth's growth. He didn't have the heart to be the king of the Cloud Sea and even disdained to be the king of the Cloud Sea. He was free and unrestrained and wasn't tempted by the throne. He yearned for freedom. This meant that after waiting for so many years, he finally met a prodigy martial expert who wasn't fighting for himself but for the world. This prodigy martial expert's goal was the same as his. They both wanted to quell the chaos in the world and restore the Heaven Mystic's kingdom to its former glory. The winds and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the martial world, time rushes by. The ambition for the Emperor's hegemony is nothing more than a drunken life. Seeing the Ghost Commander's constantly changing expression, Lin Ling drank a mouthful of tea and spoke in a calm voice. Good, good, good. The ambition for the Emperor's hegemony is nothing more than a drunken life. This is your life, Lin Ling. The Ghost Commander laughed loudly, which shook the entire inn. A cup of tea, a song of sorrow, a lifetime of insolence. He stood up and said, "Follow me to the Demon Ghost City." Chapter 366. Myriad Ghost Flag. There wasn't a single soul in an area of 500 kilometers around Ghost City. It was a ghost city, a vast and ancient city, and only the wailing of ghosts could be heard. It was like a corner of the city that had been abandoned by the world. This city was prosperous all those years ago, but the demon dragon slaughtered everyone in the city after it appeared. My army of 500,000 died in battle to stop the demon dragon. Moreover, I was struck by the demon flame after I fought the demon dragon. The Ghost Commander sighed as a cold wind blew towards them upon entering the ghost city. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. No wonder the Ghost Commander has been staying in Ghost City. So there's a reason behind it. But the demon flame? Senior, may I ask if the demon dragon is still here? The Ghost Commander replied. The demon dragon is dead, but its soul is still intact. It's sealed in the Forest of Demons to the south of Ghost City. To tell you the truth, I borrowed the Myriad Ghost Flag for 2 reasons. Firstly, I wanted to borrow the energy of the world to open the 8 doors. Secondly, I wanted to find the demon flame to enter my body. I never expected that there would actually be demon flame here. Lin Ling pondered deeply for a moment and spoke frankly. The Ghost Commander stopped and gazed at Lin Ling with surprise. This young man is actually trying to open the 8 doors. He knew how difficult it was to do that. Moreover, the young man actually wants to let the demon flame enter his body. Is he trying to transform into a demon? Right, if you want to open the 8 doors, the Forest of Demons has the energy of the world. The Ghost Commander spoke with a solemn expression. His words delighted Lin Ling. He never expected that this place would actually be Lin Ling's paradise. Not only did it have the energy of the world's Een, it even had the energy of demons. Moreover, it even had the demon flame. Lin Ling spoke abruptly, and it caused the Ghost Commander's expression to change slightly. Senior, the poison you're suffering from should be the demon flame, right? If it enters my body, then I'll be able to cure you. Lin Ling added, Ghost Commander, you have an army of 1,000,000 in the northern ice. If the poison of the demon flame is cured, then you'll be able to lead your army into the city and take control of the city. The Ghost Commander's eyes flickered incessantly. Lin Ling's words had tempted him, and he smiled. Let's talk about that after you obtain the demon flame. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them walked forward side by side. Woo 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 woo. In the demon ghost city, ghostly wails and howls could be heard, making people tremble in fear. The 10,000 Ghost Flag is the condensation of the souls of my dead soldiers. I couldn't bear to see them leave, so I left it behind. If you want to use it to open the 8 gates, then it will depend on your luck. On one of the city walls, the Ghost Commander took out a pitch-black banner and looked at Lin Ling as he spoke indifferently. Lin Ling nodded heavily. Right now, he only needed 2 more before the demonic fire could enter his body. Once the demonic fire enters his body, he would become the first of the 100 generals. Come on, Lin Ling said softly. The Ghost Marshal looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression before finally nodding. He waved the 10,000 Ghost Flag in his right hand, and boundless Een Chi rippled out. The sky became gloomy, and the Een wind was so strong that it could tear apart a person's soul. Woo woo. After that, the boundless Een wind enveloped Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to vanish within it. On the other hand, the Ghost Marshal's eyes lit up as he gazed at the young man who was enveloped by the surging Een wind. The pursuit of imperial supremacy is nothing more than a drunken life. Perhaps it's time for me to make a comeback. At this moment, in the imperial palace of Ocean of Cloud City, the maple leaves fluttered in the wind. In the quiet courtyard, a beautiful zither tune drifted out, causing the courtyard to be even more beautiful. Mengyun, your zither is a little messy, and your heart is a little unstable. Right at this moment, a calm voice sounded out. It was Heaven Melody. Teacher, Yu Manyun raised her delicate little face, and her expression was slightly gloomy. Are you thinking about the marriage between Lin Ling and the sixth princess? Heaven Melody sighed softly. He knew that Yu Manyun was very upset because her younger sister was actually engaged to Lin Ling. This sudden news clearly caught Yu Manyun off guard. And Yu Manyun liked Lin Ling. Heaven Melody also knew that. So Yu Manyun's heart was in a mess now. Sister Mengyun, I'm here to see you. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded in the courtyard. A young girl in gorgeous brocade clothes strode in. It was the sixth princess, Qinyu. Qinyu, you finally recovered. Yu Manyun could not help but smile when she saw the sixth princess. Alright, this is all thanks to my husband Lin Ling. Sixth Princess Qinyu smiled slightly. Her words made Yu Manyun's heart ache inexplicably. However, Sixth Princess Qinyu seemed to be able to sense Yu Manyun's feelings. She continued to smile and said, Sister Mengyun, I know that you're very familiar with Lin Ling, and Lin Ling cured me under your entrustment. However, Lin Ling is my husband now. I hope that you won't meet him in the future. Sixth Princess, Lin Ling met Mengyun first. Heaven Melody frowned and said unhappily. When the sixth princess was seriously ill, Yu Manyun was more worried than anyone else. She begged Lin Ling for help. In Yu Manyun's heart, although the sixth princess had the same father but different mothers, she had always treated the sixth princess as her younger sister. But now, the sixth princess did not allow Yu Manyun to see Lin Ling again. This was too unreasonable. Who do you think you are? You're just a blind person. Do you have the right to speak when I'm speaking? Sixth Princess Qinyu looked at Heaven Melody and snorted, causing Heaven Melody's expression to turn unsightly. The sixth princess was calling him blind. Qinyu, he's my teacher. Yu Manyun said softly. Shut up. You're just a bastard. Do you really think that you're my sister? Your mother is just the son of a fisherman. I don't know what method she used to seduce the late emperor. Humph, how embarrassing. Sixth Princess Qinyu snorted coldly and looked at Yu Manyun with disdain. Although Yu Manyun was a princess, everyone in Cloudsea City knew that the Cloudsea Empire had never given her the identity of a princess. So, everyone had always called Yu Manyun Your Excellency. Yu Manyun's mother was not a concubine, but an ordinary fisherman. Qinyu Yu. Hearing the sixth princess's harsh words, Yu Manyun's face turned pale. A bastard is a bastard. I know you like Lin Ling, but are you worthy of Lin Ling? You're just a lowly commoner. Do you really think that you're a princess? Also, you always call me younger sister and never see if you're qualified. Sixth Princess Qinyu narrowed her eyes and said. Although Yu Manyun did not have the identity of a princess, Yu Manyun's beauty was famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. She was even more beautiful than the sixth princess. Everyone remembered the name Yu Manyun, but very few people knew the name Qinyu. So, sixth Princess Qinyu had always been very jealous and dissatisfied. Cry just like your mother. She was suppressed by my mother until she cried. Later she committed suicide and died. Now you're the same. Your favorite Lin Ling has become my husband. You have nothing. This is the fate of a bastard. Sixth Princess Qinyu's voice was getting louder and louder as she reprimanded Yu Manyun. It was as though she was about to marry Lin Ling and become the most envied girl in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Yu Manyun's charming face turned even paler. Shut up. Shut up. Chapter 367. 10,000 Demon Forced Yu Manyun. Heavenly Melody had always treated her as his daughter because Yu Manyun's mother, Yu Xiaotian, was the person he loved the most. Unfortunately, the person he liked was snatched away by the former emperor. In the days that followed, the person he loved had died in the palace because she had been bullied. From then on, he treated Yu Mengyun as his own daughter. Every year, he would play a song by a small river in the outer city. It was all for the sake of reminiscing, so that his deceased lover could marry him. If Lin Ling was here at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. When he first met Heavenly Melody that day, he had seen the young Heavenly Melody through the passing time, And the young girl who was rowing the boat was Yu Yun's mother. Well, you actually dare to scold my princess. You're courting death. However, 6th Princess Qianyu didn't take Heavenly Melody seriously at all. She shouted loudly, appearing even more unruly and domineering. The Empress Dowager is here. At this moment, a voice came from outside the small courtyard, and then a large number of people walked in. The person in the lead was the Empress Dowager. Mother, you have to make a decision for me. Heavenly Melody scolded me. He said that I don't know shame and stole Sister Mengyun's beloved, and Sister Mengyun also scolded me. The two of them bullied me. 6th Princess Qianyu immediately ran over and cried, "How dare you!" The Empress Dowager stood majestically and looked at Yu Yun and Heavenly Melody with a cold expression. Men, hang Heavenly Melody outside the city gate and let me expose him to the sun for a month. Empress Dowager, don't. Yu Yun immediately knelt down and pleaded with tears. The Empress Dowager was the current #1 person in Cloud Sea City. Even if Heavenly Melody wasn't weak, he couldn't stop the Empress Dowager's imperial might at all. Yu Yun, you've grown up. Qianyu and Linling are a match made in heaven. Are you bullying your sister because of jealousy? It seems that the unruly aura left behind by your mother back then has been passed to you. The Empress Dowager looked coldly at Yu Yun. Then she waved her hand and said, "Bring Yu Yun into the palace and let her marry young Master Shang." She came to look for Yu Yun this time precisely for young Master Shang. "Empress Dowager, I won't marry." Yu Yun kept pleading for mercy. Her little face was already full of tears. Unfortunately, her pleading was only exchanged with a cold snort from the Empress Dowager. On the other hand, Heaven Melody had already been captured by several powerful generals, which made his expression extremely gloomy. "Empress Dowager, how awe-inspiring. You can do whatever you want while Linling is not around. When Linling returns, you will know the consequences. It is Linling's honor to be married to me, Qianyu. He's looking forward to it. What kind of consequences could Aijia possibly have? Yet you dare to threaten Aijia even when you're at death's door. Men beat him." The Empress Dowager's eyes emitted a cold light as she waved her right hand again. "That's right. I'm a princess, and I have the blood of the late emperor in my veins. For Linling to marry me is the good fortune of 10 lifetimes. If I'm unhappy and break off the engagement in front of everyone, the one who will regret it will be Linling." The 6th Princess Qianyu also spoke arrogantly. At this moment in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, there were rumors everywhere. Linling was going to marry the 6th princess. The 6th princess was the Empress Dowager's biological daughter, and she also had the blood of the late emperor. Looking at Linling again, although he was famous and was the youngest genius today, his status was obviously not as good as the 6th princess. Therefore, many people felt that Linling had climbed up the Golden Phoenix and would have a meteoric rise from now on. Of course, some jealous people thought that Linling was not worthy of the late emperor's bloodline at all. For the 6th princess to marry him, Linling must have given up his dignity and humbly begged for it. Another piece of news was that Yu Yun was going to marry young Master Shang. Many people did not know the origin of young Master Shang. They only knew that His Majesty the Crown Prince had disappeared during this period of time, and seemed to have brought him back from outside. However, for His Majesty the Crown Prince to personally invite him, this young Master Shang seemed to have a strong background. However, all of this might only be known on the day of the wedding. Bastard! Does the Empress Dowager know what she's doing? Everyone in the 2nd prince's camp was furious. The news of the marriage between Linling and the 6th princess had spread like wildfire. However, they knew that this was only the Empress Dowager's wishful thinking. Linling would not agree at all. What was disgusting was that the Empress Dowager's attitude was actually high and mighty, as if she was rewarding Linling. It seemed that Linling was not worthy of the 6th princess. Being able to marry her was because Linling had saved the 6th princess's life, so the marriage was rewarded. Another piece of news that made them furious was Yu Yun. Yu Yun was going to marry someone, and the other party was someone they did not know the origin of. If Linling knew about this, he would definitely be furious. Although the relationship between Linling and Yu Yun was not announced, they more or less sensed that the relationship between the two of them was not that simple. Right now, the Empress Dowager was taking advantage of Linling's absence to do whatever she wanted. Unfortunately, when the second prince went to meet the Empress Dowager, he was rejected, which made the second prince extremely anxious. On the other side, Lin Ling did not know about this at all. At this moment, he used the power of the Een of heaven and earth to successfully open another door. His progress made the ghost marshal secretly surprised. The foundation of this young man was stronger than he had imagined. Next, you will enter the 10,000 demons forest. That is a sealed place, so I have to seal your aura. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the 10,000 demons forest. The ghost marshal looked at Lin Ling and said, and Lin Ling nodded. Spirit sealing ghost talisman. The ghost marshal's aura rippled, and waves of ghost chi spread out. Countless ghosts turned into a mysterious symbol, and then gently patted Lin Ling's chest. A three-eyed ghost talisman appeared on Lin Ling's chest. His aura was sealed, and at this moment, he was like a mortal with no cultivation. However, his strength was still there, but the aura emitted from his body was sealed. The ghost marshal is so strong. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with surprise. Using the mysterious ghost talisman to seal one's own aura was not something that an ordinary person could do. The ice-fiery dragon is sealed in the 10,000 demons forest. When this demon dragon was born, it caused great suffering. Later, it was destroyed by me and the army, but its soul did not die. If you want to obtain the demon fire, you will have to face its soul. The ghost marshal reminded. Okay, let's begin. Lin Ling nodded and followed the ghost marshal out of the demon ghost city. The terrifying power of the heaven and earth in the 10,000 demons forest came from the ice-fiery dragon. So it was just right for Lin Ling to open all 8 doors. The two of them walked forward and arrived at a mountain range beside the demon ghost city. The ghost marshal made a complicated hand seal, and then the entire mountain range shook. A mysterious vortex appeared, and one could vaguely see an endless forest in the vortex. This method was similar to the ghost forest that was hidden in the burial ground. Of course, the ghost marshal's method was even more terrifying. After all, he had sealed an ancient demon dragon. Remember, the 10,000 demons forest can erase everything that has spirit aura. Hence, I used the spirit sealing ghost talisman to seal your aura. After 10 days, your aura will slowly recover. Hence, you have to come out within 10 days. Otherwise, you will die. Go in. The ghost marshal nodded at Lin Ling, and then watched as the youth stepped into the vortex. After the vortex swallowed Lin Ling, it disappeared without a trace. In this chaotic world, prodigies rise. This youth might be able to change the situation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He might be able to walk out of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and represent the Cloud region to head to the 100 regions. The ghost marshal thought to himself. Chapter 368. Demonic flames enter the body. The 10,000 demon forest was as silent as a cemetery. In the sky, there were countless black ashes floating around. The black ashes were like ashes after burning paper, causing the sky to be unable to see the sun and moon. It was extremely oppressive. In the surroundings, there were ghostly wails and howls, which seemed to be the howls of demonic beast souls. Roar! Right at this moment, the endless black ashes formed a whirlpool and surged towards Lin Ling. Presence of heaven and earth demons. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, but he didn't block it and sat down cross-legged. Roar! Roar! The terrifying demonic presence struck Lin Ling's body, causing his body to tremble and vomit a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that it was extremely difficult to open the last door. Open door, rest door, life door, pain door, limit door, view door, death door, alarm door. Open the 8 doors. Lin Ling yelled out as 8 whirlpools appeared on his body. The 8th whirlpool was frantically absorbing the presence of heaven and earth demons. Time elapsed slowly. Rumble. Under the impact of the surging presence of heaven and earth demons, Lin Ling opened the 8th door. His entire body transformed, and he was the first martial artist in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to break through the limits of the human body and surpass the 8 doors of life and death. Lin Ling's dantian was surging with boundless spirit energy, which turned his spirit energy seed into a heaven spirit essence elixir. This elixir was green in color and was emitting a surging presence. The green color was the 5th grade heaven spirit essence elixir, which was of a higher grade than the armored elder that Lin Ling killed. Heaven spirit realm. Lin Ling finally became one of the elite martial artists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom as he wished. Furthermore, he had the 5th grade Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir. With the presence of the Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir, he could kill countless Earth Spirit Realm martial artists. He could even easily kill 70% of the Heaven Spirit Realm martial artists in the same realm. The Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir had a total of 7 grades, which represented the fusion of the innate spirit body and intent realm. The stronger the two, the higher the grade. Right now, because of the Spirit Sealing Ghost Talisman, Lin Ling's Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir's presence was suppressed. On the surface, he looked like an ordinary mortal. A 5th grade Heavenly Spirit Origin pill. If I can get the demonic flame as well, I can raise it by another grade. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and they shone brightly. He smiled faintly, stood up and continued onward. The forest of 10,000 demons was silent. Other than the black ash in the sky, there were only ancient giant trees. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has stepped into this place. Your body is mine. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice resounded. Amidst the layers of giant trees, a soul of ice and fire appeared. It was the soul of the ice-fiery dragon. If he could obtain this soul, then Lin Ling would be able to absorb the demonic fire into his body. What a powerful aura! That flame is both hot and cold, extremely terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he stared at the green soul in the distance. However, that was the soul of the ice-fiery dragon. It also wanted to seize Lin Ling's body and see the light of day again. Lin Ling also guessed the other party's thoughts, but he also wanted to devour the soul of the ice-fiery dragon. Come, life or death depends on this. Go. You're courting death. Go. The terrifying soul pounced on Lin Ling and instantly entered Lin Ling's body. Seal. Go. Lin Ling's 8 gates moved and closed, trapping the ice-fiery dragon in his body. You actually opened 8 gates and want to refine this Demon King's soul? Unfortunately, you're too inexperienced. Go. The deafening voice resounded in Lin Ling's heart, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. The soul of the ice-fiery dragon was so powerful. Then let's see who dies first. Go. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and had a smear of determination in his eyes. At the same time, 2 souls were fighting in his body. One was Lin Ling's soul, and the other was the soul of the ice-fiery dragon. However, the ice-fiery dragon obviously didn't expect Lin Ling's soul to be so massive. It thought that this youth was just an ordinary person. Rumble. The battle in his body stirred up the wind and clouds like a calamity. Lin Ling's soul spirit was the strongest in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but the ice-fiery dragon had lived for so many years and was obviously more terrifying. Thus, Lin Ling's soul spirit was constantly being devoured. Kid, you overestimate yourself. You are dead. The ice-fiery dragon sneered. It was about to occupy this body and see the light of day again. Time passed by silently. Lin Ling's soul spirit was getting weaker and weaker, but it rose from the ashes. Every time he was nearly devoured, he would stubbornly persist. Every time his soul spirit was severely injured, his soul spirit would become more condensed. This kid has such a resolute martial Dao heart. He is still tenaciously surviving until now. The ice-fiery dragon was also surprised. I came to this world and witnessed the law of the jungle. I was bullied and humiliated. The heavens wanted to take me away, but I still stubbornly survived. Since I survived, how can I give up so easily? Cold. Lin Ling's cold voice echoed with extreme determination. If it wasn't for this resolute heart, he would have been dead back at the Guyan sect. Everything he had now was obtained by his own hard work and determination, step by step. What is the use of saying so much? This Demon King will devour you sooner or later. Yes. The 2 souls crazily collided again. Gradually, Lin Ling's soul grew bigger. A soul spirit that was not weaker than the ice-fiery dragon's bloomed. Lin Ling, under the continuous battle, his soul spirit transformed again. Who are you in the end? Why are you so tenacious? The ice-fiery dragon was finally afraid. This kid was too tenacious. Every time it thought that he was going to die, he was still determined to survive. Moreover, his soul was constantly recovering and gradually growing. The ice-fiery dragon was very clear. Under the continuous devouring, How could an ordinary person endure the pain of their soul being torn apart? They would have given up long ago. However, this kid had never given up on his goal from the beginning to the end. This resolute heart seemed to not give up until he reached his goal. I am just an ordinary person. I only have a heart that is unwilling to accept fate. It doesn't matter if you are the flame demon dragon or the azure nine heavens, I will devour you. Boom! Boom! Lin Ling's soul blossomed with formless halos. Layer upon layer, it began to pounce on the ice-fiery dragon's green soul. No! An unwilling voice resounded. Under Lin Ling's enormous soul, the ice-fiery dragon's soul was gradually being devoured. The ice-fiery dragon never imagined that this seemingly ordinary kid's soul would be so terrifying. Rumble! After devouring the ice-fiery dragon's soul, Lin Ling's soul returned to his body. In his dantian there was an additional wisp of flame. It was a wisp of green demonic flame. This was the world-purifying demonic flame produced by devouring the flame demon dragon's soul after opening the 8th gate. This flame was of the 10th grade. Once it was used, it had the power to purify heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. My heavenly spirit origin Dan has also changed. It has reached the 6th grade. It is a blue heavenly spirit origin Dan. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He felt that the bitterness was over and the sweetness was about to come. The soul devouring earlier seemed simple, but he had actually fought for it with his life. Only he knew how dangerous it was. The early stage of the heavenly spirit realm, 3 innate spirits of fire, and the concept of war god. Right now, I am confident that I can defeat a mid-stage heavenly spirit realm opponent. If I use my trump card, the Blade of Nirvana, perhaps I can even threaten a late-stage heavenly spirit realm opponent. Lin Ling thought to himself. Chapter 369. Lin Ling's return. After a long while, Lin Ling stood up, smiled and slowly left. In the outside world, the ghost commander was frowning. It had been 10 days and the effects of the spirit-sealing ghost talisman were weakening. If Lin Ling did not come out, his aura would not be suppressed and he would be killed by that place. Rumble! At that moment, the space in front of him trembled. A green flame broke through the restraints of space and seemed to want to charge out. This? The ghost commander narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. His hands formed a complicated seal and a vortex appeared in front of him again. A youth in blue and white robes walked out helplessly from the vortex. Ghost Commander, 10 days have passed, and you still haven't opened the passage. Are you trying to trap me in there until I die? The Ghost Commander was stunned when he heard the youth's helpless words. He then smiled apologetically. He had forgotten that without him opening the seal, Lin Ling would not be able to come out. However, he never expected that Lin Ling would be trapped in the 10,000 demon forest and allow a green flame to charge out. Although it did not break through space, it was still extremely terrifying. What about the demonic fire? The Ghost Commander hurriedly asked. Lin Ling smiled slightly and extended his right hand. A demonic green flame appeared. This flame was like a will-o'-the-wisp, like a small demon dragon. Its temperature was hot and cold, and it was extremely mysterious. Sizzle sizzle. After the demonic fire appeared, the Ghost Commander felt a surge in his body. The demonic fire seemed to be summoned and it flew towards Lin Ling's palm. The poison of the demonic fire seemed to have been neutralized. The only explanation was that Lin Ling had obtained the demonic fire. Therefore, he could control the poison of the demonic fire in his body. You obtained the demonic dragon's fire? The Ghost Commander's eyes widened. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Lin Ling smiled. His smile made the Ghost Commander gasp. This youth was terrifying. He had actually devoured the demonic fire dragon's soul. Could it be that the youth's soul was stronger than the demonic fire dragon's soul? Alright, it's time for me to go back. I hope that Ghost Commander will consider what I said to you before. Ignoring the Ghost Commander's shock, Lin Ling smiled and left the 10,000 demons forest. Making a comeback? Looking at the youth's free and easy back view, the Ghost Marshal muttered to himself. He then smiled and said, Your rise has allowed me to see hope. Perhaps it's time for the Heaven Mystic's kingdom to calm down. The youth was rising like a comet. Perhaps the youth could really change the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. For the sake of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, it was time for him to make a comeback. The wind blew gently, and the maple leaves drifted down like snow. Under the maple leaf, Yun sat quietly with her hands around her knees. There was a hint of sadness on her exquisite face. She reached out her hand and caught the maple leaf that was falling from the sky. She was going to get married in 3 days. She had once again sacrificed herself for the royal family by marrying a youth with an extraordinary background whom she had never seen before. At the same time, her marriage had earned the youth's support for the crown prince. Her mother was the same back then. For the clan, she gave up the person she loved the most and married the late emperor. Deep in the palace she had no choice. She couldn't change the supreme imperial authority. The imperial authority was the heavens. If they wanted her to live, she would live. If they wanted her to die, she would die. Was this her destiny? Was this also her mother's destiny? I suddenly miss young master so much. Yun spoke quietly and buried her head in her knees. She suddenly sobbed. She didn't like the royal palace, and so she often went to the outer city. In the outer city, she met the person she loved the most in her life. That mysterious youth, Chu Rufeng, drifted to the ends of the world. During the battle in the Sky Fragrance ancient city, the youth descended from the sky and saved her from the countless enemies. That scene was so beautiful that she could dream of it many times in her dreams. However, she knew that this dream was getting further and further away. Mother is a slut. She relied on her body to win the late emperor's favor. Daughter is the same. She relied on her body and beauty to win young Master Shang's favor. Both of you are sluts. At this moment, a sharp and mean voice sounded. It was the 6th princess Qianyu. Cry. Since I was young I liked to see you cry the most. Now you're going to marry a stranger, and I'm going to marry Linling, haha. The 6th princess Qianyu laughed contentedly and then left slowly. Don't think about committing suicide or running away. If you run away, that blind Tianchu will die. The cold voice sounded again, causing Yun's delicate body to tremble. In the end she cried silently. Indeed, she wanted to leave the world like her mother. She didn't want to see these ugly people, but she couldn't let go of Tianchu. 3 days passed quietly. Today the entire nation celebrated. The entire Cloud Sea City was bustling with noise and excitement. Every household lit up their lanterns. The reason was that Yun was going to get married. It's so grand. That young Master Shang is so ostentatious. The entire nation is celebrating and marrying one of the 4 beauties of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. I heard that he's from the Cloud region. His identity is very terrifying, and he's a true genius. However, I seem to have heard that Beauty Yun seems to be very close to Linling. Yun is getting married. Why didn't Linling say a word? That's the Empress Dowager's imperial decree. Linling might be strong, but would he dare to provoke the Empress Dowager? What's more, Linling and the 6th princess are already married. Linling is looking forward to it now. It seems like Linling isn't as good as I thought. He's actually afraid of the Empress Dowager. There were many discussions in the streets and alleys. Boom! While everyone was discussing, fireworks bloomed in the sky, and countless firecrackers sounded. At this moment the palace was bustling. The civil and military officials and people from all sides went to congratulate them. This grand wedding shocked the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. All the major factions in the Cloud Sea City participated. Only the people from the 2nd prince's faction didn't participate. They seemed to be waiting quietly for something. At the same time, at the outer city gate of the Cloud Sea City, a figure in a blue and white robe was walking slowly. He had a slender figure and was about 18 years old. He looked ordinary, but if one looked carefully, one could feel that he was otherworldly and indifferent. At this moment this youth had a smile on his face. However, as he got closer and closer to the city gate, he frowned. Especially when he saw the person hanging at the city gate. A wisp of murderous intent appeared on his handsome face. At the city gate a figure was hanging. It was Tianchu. What happened when I wasn't around? A cold voice drifted out like the wind, causing the passers-by to feel a chill in their hearts. They looked over and saw a youth in a blue and white robe looking coldly at the scene in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he walked forward with large strides. What was this youth going to do? Many people's hearts were filled with doubts. At this moment, Below the city gate, hundreds of guards looked at the figure walking over from afar, and felt an indescribable chill in their hearts. One of the generals who was at the peak stage of the Earth Spirit realm yelled out angrily, "This person is a serious criminal. You are not allowed to come near this place. Leave this place quickly. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy." Kill. That youth who was walking over had a very cold aura. The murderous intent was spreading out, making them feel like they didn't dare to face him. Chapter 370. Into the Imperial Palace. Die. Die. The youth walked over from afar. His voice was calm as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. But as soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of blue flames poured out from his right hand. The flames rained down on hundreds of guards and exploded. Bang! 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 As if hundreds of bombs had been ignited, all the guards exploded and died. They were all annihilated in one move. Only the general at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm was still strong, but he was heavily injured. At this moment, he looked at the youth in fear. "Who are you? You don't have the right to know." The youth said coldly and waved his right hand again. This time white flames attacked. Whoosh! The general was torn into pieces, as if the white flames were like blades. "Who is this youth? He's so strong." The hearts of the passers-by in the outer city trembled violently. Not only was the youth strong, but he dared to touch the Empress Dowager's people. He was simply courting death. At this moment, Lin Ling ignored the gazes around him. He looked at the hanging skybender and felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Then he waved his right hand and cut the rope. When skybender fell, he caught him with both hands. There weren't many people throughout the city who could arouse Lin Ling's admiration, and Heaven Melody was one of them. All those years ago in the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City, that man would play his zither by the river every single year just to miss the woman he loved. Such firmness and persistence wasn't something that just anyone could accomplish. Moreover, skybender had helped him when he was weak. Lin Ling had always wanted to repay this favor. A heaven rank origin recovery pill was placed in skybender's mouth, causing him to gradually wake up. "Lin Ling, is that you? I can sense your aura." Skybender was heavily injured, but he still spoke with difficulty. "It's me." Lin Ling replied softly. "You're finally back." Skybender's expression changed, and he told Lin Ling everything that had happened during this period of time. Lin Ling's expression changed constantly, and an icy killing intent spread out. So many things had actually occurred in Ocean of Cloud City while he wasn't there. Yuman Yun was actually going to get married, and she was forced to do so. Most importantly, it was actually her younger sister who forced Yuman Yun to get married. Lin Ling couldn't help but recall how Yuman Yun begged him for help when the sixth princess was seriously ill. Yuman Yun indeed treated the sixth princess as her younger sister. However, the sixth princess bullied her after she recovered. This was biting the hand that fed him. This sixth princess was too despicable. "Lin Ling, hurry. If we rush to the palace now, we can still make it. Meng Yun is kind and pure. Her life has already been very bitter. Her mother was forced to her death by the imperial power. I don't want her to walk down her mother's path." Tears flowed from Skybender's eyes. That young girl made his heart ache. Lin Ling's heart ached inexplicably at this moment as well. He recalled everything about Yuman Yun. When the Fire Ancient clan was about to be destroyed, it was Yuman Yun who helped him. When the ancient city of Sky Fragrance was being suppressed by an army, only Yuman Yun and Skybender went to help him. No one saw all of this. They were all bullying that kind girl. "Empress Dowager, you're very good. Are you bullying me, Lin Ling, for being useless? Today let me see who can marry Yuman Yun." Lin Ling's eyes were icy cold as he stood up. The mother-child bug appeared in his hand, and his icy cold voice resounded, "Everyone, heed my orders. Attack the palace. Attack the palace." It was just a short sentence, but it represented Lin Ling's firm heart. Even if King Yunhai was here today, he would still save that kind girl. Lin Ling. When Skybender heard those firm words, his entire body trembled imperceptibly. No one in the world dared to oppose the Empress Dowager's imperial decree. Currently, only this young man was fearless and didn't take the imperial power seriously. Perhaps in the entire world, only this young man could save Yu Yun. Lin Ling didn't say anything else. He carried Skybender on his back and strode into the city. Lin Ling, he's actually Lin Ling. As they watched the young man leave, the people in the distance were at a loss. Lin Ling was actually going to attack the palace. As residents of Ocean of Cloud City, they were naturally aware of the miracles created by this genius Lin Ling. He'd slaughtered his way into the inner city twice and forced the third prince to lower his noble head. Today, he was even more terrifying because he intended to slaughter his way into the imperial palace. Today, Cloud Sea City would be shaken again because of Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling is finally back. Even the second prince doesn't dare to disobey the Empress Dowager's orders, but only Lin Ling dares. The imperial power is too overbearing. Lin Ling, the king, has returned. Let Cloud Sea City stir up a storm. All the experts who received Lin Ling's message sneered. They had been waiting for this moment. Only Lin Ling had the absolute power and influence to lead them into the palace. Haha, although Sima Zhenshan joined Lin Ling's side last, I wasn't present when Lin Ling became famous in the previous 2 battles. It made me very depressed. Today I have such an opportunity. Everyone listen up. Follow Lin Ling and attack the city. Sima Zhenshan laughed heartily. To him, the Empress Dowager was like an inviolable imperial power. However, since Lin Ling's banner had been raised, what else did he have to fear? Cloud Sea City was shaken, and a storm was brewing. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the palace with Sky Melody on his back. The entrance of the palace was filled with people. People from all over the world were entering the palace to celebrate the wedding. The lively scene attracted the attention of many people. Are you here to celebrate the wedding? Please send the wedding over. The imperial guard guarding the gate looked at the young man walking towards them. The young man was wearing a blue and white robe. He was handsome and otherworldly, and he didn't dare to underestimate him. I'm here to steal the wedding. However, a cold voice resounded, and it caused the expressions of all the guards to change drastically. It was the wedding day, and the entire country was celebrating. That young man actually said that he was here to steal the wedding. Could it be that he wanted to slap the face of the palace in front of everyone? Sir, are you drunk? Such arrogant words, could it be that you want to die? A Yulin forest guards coldly shouted. Those who stop me will die. The cold voice resounded. Along with it, endless flames erupted and bloomed. The area around the city gate turned into a sea of fire. A large number of imperial guards were burned to death. No one could stop him. Close the gate. The imperial guards near the city gate narrowed their eyes. That young man was so strong. Rumble. The huge city gate smashed down heavily. Today was the wedding day of the entire country. How could they let outsiders cause trouble? Moreover, the person who came was very strong. So at the critical moment, they had to close the city gate and wait for the arrival of the strong people in the city. As for the people far away from the palace, many people gasped. It was the first time in their lives that someone dared to be so arrogant in front of the palace gate. Is it useful to close the gate? The huge city gate blocked the passage into the palace, but Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. Although the main road was cut off, he could still vaguely sense that the lonely girl locked in the palace was walking towards the abyss step by step. Chi! Chi! Endless flames appeared on Lin Ling's left arm. Billowing battle intent boiled. That terrifying aura even caused ripples in the air. Fiery destruction. A low and deep voice resounded. The scorching flames carried an endless fighting spirit, and turned into an ancient flame god's fist. This fist surged with flames like a huge siege chariot. Chapter 371. Snatching the Bride Rumble. The enormous gates of the imperial palace were blasted apart by a single punch, and even the city walls that possessed boundless history collapsed, causing an enormous passageway to appear. A deafening sound resounded throughout the city. On the other hand, Lin Ling carried the Heavenbender on his back and walked step by step into the imperial palace. As for the outside of the imperial palace, everyone was deathly silent. They were shocked to the point they couldn't speak as they sensed the scorching ocean of flames before them. They'd thought that the young man would definitely be stopped outside the imperial palace once the gates fell, and he would be annihilated by the experts of the imperial palace. However, everything before their eyes told them otherwise. Nothing could stop the young man from entering the imperial palace. The city gates fell, and the thick city walls were blasted apart with a single punch. Fiery annihilation is the energy of flames. In terms of the energy of flames in the entire city, only the Fire Ancient clan can possess it. Could that young man be that lord? It's Lin Ling. It's definitely him. What courage! He actually charged into the imperial palace by himself. The crowd discussed animatedly, and they were astounded. Not long ago, news of Yu Munyun's wedding had spread. However, Lin Ling remained silent, and many thought that Lin Ling was afraid of the Empress Dowager and didn't dare to speak at all. However, the scene before their eyes was sufficient to make those who spread the rumor slap themselves in the face. Why would Lin Ling fear the Empress Dowager? He charged into the imperial palace by himself before the eyes of everyone in the city. This proved that Lin Ling wasn't silent, and he wasn't in the city at all. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager wouldn't have been able to do as she pleased. Lin Ling is challenging the imperial authority, but there are forces from all sides in the imperial palace, so it'll probably be difficult for him to succeed. Someone spoke with terror in his heart. Oh! At this moment, the imperial palace was bustling with noise and excitement. A few tens of thousands of people were celebrating on the vast square. It was an extremely grand wedding that the entire nation was celebrating. Today, the fourth princess is marrying into the Cloud region's Saint clan, and it's a cause for celebration. It's also the happiest event in the history of the Sea of Cloud's imperial family. As for the fourth princess and young Master Shang, they fell in love at first sight. Such a marriage represents that the imperial family and Cloud region's Saint clan have become in-laws. In the silence, a smiling voice was heard. Many people looked over and found that it was the Empress Dowager who had spoken. At this moment, the Empress Dowager was sitting on the highest seat. She looked at all the important figures in the world and smiled. Not long ago, the imperial family of the Cloud Sea did a survey and found out that the marriage between the sacred prince and the fourth princess was a match made in heaven. The marriage between the sixth princess and Lin Ling followed closely behind. Everyone thinks that they are a match made in heaven. The genius Lin Ling has the opportunity to become a member of the imperial family. Once this statement was out, many people sighed in their hearts. It seemed like these two marriages were the most joyous events in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom this year. Furthermore, from what the Empress Dowager said, these two couples were a match made in heaven, and no one would be able to stop them. Of course, this was what most people thought, and there was also a small portion of people who didn't think so. Firstly, was Yu Munyun really willing to marry young Master Shang? Secondly, Lin Ling took pride in marrying the sixth princess. Was he so despicable? However, soon after, everyone looked at the other side of the plaza. There was a pair of newlyweds standing there quietly. The woman was wearing a phoenix coronet and a veil. She must be the fourth princess, Yu Munyun. Beside her was a youth who was wearing a red groom's robe. This youth had red lips and white teeth. He had a face like jade. He wasn't old and was about the same age as Lin Ling. However, when he stood there quietly, he emitted the demeanor of an expert. Such a powerful aura presence. He is probably at the heaven spirit realm. Many people were secretly surprised. That youth was at most 18 years old, but his strength was so powerful. It was obvious that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom couldn't nurture such a genius. That youth's background was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he had the confidence to marry the fourth princess, Yu Munyun. He was indeed qualified. Kiki, Lin Ling is indeed incomparable to him. Some people had a mocking smile on their faces. They had a feud with Lin Ling. Right now, they finally saw an absolute genius who was about the same age as Lin Ling but was superior to Lin Ling. Prepare the cannon salute. Welcome the newlyweds. A loud yell echoed, causing everyone's attention to fall onto the newlyweds on the plaza. Rumble. Right at this moment, the ground shook violently. A deafening sound echoed from afar, causing everyone's expression to change. A smear of astonishment arose in their hearts. Today was the wedding of the Yun Sea's imperial clan. Was there anyone who dared to cause trouble? What exactly happened? On the high seat, The Empress Dowager's brows were slightly knitted. There was a faint surge of anger. Empress Dowager, please calm down. I will go and take a look. One of the generals bowed to the Empress Dowager and left with large strides. Everyone still had doubts in their hearts, but they didn't really care. After all, there were countless experts in the royal palace and tens of thousands of feathered forest guards. Who would dare to cause trouble at the wedding? Boom! However, the facts proved that there was indeed someone who dared. Another explosion sounded from afar. Blue and white flames soared into the sky like a volcanic eruption, causing the hearts of everyone in the plaza to tremble violently. He looked over and saw a young man in a blue and white robe walking toward him step by step. The young man's face was indifferent and his long hair gently danced in the wind. He was free and indifferent, and at the same time, an invisible killing intent spread out from his body. There was blood dripping from the black sword. This young man seemed to have killed his way over. The tens of thousands of feathered forest guards in the palace were unstoppable. Lin Ling. Looking at the young man who suddenly appeared, everyone's eyes widened. Today was the day of the Yunxi's imperial clan's wedding. The entire country was celebrating, but there was someone who dared to cause trouble at the wedding. Lin Ling? In the distance, a young girl wearing a phoenix crown heard the voices of the people around her. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She took off the veil covering her face and stared at the young man in the distance with her beautiful eyes. A line of tears flowed down. Everyone abandoned her. She became a gift for the royal palace to curry favor with experts. However, there were still people in this world who cared about her. For her, they killed their way into the palace. Little mister. At this moment, Yu Munyan's beautiful eyes were filled with more tears. As for the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince in the distance, their faces were ugly. Lin Ling killed his way into the palace in front of the world. This was equivalent to giving them a heavy slap in the face, looking down on the imperial power. Does the royal family have to take advantage of my absence to do whatever you want? A low voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Then, everyone saw the young man in the distance walking over step by step. His slow pace made many people puzzled. Could it be that the Empress Dowager took advantage of Lin Ling's absence to decide on this marriage? If that was the case, the rumors of Lin Ling fearing the Empress Dowager weren't true. Countless people were silent, but they were all looking at the Empress Dowager. Right now the entire world was looking at this wedding. Lin Ling came alone to cause trouble for the wedding. As the Empress Dowager, she definitely wouldn't like to see such a scene. Lin Ling, this is the Imperial Palace, the supreme place of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Could it be that you think you are one of the 108 generals and are looking down on the imperial power? Chapter 372. Scared off, I only have one sentence. Do you think the royal family can do whatever you want when I'm not around? Lin Ling was unmoved. It seemed like the royal authority was nothing to him. His steps didn't stop, and his determination and arrogance made everyone in the plaza shiver. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to be compared with the royal family? You're just a mere mortal with mortal bloodline. Right at this moment, a figure strode out and blocked in front of Lin Ling. This person was the third prince. His entire body was rippling with aura as though he was standing on top of the clouds and looking down on Lin Ling. This marriage is a celebration for the entire nation. Do you want to go against the hearts of everyone in the world for your own selfish reasons? Another shout came out from the third prince's mouth. He blocked Lin Ling. The royal authority is supreme. Lin Ling, you want to go against the royal authority because of your own selfish reasons. That is going against the heavens. Furthermore, you said that I can do whatever I want when you're not around? You think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can disrupt the marriage by yourself? The Empress Dowager's cold voice came out. However, many people nodded in agreement. All the powerful forces of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were gathered here. There was the third prince, the Kingdom Preceptor's residence, one of the three pillars, Elder He, the Heaven Sound Temple's elder, young Master Shang, and his entourage. There were countless experts here. These experts were all in favor of this marriage made in heaven. Lin Ling was only one person. What could he do? Everyone's support? What do these people know? They only know how to flatter. What can they represent? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's cold voice came out. He looked at the Empress Dowager and everyone present. The whole world thinks that this marriage is made in heaven. However, there is one person who doesn't think so. That person is the fourth princess, Yu Man-yun. This is fourth princess Yu Man-yun's own marriage. Why do you have to make the final decision? Why does she have to be a sacrifice for the imperial family to curry favor with others? Lin Ling's voice swept out like a gust of wind, and it caused everyone in the square to fall silent. Moreover, his voice drifted out and was heard by many within the city. That's right. Everyone thought that this marriage was a match made in heaven. But there was one person who didn't agree. She was the fourth princess Yu Man-yun. If the person involved didn't agree, then what right did others have to decide her life? What qualifications did he have to think that they were a match made in heaven? Perhaps it's just as Lin Ling said. This marriage is just an ugly act of the imperial family to curry favor with others. Is this the so-called imperial power? You have the cheek to proudly say that this is the marriage that everyone in the world is optimistic about? Lin Ling shouted again, causing the square to become even more silent. No one could speak and no one could refute him. Only in the distance, Yu Man-yun's delicate body trembled, and even more tears flowed down her pretty face. In the entire world, only that young man knew the helplessness in her heart, and only that young man dared to look down on imperial power and fight for her dignity. This is an imperial marriage. No matter what, it's not up to a lowly commoner like you to speak. Amidst the silence, the third prince's cold voice resounded once more. He was still standing in front of Lin Ling. Then when is it up to you to speak? You're the dignified third prince. Could it be that you've learned how to flatter now? Lin Ling looked at the person in front of him with disdain, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. You. The third prince's expression became unsightly, and the humiliation in his heart spread out. In the past, he was one of the strongest contenders for the throne of the Cloud Sea King. However, after the era changed, he led the army to kill the Fire Ancient clan in order to satisfy the wishes of the Imperial Guard commander. He made a wrong move and in exchange he paid a terrible price. On the day of the first lunar day, the top scholar was ruthlessly crushed by the young man. His favorite woman, Zhang Wu, was killed by the young man, and he was humiliated in front of the world. However, that was just the beginning. Then, during the battle in Tianxiang City, the young man became an absolute hero, and the third prince had to apologize to the young man in front of everyone. Then, during the battle between the imperial advisor's residence and Dao Kuang's death, he was deeply humiliated by the young man, causing his status and identity to plummet, and he was surpassed by the second prince. It was because he made a wrong move because he looked down on the young man that he got what he deserved. If he had helped the Fire Ancient clan back then, perhaps he would be the one who was qualified to compete with the Crown Prince today. Now, he faintly showed signs of supporting the Crown Prince, but he was still heavily trampled by Lin Ling. Die! At this time a deep shout sounded out from Lin Ling's mouth. His soul force billowed out like an ocean, causing the third prince's complexion to pale. His soul began to tremble. He was like a lonely boat in the middle of a vast sea. He's not even at the sky spirit realm, so why is his aura so strong? The third prince was shocked. In the next moment, he frantically retreated in front of countless people, as if he was running away from a flame demon from the 9 hells. Third prince, what's wrong with him? The crowd's pupils constricted. They had seen the third prince domineeringly block Lin Ling's path, as if Lin Ling would never be able to cross it. However, in the next moment the third prince was frantically running away. This contrast was extremely surreal and extremely embarrassing. Today I will take her away in front of the world. Those who stand in my way will die. Lin Ling's icy voice once again floated out of his mouth. His gaze was indifferent as he stared at the third prince. Previously, he had almost killed the third prince, but the third prince had fled quickly and avoided the disaster. Of course, this was also because Lin Ling had not pursued him. After all, his goal today was to take away Yu Man-yun in front of everyone. The third prince had too many enemies, and he couldn't kill them all in a short time. Therefore, he would slowly kill Yu Man-yun after saving her. Thud thud thud. Lin Ling's gaze swept over the third prince, who was in the distance, and he took 3 steps back again. His face was extremely pale, and the crowd's pupils constricted. After all, they hadn't seen Lin Ling make a move, but the third prince seemed to be extremely afraid of Lin Ling. He had hidden so far away, but he was still scared into taking 3 steps back by Lin Ling's gaze. How embarrassing! The third prince was of the royal bloodline, and his strength was higher than Lin Ling's. However, he didn't dare to block Lin Ling's path. It was extremely embarrassing. The crowd had this thought in their minds. Ignoring the third prince, Lin Ling strode past, while the third prince stood in the distance. His face was ashen, and he didn't look as arrogant as before. Even his body was trembling violently. He couldn't understand why he was afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, who allowed you to cause trouble at the wedding? Who gave you the courage? Angry. At this moment, an angry voice resounded through the square. A beautiful figure strode out. It was the 6th princess Qianyu. Seeing the 6th princess walk out angrily, many people's hearts surged. Chapter 373. Willful and unruly. I order you to get out of here immediately. Otherwise, the marriage between you and me will be cancelled. Cold. 6th Princess Qianyu's cold voice came out. She was really angry at this moment. Hearing those willful words, Lin Ling didn't say a word. He still walked forward step by step, and slowly walked towards 6th Princess Qianyu. Seeing Lin Ling's action, 6th Princess Qianyu frowned slightly, but raised her delicate chin arrogantly. Are you here to apologize to me? It's useless to apologize. Get out of here now. Go. Is Lin Ling apologizing? Go. The crowd was secretly surprised, wondering what Lin Ling was going to do. Stopping, Lin Ling looked at this high and mighty girl who was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. His eyes were calm at first, but gradually revealed a touch of coldness. You're a golden branch and jade leaf, and you're the descendant of the previous emperor. You say you want to marry me? Is that a reward for me? Yes. Yes, if not for your good talent, I might not have taken a fancy to you. But since young Master Shang came, I know that your talent is not the best, only the second. So if you want me to be satisfied, you have to work harder. 6th Princess Qianyu said indifferently. Lin Ling suddenly wanted to laugh. His face became colder. Then I want to ask you, did I agree to this marriage? Go. This. 6th Princess Qianyu's face suddenly became a bit unsightly. Lin Ling didn't give any answer to this marriage from beginning to end. She thought that her blood was noble, so Lin Ling would definitely agree. You can't answer, right? I don't understand where your pride comes from. And now you're telling me to get out of here. Lin Ling's voice was cold. Well, today I'll tell you in front of the whole world, if you marry me, I won't accept you. Even if you're my servant, I won't want you. I refuse this marriage, I'll cancel it. Go. Maybe you think I'm just showing off. Then I'll give you some action. Go. Slap. A slap fell on 6th Princess Qianyu's face, startling her. You dare to hit me? Go. Aren't you of the royal blood? Didn't you give me a reward? Why do I dare to hit you? Lin Ling's face indifferent. You. 6th Princess Qianyu's eyes. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap landed on the face of the 6th princess once again, causing her to be even more astonished and her face to turn red. She had arrogantly said that she would reward Lin Ling with a marriage, and now Lin Ling had given her an answer. Not only did Lin Ling not want the 6th princess, but he also stepped on the proud 6th princess and slapped her face with disdain. It seems that the rumor that Lin Ling is trying to curry favor with the 6th princess is impossible. The crowd was shocked. Facts spoke louder than sophistry. The scene in front of them explained everything. Lin Ling Qianyu didn't want the 6th Princess Qianyu, and slapped her face in front of everyone. Who was the toad and who was the arrogant swan? Qianyu was afraid that the 6th Princess Qianyu was the one who thought too highly of herself. The first slap was because you decided my marriage without permission and told others that I liked you. The second slap was because you asked me to get out of here arrogantly. This is the third slap. Lin Ling shouted again. Slap. The crisp slap sounded again, making everyone's heart tremble. Lin Ling Qianyu really dared to slap her. The third slap was for Yu Yun. Yu Yun has always treated you as her sister. When you were seriously ill, she begged me to cure you, but you were ungrateful. After you recovered, You called her a slave and a lowly person. You even bullied her because of jealousy. People like you are really despicable. I don't understand why there is such a big gap between you two who are of the same bloodline." After saying this coldly, Lin Ling strode forward again. He didn't want to look at the sixth princess Qian Yu anymore. "How dare you call me a bitch?" The sixth princess's entire body trembled. Today Lin Ling had slapped her 3 times in front of everyone, causing her to lose all face. She was not the one who broke off the engagement, but Lin Ling was the one who broke off the engagement and even compared her to a slut. "I'm going to kill you," the sixth princess shouted angrily. Lin Ling stopped and looked at her coldly. "If you want to die, then say what you said before again." His voice was calm, but it was indisputable. The sixth princess's face turned pale. She sat down on the ground and didn't dare to speak for a while. Her life was saved by Lin Ling and Yu Manyun. What right did she have to speak again? "You bitch, why don't I dare to say it? This is the Imperial Palace, not a place where a bitch like you can behave atrociously." Sitting on the ground, the sixth princess raised her head again. Her eyes were vicious and full of killing intent. There should be a limit to being willful and unruly. The identity of a princess can't protect you. Compared to His Majesty the Third Prince, you are not as smart as him. Lin Ling shook his head and moved forward again. Boom! The invisible flame bloomed. The sixth princess, who was sitting on the ground, felt that the fire seemed to come from her heart. The invisible blue and white flame engulfed her. Then she was turned into ashes before she could even make a sound. Dead. The descendant of Lord Yunhai died in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Ling was not afraid of the imperial power. He even killed the Empress Dowager's daughter in front of her. Horrible thoughts ran through everyone's mind. Subconsciously, they suddenly looked at His Majesty the Third Prince. Lin Ling had said that His Majesty the Third Prince was smarter than the sixth princess. This meant that His Majesty the Third Prince knew how to retreat, but the sixth princess didn't. She still relied on her identity as a princess to do whatever she wanted, willful and unruly. She could be willful once but not twice. Otherwise she would die. High up in the stands, the Empress Dowager and the others narrowed their eyes. They didn't seem to expect that Lin Ling not only dared to torture the sixth princess, but also dared to kill her. "You killed my Qian. You killed her. How could you kill her? Die, die, die. I will kill your entire family." After a moment of silence, a crazy voice filled with endless killing intent came out. It shocked the whole square. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. They subconsciously looked at the woman who used to be Lord Yunhai's follower on the highest seat. Obviously, the Empress Dowager was angry and even crazy. "Do you think you can kill me? If it weren't for you, your daughter wouldn't have died. Everything was caused by you. You are the mother of the country, but you are not the mother of the country. You are only overbearing and sinister. I feel sorry for the people of the world. The Empress Dowager of a country is also a bitch." Lin Ling raised his eyes and looked into the Empress Dowager's eyes. He shouted without fear. "Silence!" The square was dead silent. Lin Ling was very arrogant. He shocked His Majesty the Third Prince, killed the sixth princess's face, and now scolded the Empress Dowager in front of the heroes of the world. "Your so-called imperial power can be used on others, but it is useless on me. I have a balance of good and evil in my heart. Today I will take her away. Whoever dares to stop me will end up like the sixth princess." Ignoring the horrified eyes, Lin Ling moved forward again. Chapter 374. The world of the three kings. The crown prince, who had been silent, finally spoke. He was extremely shrewd, and even though the sixth princess was dead, his tone was still calm. No one could tell if he was happy or angry, but it seemed to let everyone know that Lin Ling was going to die here today. Many people's eyes flickered as they looked at the entire plaza and had an answer in their hearts. Lin Ling was fearless and fearless. He didn't put the tyrannical imperial authority in his eyes, and was determined to take away Yu Manyun. However, determination didn't mean anything as there were too many experts here. "Your Majesty, you can't stop me." Lin Ling looked at the crown prince calmly and spoke indifferently. He had met His Majesty the Crown Prince twice, and both times, he had defeated His Majesty the Crown Prince. His reputation soared, and he became the #1 person below His Majesty the Crown Prince. Now this was their third confrontation. The Crown Prince knew about this as well. He spoke indifferently. Then you can try again before you leave. Their gazes clashed in midair, bursting with intense sparks. At the same time, the entire plaza was indescribably silent. Everyone seemed to be able to see the clash between the two kings. No matter how tyrannical or unfair the imperial authority is, the imperial authority is still the imperial authority. It isn't something that you can change alone. You don't have any more chances. You shall die here today. Right at this moment, a massive aura presence gushed out from the plaza as a stalwart figure walked over. Every step he took seemed to cause the entire palace to shake. One of the 4 kings, Wang Haiwang. Linling is probably in big trouble. Many people shook their heads silently as they looked at the elevated seats. There were plenty of experts who were sneering at Linling. There were the Marshal, the 3 Pillars, the Sublime Cord Monastery, and many others. In the plaza, the youth was all alone as though he was going to go against the entire world. That battle figure might be determined, but it seemed to be a little lonely. Wang Haiwang, you asked someone to kill me previously, and you actually dare to appear again today. It seems like the death of the 6th princess didn't let you see the situation clearly. Linling looked at the approaching figure quietly and spoke in a calm voice. Then from today onwards, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom shall be ruled by the 3 kings. These words were calm and did not cause any ripples. It was as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter, but it caused a huge wave to rise up in the square. The name of the 4 kings reigned supreme over the world. This was something that the entire Heaven Mystic's kingdom knew, but today Linling actually said that from now on, there would be 3 kings ruling the world. Was Linling going to change the situation in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom? Haha, how arrogant. Unfortunately, it's a joke. You don't have the strength, and you're not the Cloud Sea King. Wang Haiwang, who was striding over from afar, was not angry. Instead, he laughed mockingly. He was a king who had been famous for a long time. How could he be stripped of his status just because of Linling's words? To him, that was something that would never happen. Unfortunately, he didn't know that all of this would become reality. 3 kings of the world, very good. Then let's do as Linling wishes. He isn't the Cloud Sea King, but he is the one who will change the chaos in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Back then, he killed the son of the Royal Guard's commander, Do Jun, which started the era. Right now, he is going to end the era. Rumble. Right at this moment, 3 surging auras soared into the sky and shot down from the sky. These 3 figures were like sovereigns descending to the world. They surged towards Wang Haiwang with a majestic aura presence, and were working together to kill Wang Haiwang. Sovereign King Li, Duke Duan, King Sima Zhenshan. Looking at the surging auras of these figures, everyone in the square shuddered violently. Today the 4 kings were on the move, and 3 of them actually made a move against Wang Haiwang. It seemed like they heard Linling's words and wanted to change the situation in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. The most terrifying thing was that Duke Duan and Sovereign King Li were Linling's men. This was something that everyone knew. However, King Sima Zhenshan actually became Linling's subordinate. This Linling's charisma was truly terrifying. You are all crazy. A moment ago, Wang Haiwang still had a disdainful expression, but in the next moment he was panicking. In the past, the 4 kings had their own camps and no one dared to touch anyone. Right now the situation had changed. He, Wang Haiwang, had become the lone king. Didn't you say that this was a joke? Why are you afraid now? Linling stood quietly and looked at Wang Haiwang coldly, causing Wang Haiwang's expression to turn even uglier. Right now, Sovereign King Li and the other 2 had already pressed forward. Several Heaven Spirit Essence Cores aura presence were released, causing the clouds in the sky above the royal palace to scatter. 3 peak stage Heaven Spirit Realm experts made a move, and their aura presence was terrifying. Linling, if you have the capability, come and kill me personally. What's the point of relying on others? Wang Haiwang's strength was very strong and had reached the late stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. However, the 3 kings that were fighting with him weren't any weaker than him. Hence, he was suppressed to the point where his face was extremely pale. What infuriated him the most was that Linling's aura presence wasn't even at the Heaven Spirit Realm. Such a junior was actually bullying him to the point where he couldn't even resist. Lin Ling's eyes flickered with disdain. He was now at the early stage of the Heaven Spirit realm, and had already stepped into the elite martial strength of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was just that his aura presence was still sealed by the Spirit Sealing Ghost Talisman. Subsequently, his massive soul spirit surged and gradually turned into a terrifying small knife. That small knife carried a terrifying aura presence and shot straight at Wang Haiwang. Wang Haiwang actually said that he was relying on others. Now Lin Ling was going to do it himself. Swish! The saber of Nirvana was formless and colorless, as it shot straight at Wang Haiwang's soul spirit. Ever since he devoured the ice-fiery dragon's soul spirit, Lin Ling's soul spirit had become even more condensed. He wasn't sure how massive it was now. Back then, the saber of Nirvana was already able to threaten Sima Zhenshan King. Now it was needless to say. The only flaw of the soul spirit was that it recovered slowly. It wasn't like the depletion of spirit chi, which could be recovered by consuming elixirs. Right now, Wang Haiwang was still fighting against the three kings. He was so powerful that it was impossible to kill him in a short period of time. However, at this moment, a horrific soul spirit wave came crashing over, causing his eyes to narrow. As far as his eyes could see, there was an endless soul spirit sea. A saber of the Grim Reaper was shooting over, causing his soul spirit to tremble. This is soul spirit power. Wang Haiwang's eyes narrowed. He was afraid. He suddenly felt extreme fear. The strength of that small knife soul spirit was something he had never seen before. Who was it that was making a move on him? Suddenly, his eyes looked at the youth who was sneering at him from afar. His heart turned cold. Could it be Lin Ling? Right at this moment, a soundless voice accompanied by the saber of Nirvana was heard. It was as though the voice was announcing the death of another person. Before you die, you have seen something clearly. Yes, it was Lin Ling's voice. Wang Haiwang's heart trembled violently. Lin Ling actually had the strength to kill him. What was laughable was that he had always thought that Lin Ling was just a junior in the Earth Spirit realm. The only thing that could make him fear was the faction behind him. This guess was truly laughable. The price for it was his life. No, die. An unwilling voice rang out as the surging saber of Nirvana pierced through Wang Haiwang's soul spirit, causing him to fall backwards. One of the four kings, Wang Haiwang, dead. Looking at the fallen figure, the entire plaza was silent. Lin Ling had said that from now on, the world would be ruled by three kings. Everyone had thought it was a joke, but now Lin Ling had done it. It was truly the world of three kings. The situation of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had completely changed. Today's update wouldn't be less than yesterday's. It was noon now, but the updates were already in progress. However, looking at the rewards and monthly votes, they were so dim. Chapter 375. Like the return of a king, what? On the Crown Prince's side, everyone's pupils constricted. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Sovereign King Li, King Duan, King Sima Zhenshan, you guys killed King Wang Hai? The Imperial Advisor, Sublime Cord Temple, and other experts all stood up and stared coldly at the three kings. The three kings attacked too quickly, causing them to be unable to react in time. By the time they wanted to help, it was already too late. King Wang Hai died right in front of their eyes. However, their hearts were filled with doubt. After all, even though the three kings were strong together, it was still difficult to kill King Wang Hai in a short period of time. At this moment, Sovereign King Li and the other two had cold expressions on their faces. But in reality, they were somewhat surprised. This was because they did not know how King Wang Hai had died. Only King Sima Zhenshan could sense it. He had sensed a familiar soul pressure. He had faced that kind of terrifying soul force before, and it made him tremble with fear. So he guessed that someone helped. And that person should be here to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling, so mysterious. King Sima Zhenshan thought to himself, who else wants to die? In the silence, Lin Ling's cold voice came out. He walked forward again, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His handsome face carried an aura of a king descending upon the world. However, the surroundings were silent, extremely silent. No one seemed to have recovered from the shock of King Wang Hai's death. They only knew that Lin Ling was arrogant, incomparably arrogant. In front of everyone, he crushed the crown prince's tyrannical imperial power. When the third prince tried to stop him, he ran away in fear. When the sixth princess tried to stop him, he killed. When King Wang Hai tried to stop him, he killed him. You can only rely on the people behind you for help? If that's the case, then I'll let my forces make a move. The crown prince's face was gloomy, but he still spoke coldly. He was saying that Lin Ling was only so arrogant because of the three kings. Without the help of those experts, Lin Ling was nothing. In this world, strength is everything. Lin Ling can be arrogant now, but that doesn't mean that in the future, once his talent weakens, Lin Ling will return to his original state. Then make your move. I'd like to see who else besides the people here dares to die for you. Lin Ling stared at the crown prince as he spoke in an indifferent voice. He naturally understood the crown prince's words. The funny thing was that the crown prince and the other experts didn't notice that King Wang Hai wasn't killed by the three kings. It was Wang Hai was killed by him, Lin Ling. Men, pass on my orders. The army is to enter the palace. His Majesty, the crown prince roared. He seemed to want his subordinates to move out and crush Lin Ling. However, after he spoke, the surroundings were completely silent. It was as if other than the people present, there was no one else that he could mobilize. Big brother, you're still too slow. The moment Lin Ling stepped into the imperial palace was already under siege. King kings king kings king. S king. Could it be that the imperial palace, which possesses the majestic ocean of clouds, has been surrounded by countless people? Everyone looked at the person who walked over and realized it was the second prince. When the second prince walked out, he nodded at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, I hope I'm not late. This action caused everyone's eyes to flicker. The second prince was admitting that Lin Ling was superior to him in front of everyone, and he would listen to all of Lin Ling's orders. Lin Ling nodded too. He looked at everyone and spoke in a cold voice, I am going to take her away in front of everyone. Anyone who dares to stop me, kill. His voice seemed to light up the fuse, and at the same time, a roar that shook the entire Heaven Mystic's kingdom echoed. Kill. The earth shook, and the clouds in the sky were shaken apart. Those voices came from outside the palace, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. There were people who ran to the edge of the royal palace with fear. When they looked over, they saw the soldiers below the tall city walls. The entire palace was surrounded, and the surging crowd couldn't even see the border. Terrifying. Lin Ling had such terrifying rallying power. Such boldness was comparable to the royal clan of clouds. This made many people recall what Lin Ling said before. Did the royal clan of clouds only dare to do whatever they wanted when Lin Ling wasn't around? Right now, this statement was like a slap to the royal clan of clouds. If Lin Ling was in the Cloud Sea City, would the royal clan of clouds dare to do whatever they wanted? That powerful rallying power was enough to make the crown prince and empress dowager speechless. What? The soldiers are at the city walls. The crown prince was astonished and couldn't believe his eyes. He was surrounded. He was the crown prince and he was actually surrounded by Lin Ling. That pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. He then spoke coldly, You have won. You have displayed such terrifying rallying power. Today this emperor will let you leave. Let? Previously, when Lin Ling wanted to take her away, the crown prince wanted to stop him. Right now, the crown prince didn't want to embarrass himself, so he generously said that he would let Lin Ling leave. These words were extremely sarcastic. Was the crown prince qualified to say such words? But did Lin Ling need him to let him leave? Did Lin Ling need to leave? Are you trying to deceive yourself because you don't want to embarrass yourself? Lin Ling raised his right hand and pointed at the crown prince from afar, and then he spoke even more arrogantly, I'm taking her away today. If you dare to stop me, then I'll slaughter the entire imperial city. Slaughter the imperial city. Everyone in the square trembled. Lin Ling said that he would slaughter the imperial city and wash the imperial palace with blood right in front of the crown prince. It was extremely arrogant, but no one doubted the truth of his words. An army of a few 100,000 had surrounded the imperial palace. Even though the imperial palace had countless formidable cultivators, Lin Ling had them as well. So he deserved to slaughter the imperial city. Lin Ling was so arrogant that no one dared to stop him. "You're very arrogant." The crown prince's heart trembled. He had fought with Lin Ling twice and lost each time. This was the third time, but this time it was even more terrifying. He was pointing at the crown prince's nose and saying that if he continued to be arrogant, then he would wash the imperial palace with blood. The crown prince couldn't speak, he didn't dare to speak. Even the imperial preceptor, Empress Dowager, and the experts of the Sublime Cord Temple didn't dare to speak. Lin Ling's determination was too strong. If he really wanted to slaughter the imperial city, then it would be a great war. No one could guarantee the result of this war, but they were sure that they wouldn't be able to survive. "Your Majesty, you're just so. "Yes," Lin Ling said softly. Then he strode towards the highest stage where the newlyweds were. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him. Everyone's eyes followed him step by step, watching the young man who was like a king returning. "This game is very interesting. I didn't expect you to come to me in the end." On top of the stairs, the young man in the red groom's red robe smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. Today was his wedding day, and yet he wasn't angry. Instead, he treated enemies at the gate as a game. What kind of courage was this? "It's young Master Shang." Everyone's eyes flashed. Young Master Shang was the same age as Lin Ling. He also had outstanding talent and power. Perhaps he was the only one who didn't fear Lin Ling. "Who are you?" "Oh." Chapter 376. Young Master Shang, you don't have the qualifications to know who I am. You just need to know that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom is just a small city in the Cloud region. If it wasn't for the beauties in this city, I wouldn't even bother to come here. Right now, someone wants to snatch the beauty that I have my eyes on. Young Master Shang smiled faintly and slowly walked down. He then stood in front of Lin Ling and said, "The geniuses of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom are very weak and very bad. They don't even have a Heaven Spirit Realm cultivation, and only rely on the help of others." He didn't seem to like Yu Munyun. He just fancied Yu Munyun's beauty. In exchange, he would help the crown prince. Cloud region? Lin Ling stopped and looked at the young man in front of him. He frowned slightly. The appearance of this young man surprised him. This young man's strength was indeed very strong. He was about the same age as him, but he had reached the middle stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. At least he was sure that this terrifying talent wasn't found in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That's right. The Cloud region's Saint race. You will always have to look up to the Saint Fire race. Young Master Shang spoke indifferently and looked down at Lin Ling arrogantly. Saint Fire race? Lin Ling frowned again and heard frightened voices from all around. The Saint race was an ancient race that lived in the Cloud region. They had a longer history than the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Stone Saint Kingdom, and the Snake Swamp Kingdom. It was rumored that they had the bloodline of a god and had the powerful Saint Fire talent. They were the supreme race of the three kingdoms. It could be said that this saint race could easily unify the three kingdoms. However, they were high up and only yearned for strength. They weren't interested in the world of ants. No wonder the crown prince had to lower his head when he saw young Master Shang. "How is it? Do you still dare to snatch my marriage after knowing my background?" Arrogant Earth Spirit Realm Jr. Young Master Shang's light voice drifted out. Lin Ling had messed up his wedding, but he wasn't angry at all. This was because to him this was indeed a game. Prodigy against prodigy. One is a prodigy from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and the other is from the Saint race. Seeing the two youths of similar ages staring at each other, formless auras blossoming and colliding, the hearts of many people in the surroundings trembled. The world of geniuses was not something they could reach, they could only look up to. However, even though Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and among those of the same age, no one could surpass him in terms of cultivation level. However, young Master Shang from the Saint race was obviously superior to Lin Ling in terms of skills. He was even more famous than Lin Ling. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is a small place, and the trash here are still competing for the imperial authority. They don't even know about the outside world, the 100 regions, which is the world of prodigies. Any prodigy that is born can easily decide the imperial authority. However, prodigies don't care about imperial authority. Only trash cares about it. The corners of young Master Saint's mouth curled up. You've said so much because you want to say that my vision is not as good as yours, that you're a true genius and I'm trash. Lin Ling looked at young Master Shang indifferently as his lips curled into a disdainful smile. Imperial power? Had he Lin Ling ever cared? This place was just a path for him to grow up. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. However, if you want to snatch my bride, fine. My saint race has always been reasonable. If you can make me step aside, then you can take her away. Young Master Shang smiled proudly. He seemed to still treat this as a game, and he stood in front of Lin Ling, making Lin Ling helpless. Young Master Shang is someone that even the Crown Prince has to respect. Lin Ling's strength is not comparable to him, and Lin Ling can't let the experts behind him make a move. After all, they are of the same age. If others were to make a move, Lin Ling would lose some face. The crowd was secretly surprised, but most of them sighed. Lin Ling killed his way into the palace today, and no one could stop him. Unfortunately, he was stopped by the Saint Race's prodigy expert, causing him to fail at the last moment. I don't know who the Saint Race is, but I just want to know. Didn't your elders tell you that there is always someone better? Being born into the Saint Race doesn't mean everything. Under the gazes of thousands of people, Lin Ling's face was calm, but a huge soul force rolled out, turning into a blade of nirvana, majestically attacking young Master Shang. Being stronger than you is my everything. Young Master Shang smiled coldly, but before he could finish his proud words, his face instantly changed. He sensed a nirvana aura coming at him, and it was very fast, directly attacking his soul. This was a pure soul attack. It had to be known that some people with powerful soul force would use attacks that were a mixture of soul force and spirit energy. There were very few pure soul force attacks, and this kind of pure soul attack was formless and colorless. There was no spirit energy rippling out, and it was extremely terrifying. Not good. Young Master Shang's eyes narrowed, and his body jumped, avoiding the blade of nirvana. However, when he opened a path, he found that the terrifying soul fluctuation had disappeared. When he looked back, he had opened a path for Lin Ling, mocking others as trash from high above, but you can't stop them. Then the Saint Race's prodigy is worse than trash. Lin Ling didn't even look at young Master Shang and sneered with disdain. He took a big step and walked past young Master Shang, causing young Master Shang's face to turn extremely ugly. The surroundings were silent, and no one could understand this scene. They didn't know why young Master Shang gave Lin Ling a step back, but without a doubt, Lin Ling had slapped the high and mighty young Master Shang. This slap was very straightforward, but for some reason it made many people in the plaza feel satisfied. Perhaps they didn't like young Master Shang's arrogant attitude, comparing their Heaven Mystics kingdom to trash. How is this possible? Young Master Shang whispered to himself. He still couldn't understand why he would embarrass himself by giving way to Lin Ling. He was the son of the Saint Race, and under the Saint Race millions of people were ants. Someone is helping you. Young Master Shang's deep voice echoed. He didn't believe that he would be afraid of Lin Ling. Who was the one who told me that I would never be able to surpass him? Now that I have lost, you say that someone is helping me? Is the Saint Race so shameless? Lin Ling continued to walk forward and spoke indifferently with young Master Shang on his back. Young Master Shang's breathing became heavy, and a terrifying killing intent spread from his body. He was like a raging flame, and his astral body was actually of the fire attribute. You say that someone is helping him, but do you have evidence? Did anyone see it? Sorry, we only saw you giving way. Giving way means you have lost. Could it be that you don't want to embarrass yourself, so you are finding such a shameless excuse? Right at this moment, a large number of people arrived. They were the three pillars He Yenshan, Feng Moshui, and the others. They were highly respected in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and their words were naturally more convincing. This caused everyone to look at young Master Shang with mocking eyes, which made young Master Shang's face turn ashen. Just a moment ago, young Master Shang was still saying that being stronger meant everything. However, before he could finish his sentence, he gave way. This contrast was extremely ironic. Who do you think you are? If young Master Shang says that you are wrong, then you are wrong. Who asked you to surpass him? Right at this moment, a cold voice echoed. On the other side, an elder's body turned into an invisible astral wind and pounced towards Lin Ling. His hand grabbed at Lin Ling with a terrifying aura. Pa! Pa! The air was torn apart, and the tyrannical aura of the Heaven Spirit Essence Core was released. Chapter 377. Today's main character. Many people's eyes narrowed. This person was too shameless. Lin Ling fought with young Master Shang, and Lin Ling won with his own strength. However, that person acted unfairly. This also meant that after young Master Shang lost, he used the power behind him to act. It was extremely shameless. Since you guys are so shameless, then I can also act. Just as the astral wind hand was about to grab Lin Ling, a cold shout rang out. Woo! In the sky, tens of thousands of ghosts howled, and countless spirits rushed over. A mysterious banner appeared in the sky, and with a light wave, those terrifying spirits actually turned into a huge palm and slammed down heavily on the old man. Late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. The elder's expression changed slightly. He had no choice but to give up on Lin Ling and slammed his astral wind hand towards the sky. Rumble. The two palms collided, and the wind and clouds rolled. Countless ghosts scattered, and the astral wind hand also shattered. Thump, thump, thump. The elder who launched the sneak attack took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was an expert at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, that mysterious person was obviously stronger than him. Who was it? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked up at the sky. They saw an elder in a gray robe slowly floating down. The ghost banner behind him fluttered, making him look like the king of ghosts. Who was this person? Suddenly, someone's eyes narrowed. Controlling ghosts? Could he be one of the 3 pillars of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? The Ghost Marshal? It's the Ghost Marshal. Didn't he go into seclusion? Why is he protecting Lin Ling today? Finally, someone confirmed the elder's identity, and those words made everyone suck in a breath of cold air again. They thought that Lin Ling had already shown everything today, but who knew that even the reclusive Ghost Marshal was Lin Ling's man? Lin Ling's rallying power was too terrifying. Subconsciously, the crowd looked towards Lin Ling, and their hearts suddenly trembled again. At this moment, Lin Ling was still ascending the stairs, and the great battle from before seemed as if it had nothing to do with him. His calmness and composure seemed as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed, and he was like a true king that had returned. That kind of feeling, other than shock in everyone's hearts, could not find any other words to describe it. Lin Ling was very dazzling today. The saint race is very noble and powerful. But don't you dare bully my Heaven Mystics Kingdom, just because we don't have anyone capable. If you launch a sneak attack after losing, the reputation of the saint race will be tarnished by you. The Ghost Marshal stopped beside Lin Ling and nodded slightly at Lin Ling. He then looked down at young Master Shang. How dare you? Do you think you are qualified to speak to the young master? It wasn't just one person following young Master Saint. There were 3 other old men on the other side. They were coldly looking at the Ghost Commander, but the Ghost Commander didn't say anything. He was still looking at young Master Saint with a mocking expression. Young Master Shang's expression kept changing. Finally, he shouted coldly, "Fourth Saint, stop!" He couldn't lose the reputation of the saint race anymore. After all, he lost to Lin Ling in front of everyone. If he let his subordinates launch a sneak attack, then what reputation would the saint race have? For a moment, no one dared to stop Lin Ling. They only looked at the blue-robed youth with burning eyes. That figure looked slender, but for some reason, it was like an indomitable god of war. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking up the stairs step by step. At the end of the stairs, the bride Yu Yun, who was wearing a phoenix coronet, had tears in her beautiful eyes. She seemed to see the sky. Her mother was looking at her with a smile. She seemed to be saying to her, "Little Yun, in this world everyone has abandoned you, but there will always be one person who will protect you. That person will eventually step on the stairs, sweep through all the heroes, and rescue you from the abyss. Fate will end with you." She vaguely remembered what her mother said to her when she was young. Now the youth was stepping on the stairs, coming from the horizon. All the obstacles were swept away, and he rescued her from the abyss. "Young master," Yu Yun murmured. "Sorry I'm late." At the peak of the stairs, Lin Ling looked at the kind and gentle girl, smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. "Let's go, I'll take you away." It was a gentle sentence, but it was as heavy as a mountain, and it carried the determination to slay immortals and demons. The girl nodded heavily. She stretched out her hand, and it was held by the youth. At this moment, her uneasy heart seemed to have found a shelter. Looking at Yu Manyan's delicate face with tears, Lin Ling smiled gently. Then, he held Yu Manyan's hand and walked down the stairs step by step. At this moment the entire square was silent. Today was Yu Manyan's wedding, and the groom was young Master Shang from the Saint clan. But now they suddenly had an illusion. The most beautiful bride in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the person who was worthy of her, was the handsome youth in a blue and white robe. The youth was more like the groom at this moment. "So beautiful," someone said from the bottom of his heart. That scene was indeed very beautiful. The girl was like a fairy, and her every move was elegant and gorgeous. The youth was extraordinarily handsome and arrogant. This was the true match made in heaven. Clap, clap. For some reason someone started clapping. Gradually the entire square applauded like thunder. They seemed to be welcoming the arrival of the newlyweds. As if sensing the applause in the palace, the soldiers outside the palace also applauded like thunder. Boom! In the sky fireworks bloomed, and the bright fireworks lit up the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The maple leaves are floating down. "I'm so happy now." Yu Mengyun had already forgotten how to cry. She reached out with her other hand, as if she was catching the maple leaf that was falling from the sky. The smile on her face was so beautiful that it was enough to make everyone around her secretly envious. Lin Ling. Yes. Looking at the two people who were in the limelight, everyone on the Crown Prince's side had ugly expressions. Sarcasm, full of sarcasm. They married Yu Menyun to the Saint clan and wanted to curry favor with the Saint clan. However, in the end, Lin Ling suppressed the third prince, obliterated the sixth princess and Wang Haiwang, angrily rebuked the Empress Dowager, humiliated the Crown Prince, and even defeated young Master Shang and took Yu Menyun away. They, who were supposed to be the main characters, were like supporting characters and became a joke. Of course, young Master Shang's face was also extremely gloomy. He was the son of the Saint clan, and his marriage was actually snatched away. The celebratory voices around him were like mocking voices that poured into his ears. He was so humiliated that he couldn't show his face. "Lin Ling, you're so powerful." Under Lin Ling's curtain everyone laughed. They already knew that Lin Ling, the return of the king, could definitely change everything. Now it was indeed so. Lin Ling had once again created a legend in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Young Master Shang, humph, you're asking for humiliation. Li Junwang and the other two looked at young Master Shang with disdain. After all, this was their Heaven Mystics Kingdom's matter. However, the high and mighty young Master Shang interfered and wanted to humiliate Lin Ling and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. In the end he slapped his own face. "Today, I've returned to announce something." Chapter 378. Sensational news. Silence. The entire plaza was silent. Even the entire Cloud Sea City was silent. Commander Talisman. That was the Commander Talisman that the Ghost Marshal left behind in the North Ice. The Ghost Marshal might be one of the three pillars, but the power he possessed was much more terrifying than the other two pillars. For example, He Yinshan was able to summon all the alchemists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. As for Elder He didn't have the ability to summon anyone, but he had tyrannical strength. As for the Ghost Marshal, he had the million-strong army left behind by the King of Cloud Sea. It was certain that whoever obtained the Commander Talisman would own half of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right now, the Ghost Marshal had placed the Commander Talisman in the 100 Generals battle, and it belonged to whoever won. Commander Talisman. The Crown Prince breathed heavily. If he obtained it, he would be the King of Cloud Sea. This is the reason why I came out of seclusion. Hand over the Commander Talisman and let the Heaven Mystics Kingdom have peace. The Ghost Marshal spoke again. The eyes of the people on the Crown Prince's side were constantly flickering. They seemed to have seen the Crown Prince becoming the King of Cloud Sea. On the other hand, Lin Ling's people were frowning. The rule of the 100 Generals battle was that all prodigies below the age of 25 could participate. Currently, Lin Ling's side might have a lot of experts, but there were very few prodigies below the age of 25. The only dazzling one was Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was only 18 years old, and his aura wasn't even at the heaven spirit realm. How could he compare to the Crown Prince's people? Could the Ghost Marshal not have come out of seclusion for Lin Ling? All right, Ghost Marshal. A gentleman keeps his word. Your commander talisman, this emperor will take it. In the silence, the Crown Prince's voice echoed, causing the second prince and the others to frown even more. It is too early to make a decision now. Let's wait until the 100 Generals battle is over. Furthermore, you might not be able to win. The Ghost Marshal smiled faintly and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled as well. He knew that the Ghost Marshal had indeed come out of seclusion for him, below the age of 25. Interesting. I, young Master Shang, will also participate in the 100 Generals battle. At that moment a soft laughter sounded. The crowd looked over and realized that the person who had spoken was young Master Shang. Young Master Shang did not pay attention to the surrounding gazes. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and tilted his head arrogantly. You will be participating too, right? He was declaring war. It was obvious that he had lost not long ago and had lost all his face. Now he wanted to regain his face through the 100 Generals battle. However, Sir Shang came from the distant sacred clan and possessed a powerful innate spirit of holy fire. He was also a genius of the sky spirit realm. Who would be his match if he joined the battle? He even interfered in the affairs of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, relying on the nurturing of the saint race. This young Master Shang is so shameless. The crowd secretly said. Naturally, young Master Shang can participate. Young Master Shang might not be a member of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but as long as one has the title of Great General, one can participate in the 100 Generals tournament. Right now, this emperor is announcing to the world that young Master Shang has the status of a great general. At that moment, the Crown Prince's voice also sounded. He was over 25 years old and therefore could not participate. However, young Master Shang was participating in his place. This meant that he had a 90% chance of winning. However, his actions were too despicable and sinister. Many people despised him for giving the identity of young Master Shang at such a critical moment. The peerlessly domineering Crown Prince was using such a shameless method in order to win. Once the commander's seal is out, who dares to compete? Since this is the case, I will also participate. At this moment, another voice sounded. It was the third prince. He was 25 years old and had met the qualifications. It was obvious that he was also determined to obtain the commander's seal. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled coldly. Lin Ling, I admit that you are terrifying and hateful. However, the 100 Generals battle does not depend on strength. It depends on individuals. Therefore, let us settle this in the battle. He had issued a life or death challenge to Lin Ling. He seemed to think that Lin Ling's good days had come to an end, and that he would lose the 100 Generals battle without a doubt. Therefore, he had decided to fight personally. It seems like every time you lose face, you do not reflect on yourself. Alright, see you in the 100 Generals battle. Hearing the third prince's cold smile, Lin Ling spoke softly. He then turned his head and looked at young Master Shang. Obviously, he knew that young Master Shang was his true opponent. Young Master Shang's gaze was naturally on Lin Ling as well. There was a flame in his lazy eyes that bloomed invisibly. I have said that today is a game. You may have won previously, but the game is not over. He still treated today's matter as a game and was extremely arrogant. From the moment I stepped into the palace, the game was already over. I started this era, so I will end it. I will return the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to its former glory. Ignoring young Master Shang's temporary pride, Lin Ling spoke softly. After he finished speaking, he led the crowd away with large strides. I am sorry that the wedding of the royal family of the Cloud Sea was a failure. However, we still have to drink the wedding banquet. Wine come. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling strolled forward. At the same time, he waved his right hand and the wine on the table far away was brought to him. He then took a sip. This wedding banquet doesn't taste good. It seemed to be a calm action, but it was filled with endless mockery. It was as if he was saying that today was the wedding of the entire kingdom, but the result of this wedding was a complete disgrace. Even the wedding banquet didn't look like a wedding banquet anymore. This action undoubtedly caused everyone to react. When they recalled what had happened, they immediately covered their mouths and laughed. Lin Ling. The faces of the Empress Dowager and the others were filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling had humiliated the royal family of the Cloud Sea in front of the world again. This time even the crown prince couldn't bear the humiliation. He said softly, "A moment of pride doesn't mean the future. Lin Ling, you are on your own." He was threatening Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's aura wasn't even at the heavenly spirit realm. He would definitely lose in the battle of 100 generals. Lin Ling stopped walking and slowly turned around. He looked at the crown prince quietly and said coldly, "Say that again." Silence. Following Lin Ling's question, the entire plaza was silent. The crown prince's breathing became heavy. Suddenly he didn't dare to speak anymore. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with madness and indifference. If he, the crown prince, were to be arrogant, then he would slaughter the entire royal palace. Lin Ling might not have any hope of seizing the marshal's residence, but the royal palace was still surrounded by Lin Ling's massive forces. On that day, the news spread throughout the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom and caused thousands of waves. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom's #1 prodigy Lin Ling was fearless. He was enraged for a woman and led his troops into the royal palace. He finally rescued Princess Yun. Lin Ling had once again created a legend in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Many people were silently praising Lin Ling's actions. After all, they knew of the tyrannical imperial authority. Normally, they would be infuriated, but in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there was at least one youth with a pure and innocent heart who despised the imperial authority. Most importantly, Lin Ling had humiliated the prodigies of the saint race and fought for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The second piece of news was that once the commander seal was out, no one could compete. The battle of 100 generals this time was obviously more eye-catching. Whoever obtained first place would have an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. However, many people sighed secretly. It was said that Lin Ling didn't even have the strength of the heavenly spirit realm. This battle of 100 generals probably had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, if Lin Ling dared to participate, there would definitely be many people who wanted his life. Lin Ling's strength came from his charisma and potential. In terms of strength, he was still too young. Chapter 379. Battle of 100 Generals in the quiet courtyard. The warm sunlight shone down. "Little sir, thank you." Yun's clear and melodious voice rang out. She bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Her delicate body was slender and graceful, and her purple clothes fluttered in the wind. She was indescribably agile and elegant. Her voice was the most pleasant among all the girls that Lin Ling knew. Perhaps it had something to do with her zither skills. Moreover, in terms of noble temperament, Yun was also the strongest among all the girls. She was like a well-deserved princess. I'm just trying my best." In a small courtyard under an ancient maple tree, a young man sat quietly with his hands as a pillow. Yun's beautiful eyes flickered continuously. She was touched. Lin Ling made it sound simple, but she knew that not everyone could kill their way into the palace in front of everyone. The maple leaves are floating down. She looked around with her beautiful eyes. The ancient maple trees swayed in the wind, and the leaves fell everywhere, adding to the beauty of the small courtyard. For some reason, Yun liked this kind of tranquility very much. She took out the guzheng and played it gently. The clear sound that was like a bell in an empty valley sounded, causing Lin Ling, who was leaning against the maple tree, to smile. He closed his eyes and fell asleep gently. The young man and the young woman were immersed in that warm time. Outside the small courtyard, many people smiled and did not disturb that beautiful scene. "Lin Ling, thank you." In the distance, Sky Melody Cultivator smiled gently. He carried his guzheng and slowly came to the outer city. There was a small river there. The river water gurgled and willow leaves swayed by the river. Sky Melody Cultivator took out his guzheng and played it quietly. There, Yun's deceased mother was still waiting for him. "Little boat, your destiny has been ended by him." Upon hearing the sound of Yuyu's river, Sky Melody smiled and nodded. Lin Ling, thank you. Unknowingly, another day had passed. Lin Ling, bad news. The Yu clan and the Lu clan have betrayed us. Lin Ling was just about to cultivate when the second prince, Yunixuan, strode over. His voice made Lin Ling frown slightly. The Yu clan, the Lu clan, and other ancient clans had joined Lin Ling's camp because of his rise to power. They had also received many benefits from the second prince. But now, because of the 100 Generals battle, they had all betrayed him. They were obviously not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. In the Battle of the 100 Generals, many people thought that you would be beaten back to your original form. The final outcome would be death. Yunixuan was extremely worried. At this moment, Sovereign King Li and the others arrived as well. All of them were frowning. Did they say anything? Lin Ling asked indifferently. They said that this is fate. No matter how hard you, Lin Ling, work, it's useless. In the end, you'll only be working for others. Moreover, they have joined the third prince's camp. If the third prince wants to harm you, they'll be the vanguard. The second prince said angrily. Those people were too snobbish. If you were strong, they would follow you. If you were weak, they would be the first to step on you. Other than them, who else? Lin Ling asked again. The city lord of Broken Saber City, Commander Wu, and the others. These people have joined the crown prince's camp. Sovereign King Li and the others had a cold look in their eyes. These people want us dead. All right, if we win, we'll wash them with blood. Lin Ling said coldly. A murderous aura spread from him. Everyone wanted him dead. What made him feel the most uncomfortable was that they used to be his people, but now they had turned their blades against him. Under such circumstances, Lin Ling didn't want them and even dared to betray him. That meant that he had to take back all the grooming. The most despicable one is the Ghost Marshal. If he didn't take out the Marshal's residence to seize the world, we wouldn't have suffered such losses. Lord Duan said in a low voice. Whoever obtained the Marshal's residence would obtain the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. That was why those traitors chose sides. If the Ghost Marshal didn't take out the Marshal's residence and gave it to Lin Ling directly, how would all these happen? Lin Ling smiled slightly. He has put in a lot of effort. Everyone was surprised. The Ghost Marshal had put in a lot of effort? What did that mean? Could it be that if he put the Marshal's residence in the 100 Generals battle, Lin Ling would definitely be able to obtain it? Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say anything. He planned to improve his strength during this period of time. As for the Ghost Marshal's actions, he approved of it. 1. Once the Marshal's talisman was out, Lin Ling would be able to obtain it. 2. Making use of the 100 Generals battle, Lin Ling would be able to clearly see those who were kicking him when he was down and those who were loyal and devoted. As for obtaining the Marshal's talisman, everyone thought that Lin Ling hadn't reached the Heaven Spirit realm, but they didn't know that it was because of the Ghost Marshal's spirit sealing ghost talisman, which suppressed Lin Ling's aura presence. However, Lin Ling's strength wasn't as simple as it looked. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged and had 3 types of flames on his body, which made him look like a god of flames. In his dantian there were circles of blue Heaven Spirit Essence Core's aura presence, which was extremely terrifying. The 9 nether heavenly flames, the 7-blade Skyfire, the concept of War God, and the world-cleansing demonic flame were Lin Ling's trump cards. They were enough for him to defeat any early-stage Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. He was even confident that he could kill a mid-stage Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. After all, the world-cleansing demonic flames was a terrifying 10th grade innate spirit body. While he was cultivating in seclusion, all the prodigies in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom were trying their best. Lin Ling, my spear isn't that easy to take. At the peak of a mountain, a young man stood there with lightning crackling all over his body. The clouds in the sky were roiling with dark clouds. This young man was Bai Yunfei. Back at the cloud auction, Lin Ling had stolen one of Bai Yunfei's armaments. Now that the 100 Generals battle was over, Bai Yunfei could finally kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the 100 Generals war will be your doomsday. On the other side, Hung Tianqing was inside a giant bronze bell. Tadpole-like notes were revolving around him, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Many people wanted Lin Ling to die. Lin Ling's strength came from his ability to rally supporters, but the 100 Generals war was based on individual strength. Lin Ling's formidable strength couldn't even unleash its full potential. Time passed by quietly, and on this day, the 100 Generals' War arrived as promised. The entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in an uproar. The 100 Generals' War was held every 2 years, and it symbolized the rise of the prodigies. The participants could only be below the age of 25, and they were all true prodigies. What made everyone look forward to the most was that this 100 Generals' War was different from the previous years. It represented the final decision of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's king. Everyone was rushing towards the Cloud Sea City. Even the people from the other 2 kingdoms, the Snake Swamp Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom, were gathering madly towards the Cloud Sea City. Everyone wanted to see how strong the prodigies of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, who were below the age of 25, were. They also wanted to see how outstanding the Saint's son from the Saint race was. For 3 days, the Cloud Sea City was surrounded by countless martial artists, and the entire city was locked down. After all, there were too many people, and the Cloud Sea City couldn't accommodate them all. However, those martial artists didn't leave. They stayed outside the Cloud Sea City to watch the war. In short, this 100 Generals' War was unprecedentedly intense. Chapter 380. The Forgotten Genius. In the Battle of 100 Generals, other than the original 30 general talents, it is said that there are many newcomers participating. The most terrifying one is probably the Saint of the Saint race. I didn't expect such a godlike genius to come to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. If I can see him display his talent, my strength will probably increase a little. The Saint, Shang Fifan, is known as Young Master Shang. He naturally didn't stay to sweep the general talents, but to deal with Lin Ling. Lin Ling stole his woman. Shang Fifan will definitely kill Lin Ling. Early in the morning, the Cloud Sea City was abuzz with discussions. Everyone had arrived. From afar, a group of people was marching over. The person in the lead was sitting on a palanquin, emitting an inviolable aura. It was the Empress Dowager. Beside the Empress Dowager was an old man in a golden monk's robe. His face was kind and calm, causing others to have a good impression of him at first glance. Sublime Cord Temple's Elder Shengda, the crowd exclaimed. In the past, the hosts of the Battle of 100 Generals were King Yunhai and Sublime Cord Temple. Now that King Yunhai had disappeared, it was naturally the Empress Dowager and Sublime Cord Temple's hosts. The Ghost Marshal is here too. Someone pointed not far away. Then they realized that the Ghost Marshal had handed over the commander's seal, allowing this year's Battle of 100 Generals to reach its peak. Therefore, he was qualified to be one of the hosts. The 3 of them were the hosts. His Majesty the Crown Prince is here. At this moment, another person exclaimed. From afar, another large group of people was approaching. The leader was a youth riding on a golden dragon Qilin, symbolizing the dominance of an emperor. It was the Crown Prince. Beside him, young Master Shang was riding on a pure white single-horned horse. He seemed to have a higher status, representing the nobility of the Saint race. Behind the 2 of them was one of the top 30 geniuses. This group of people had a majestic aura, like celestial soldiers and generals. Many people were shocked. The Crown Prince didn't care about the surrounding gazes. He looked to the other side, where another group of people was strolling over. The leader was the 3rd prince. Big brother, once the commander's seal is out, no one can compete. Today I won't let you win. The 3rd prince's calm voice rang out. He seemed to be determined to obtain the commander's residence. Of course, this was normal. If he obtained the commander's seal, then he would be able to turn defeat into victory and stand above the Crown Prince and Lin Ling. You're very confident, but it's useless. The Crown Prince sneered as he stared at a young man beside the 3rd prince. The young man was dressed in black and had a black veil covering his face. He looked extremely mysterious. This person wasn't one of the 30 geniuses, he was a stranger. Clearly, in order to win, the 3rd prince had invited a hidden genius to help him. Tell me your name. The Crown Prince said calmly. The black-clothed young man was silent for a moment before he slowly said, the 6th Knight of the Stone Saint Nation. As soon as this voice came out, the crowd fell silent for a moment. But soon cries of surprise rang out like a wave. Some of the people here came from the other 2 nations to watch the battle, So they naturally knew about the sixth knight of the Stone Saint Nation. This was a mysterious circle of geniuses. No one knew where they came from. They only knew that they had left the cloud region before. There were 6 of them, and they were called the first knight to the sixth knight. Their strength was extremely terrifying. The third prince had actually invited such hidden geniuses. This meant that he had offered a huge reward. However, many people felt that it was shameful. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Nation had always been enemies. In order to win, the third prince had actually invited the enemy to help him. This move was ugly. You have some strength, but you're still not a match for young Master Shang. The Crown Prince shook his head lightly. The two groups of people moved forward in a mighty manner, which made the crowd even more expectant. Right now, 2 groups of people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had appeared. What about the second prince's side? As if guessing what everyone was thinking, the second prince's men finally arrived. There were the 3 kings He Yenshan, Feng Moshui, and other experts of the older generation. However, many people secretly shook their heads. The Battle of 100 Generals was a battle of geniuses. There seemed to be no geniuses in the second prince's camp. Li Xianxiao, the Battle of 100 Generals depends on you. Stop! The second prince stopped and said to a young man beside him. That young man was wearing a black robe. He was handsome like jade and his eyes were like stars. After hearing the second prince's words, he smiled slightly. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will definitely not embarrass you. After all, I have received your and Lin Ling's favor. Yes. In this battle, we will win glory for your Majesty. Yes. There were a few people behind the young man. They also smiled and nodded. Li Xianxiao? For a moment everyone was stunned. Then they were all astonished. Among the 108 general stars, the most famous ones were those ranked before the 30th. Those ranked after the 30th could only be considered ordinary geniuses. Li Xianxiao was the number 1 genius among the 108 general stars. He had just returned from another place, but no one expected him to join the second prince's camp. They seemed to have 10 geniuses in each camp. Yes. Someone took a closer look and gasped. His Majesty the Crown Prince, His Majesty the Third Prince, and His Majesty the Second Prince had divided the 30-star geniuses among themselves. Each of them had roughly 10-star geniuses. Thus, everyone was looking forward to seeing who would win the Battle of the 100 Generals. Of course, with young Master Shang around, no matter how one looked at it, His Majesty the Crown Prince still had the highest chance of winning. After the 3 camps appeared, everyone was looking forward to the Battle of 100 Generals. However, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait, we seem to have forgotten someone." Huh. Everyone was stunned. Indeed, they had forgotten someone. That person was none other than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the youngest genius. Unfortunately, he was only 18 years old. Therefore, compared to the 20-year-old general stars, his foundation was still shallow. This caused many people to forget about him. Perhaps from the moment the Battle of 100 Generals began, they already knew that Lin Ling had already lost. Lin Ling is so pitiful. He is a youth comparable to His Majesty the Crown Prince. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a role to play now. What's there to be pitiful about? In this world, the strong are respected. Lin Ling only relied on the strong of the older generation. However, the strong of the older generation can be deceived by him for a while, but not forever. Now Lin Ling has been beaten back to his original state. A pitiful person must have a sad side. The crowd discussed animatedly. Some were gloating, some were sympathetic, and some were lamenting. Lin Ling, did he run away? His Majesty the Crown Prince chuckled. The people behind him also laughed disdainfully. In the past, Lin Ling was so mighty and arrogant. However, when the Battle of 100 Generals began, Lin Ling's advantages could no longer be used. In the end, he could only die alone. The laughter came from His Majesty the Crown Prince's side. Gradually, His Majesty the Third Prince's side began to laugh as well. I wonder who was the one who remained silent in the imperial palace. I wonder who was the one who was so scared that his entire body trembled. It seems that the pain of yesterday has disappeared. Today he has forgotten his wounds. Are people always so shameless and forgetful? At this moment a clear voice sounded, causing the entire city to go silent. Countless people's hearts trembled. That voice seemed to be mocking His Majesty the Crown Prince's silence in the imperial palace. A domineering and unparalleled king was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Moreover, that voice seemed to be mocking His Majesty the Third Prince's trembling body that day. In the end he stepped aside. That was a disgrace to the imperial family. Chapter 381. The Battlefield of Blood and Slaughter. Numerous gazes swept through the surroundings. A few figures were walking over from afar in a carefree and composed manner. 5 of them were young women, and all of them were devastatingly beautiful. Moreover, all of them had their own styles. Some were elegant, some were agile, some were beautiful, and some were pure and wise. It made countless people reveal envy in their eyes. These 5 girls were very beautiful. As the 5 of them walked together, they formed a beautiful scenery. A handsome young man at the age of 18 stood in front of them. He wore a blue and white robe while his long hair was tied behind his head, and he gave others an extraordinary yet capable feeling. Moreover, his features were sharp as if they'd been carved with a blade, and his handsome appearance carried a wisp of desolate killing intent. Lin Ling is here. The entire city fell silent. Lin Ling hadn't fled. Even if he'd lost all hope, he'd still come. Moreover, he had 5 devastatingly beautiful young women following behind him, and it made many feel envious and unwilling. Perhaps Lin Ling had started to fall from grace, but no matter how down he wasn't someone they could laugh at. On the other hand, the Crown Prince and the others gazed at Lin Ling as well, and there was a faint wisp of fear in their eyes. Lin Ling was about to fall from grace because he hadn't attained the heavenly spirit realm, but the young man from all those years ago still gave them a deep sense of humiliation. So, even if they felt complacent in their hearts, they still felt slightly afraid of the young man. Bang! Right at this moment an explosion resounded. A black coffin had suddenly crashed down from the sky, and young Master Shang was leaning indifferently by the side of the coffin. He pointed lightly at the coffin and said, "I'll leave this to you. I'll take care of your woman for you." Lin Ling had just arrived, and he'd issued a shocking challenge. Young Master Shang had prepared a coffin in advance and was waiting for Lin Ling to enter it. This was an act of arrogance and contempt. How domineering! As expected of a holy son. The crowd gasped. The Crown Prince and the others had fallen silent after Lin Ling appeared here, but the holy son from the sacred race wasn't afraid at all. He still seemed to treat the battle as a game, and the outcome of the game was life and death. The coffin represented death, and he left it for Lin Ling. "This coffin is too small for me to lie in. I'll leave it to you." Lin Ling sneered with a mocking look in his eyes. "Who gets the coffin? I'll be waiting for you in the final battle." Young Master Saint shrugged and smiled. His smile was filled with endless killing intent. Their gazes collided in mid-air, creating invisible sparks. These 2 were the youngest participants in the Battle of 100 Generals. They were both 18 years old. However, one was a true ancient genius and the other was a genius who was about to fall. Lin Ling was the latter. It's a pity that he won't make it to the final battle. Not far away, His Majesty the Third Prince interjected gloatingly. "You're an ant, but you don't have the awareness of an ant. I, Lin Ling, was able to step on your head in the past. I can do it now, and I can do it in the future." Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently and didn't bother to say anything more. Instead, he walked towards the second prince. His words caused the third prince's face to darken. Although Lin Ling had lost all hope for some reason, he had a feeling that Lin Ling could kill him easily. As for why he hadn't killed him yet, it was because he was too weak. Lin Ling wanted to deal with him slowly after taking care of his strong opponent. This feeling made the third prince very uncomfortable. He had been reduced to an ant. "Lin Ling, you're here." The second prince and the others had complicated expressions. It wasn't that they looked down on Lin Ling, but rather that they were worried about Lin Ling. After all, they had also sensed that Lin Ling's aura was still not at the sky spirit realm. "I'll definitely be here when the final battle comes." Lin Ling smiled faintly. His calm smile caused the second prince and the others to relax. This youth was always filled with confidence, and they could never see through him. "So you're Lin Ling? You're indeed younger than I imagined." I'm Li Xianxiao, and I'll be a general who will fight alongside you. Li Xianxiao and the others walked over with a smile. It's my utmost honor. Lin Ling was slightly surprised, but he still nodded with a smile. After that, he learned about the origins of these people from the second prince, and his heart grew heavier. Li Xianxiao, the former #1 general, was actually helping him? Don't worry, we're not completely without hope in the battle of 100 generals. As long as we obtain the commander's seal, Lin Ling, you'll be able to shut the mouths of those who look down on you. The second prince was filled with confidence. Lin Ling nodded, but for some reason he had a strange feeling about Li Xianxiao and the others. Of course, this might just be an illusion. The battle of 100 generals is about to begin. At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Golden light shone in the sky as an elder floated up, his voice resounding like the might of the heavens. I, Elder Shangda, am honored to be the judge of this battle of 100 generals, so I'll first explain the rules. The late emperor's will states that generals must experience blood and slaughter. Only by experiencing slaughter and bloodshed can one become a general talent and a top genius. Therefore, the first stage of the battle of 100 generals is a battlefield of blood and slaughter. The strong will advance while the weak will be eliminated. Although the voice was benevolent and righteous, it was too fierce and murderous, causing the crowd's expression to change slightly. A battlefield of slaughter. If a cultivator wanted to grow, they couldn't escape slaughter. Only through bloody battles could a cultivator completely rise to the top. Slaughter? Very interesting. The 108 General Stars sneered. Not only were they not afraid, but they were even more interested. The battlefield of blood and slaughter will last for 2 hours before it reaches the general's arena. Remember, once the chain of blood and slaughter is broken, you'll be disqualified. Elder Shangda spoke again. Clearly, the battlefield of blood and slaughter was used to eliminate the weaker generals. 2 hours. Time was tight. Every participant will receive a guiding jade token. Elder Shangda waved his hand, and a large amount of light bloomed and landed in the hands of every general who was about to fight, causing the people around them to be extremely envious. Being able to obtain a guiding jade token was an honor, and it represented the pride of a genius general. Our jade tokens are all number 9, which means that we'll take the blood slaughter chain number 9. Li Xianxiao looked at the jade token in his hand. Lin Ling nodded as well. His token was also number 9, and then he looked to the side. Senior sister, and what about you? And Yuer was also on the second prince's side, so she was qualified to participate. Mine is also number 9. And Yuer said. Lin Ling nodded. In this way, he could walk the same path as Yuer. Time's up. Begin. Begin. Rumble. Ocean of Cloud City shook. Numerous enormous martial platforms charged out from the ancient imperial palace and floated in midair like leaves. Moreover, the martial platforms were surrounded by circles of blood-red clouds that enveloped them. The martial platforms were clearly the general's arena, and the blood-red clouds were the battlefield of blood and slaughter. At the same time, rays of light appeared in Ocean of Cloud City, and those who possessed a guiding jade token could enter. Lin Ling and Yuer exchanged glances, and then they stepped into the light as well. In the next moment, Lin Ling appeared on the battlefield of blood and slaughter. It seemed to be within the blood-red clouds, and the surroundings were blood-red. Senior sister isn't here? What?